Wow, look at that transition. That was good. Hello, everyone in YouTube land. Hopefully this is working. Now, if you've tuned into a Mantic stream before, you'll know that me, Rob, is not always that adept at getting these streams to work. So we're watching at the minute on YouTube, and hopefully this will catch up in a minute. So there we go. It is working. There's a little bit of a delay. But hello. So I am Rob from Mantic, and I am joined today for Clash of Kings 21 by the sexiest voice at Mantic.
The sexiest voice, the most illustrious American Mantic member.
Kyle, how are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm in the UK.
You looking forward to this?
This is a huge event for Kings of War, especially in the past year, because obviously we haven't had any kind of content going on beyond some really small local tournaments, that sort of thing. So very exciting time for us.
Yep. So we have got, well, as usual, you get a few dropouts of things. I think we've got 86 players.
Yep.
86 players today, which is great. We had a few people couldn't make it at the end, but the good thing is we've got an even number, which means Kyle can join me on the commentary team. Otherwise, you'd be left with my ramblings all day, which no one wants.
Yeah. So I there was a potential that I could play, and a lot of people wanted me to play, but I decided that, streaming was going to be better.
Yeah.
It's going to be easier on me.
You won't be saying that at end of game 3 today.
I know.
You'll be saying, I wish I'd played.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about the first game. We've actually got a grudge match on the top table at the minute. These are two guys. I think they've travelled over together, and they must clearly hate each other because they've decided they want to play each other first game.
Just get it out of the way. Maybe they were concerned that they were going to have to play each other based on performance at a certain point.
Maybe they wanted to get it out of the way first game. So we've got Tom playing Tom King playing the Empire of Dust, and then Kevin Garrigan playing Abyssal Dwarfs. So they're playing at the minute. It's Pillage, this first scenario.
Pillage is the first scenario, so we set them all at 6 tokens.
Yep.
So no rolling off for random numbers. Everybody's on the same playing field. Pillage is pretty straightforward. It's pretty much go get the objectives, and at the end of the game, whoever wins. And both of these lists are really going to be good in Pillage, in my opinion.
Okay. Do you want to go through the list?
Yeah, let's take a look at them.
Let's pick out some highlights. So I'll read the list out, Kyle, and you can tell me what catches your eye.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Tom's Empire of Dust. He's got 2 regiments of skeleton warriors. I guess standard sort of troops, those ones.
Yeah,
really.
it's good for unlocks, because Empire of Dust has got a lot of toys.
Yeah. You've got a horde of revenants with the Brew of Strength.
Those are really hard to shift.
Yep. Scavengers. Actually, John, I do not know what scavengers are. They like basically murder birds? So
Yeah, they're murder birds in Kings of War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing on those, but obviously they'll be flying around, causing sort of havoc at the back.
Very, very cheap unit, good chaff,
Yeah.
good speed.
Then he's got 3 hordes of enslaved guardians.
Oh.
And this is nice. The first one was Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding.
That's a classic. That makes sure he can't get hindered.
And then another one's got the Brew of Sharpness.
Oh, he's going to be hitting on 2s with them.
Wow.
Yeah, gross.
Oh, that is, as a goblin player, that excites me to be able to hit on anything.
2s?
Yeah, I mean, that's... he's got the Bone Giant, and then the Soul Snare. Oh, no, he's got some more stuff as well. So Soul Snare. So what's a Soul Snare do? I've never had much experience playing against.
You've got the
Empire
ability to steal some wounds. So basically, there's a Drain Life spell that's built into it.
Yeah.
And that is a very beneficial thing to help heal. Empire Dust can be very grindy, and with with a unit like Soul Snare there, it's got the ability to basically heal up its own units while damaging you.
So some shenanigans.
Yeah.
Shenanigans with that one. He's got the Undead Army Standard Bearer with the Tome of Darkness.
Okay. Got some Surge.
Yep. And then he's got, this is going to challenge me. Actually, it was a Apathis, Champion of Death.
We call him Pappy in the US.
Pappy. Okay, so he's got Pappy. And what's Pappy going to be doing?
He's just a big, nasty Revenant Lord, basically. Living Legend. So 10 attacks on him, hits on 3s, Cloak of Death, Crushing. He's all over the place. So 360 points. Empire of Dust have arguably the best Living Legends in the game.
Okay.
And the best one of all is the next one on that list.
And that's the Idol of Shobik.
Yeah.
So what's that? That's like a big...
He doesn't go away.
No.
Yeah, he is impossible to take off the table. In fact, in the games that I've played and had to face off against him, either you commit to killing him or not. You either say he's going to be there and he's going to score and do what he does, and I'm going to ignore him and try to win without it, or you really put everything into it, which is typically what your Empire of Dust player wants you to do.
Yeah.
And then you're caught out because the Enslaved Guardians have picked you apart.
Okay. I mean, he's he's not cheap. 290 points, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
But then he's got 10 attacks, defense 6. I mean, that's always nasty.
That's the hard part. It's defense 6. It's dash 18.
Yeah.
Ugh. Heal on him built into it.
So,
resolve.
Captain Ferrite says, wait, is this a battle report? Yeah, this is Clash of Kings, the tournament. So we have a big tournament every year, but we will have more on Clash of Kings, the book, next week on the blog. So if you want to find out what's going on with that one, although we may today let out the odd sneak peek, I guess, as we're
Sounds
talking.
like fun.
So that is the Empire. That is Tom's Empire of Dust list. Next, we've got Kevin's Abyssal Dwarfs. So he's got a regiment of Immortal Guard with Brew of Strength, so giving them crushing 1. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. He's got 2 troops of Slave Orcs, 2 troops of Gargoyles, a troop of Slave Orc Gore Riders, then 3 hordes of Lesser Obsidian Golems, or Golems.
Logs.
L-O-G. Okay.
Logs. Yeah.
So he's got custom names. One's called the Sharpies, which is the Brew of Sharpness. So they're going to be hitting on 3s. Another one with Pipes of Terror, which adds 1 to his nerve rolls. Basically the same as Brutal, I guess, really. And then another horde with nothing on them. He's got a horde of Abyssal Grotesques with Makwar's Potion of the Caterpillar. So stopping them, get them through terrain, nice and easy.
The Vicious is such a big deal on all these units. When you've got that crushing built in, crushing 2 for the golems, and Grotesques have the Thunderous and crushing all together. The Vicious just makes such a big difference. Even on those Immortal Guard where you put that Brewer Strength on there, all of a sudden, getting to reroll the 1s to damage is a really nice added bit of extra damage.
He's got a Slave Driver, so I guess we're into the heroes now. Overmaster on Ancient Winged Half-Breeds, that's their big dragony dude.
Yep.
Baraki Barker, there we go, got it right.
Yeah.
Custom name Baraki Boss he's given him. So he's got Bar Doom, Crushing Strength 3, Dread, Individual, Mighty, Regeneration 5+, Very Inspiring, Vicious. He's got all the rules.
Yeah, all the rules.
So we just obviously copy and pasted all the special rules and gave him to this guy. And then Basusu the Vile, Crushing
Susan.
Susan.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm enjoying all these nicknames you've got for them. So Crushing Strength 2, Fly, Individual, Inspiring, Gargoyle Only, Mighty, and Regeneration 5. So I guess that's going to be flying around. Basusu is going to be causing sort of some maybe war engines, but there obviously aren't any war engines in this list actually, are there?
You would expect them in the Abyssal Dwarves. That's just a really common meta list. But this is a very good matchup. I really like both of them. Are very stout, kind of matched in speed. I think that especially with Pillage that we're going to have a really good game. They know each other.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of it too. So
it's going to get vicious.
Yeah.
It's going to get nasty.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
So let's have a look. So we've got a very international audience. We've got people from Austria. Where have we got people?
Austria.
We've got Germany, Chester. That doesn't really count. Although we are obviously in Wales, so that does count as a different country. Belgium, Singapore. I'm going to make a mess of this one. Kalgoorlie. I don't know where that is. Guten Morgen says Vincent, so maybe Germany as well. British Columbia, Canada. God, what time must it be?
It's early, yeah.
And then I guess we'll get all the Americans joining us later on today.
It's 5:20 back home for me. So
don't
5:20 in the
think
morning.
about the time.
No, I'm
back
fine.
at home. Denmark.
Denmark.
See, all the people are joining in. So, so obviously at the minute, Tom and Kevin are just setting up. I realised, actually, I'll swap the names around because obviously Empire, it looks like they've swapped sides since I did the names. So 2 seconds while I just edit that. So Kevin on that side. Oh, actually, you know what? I think we'll be fine. I think we'll cope. I don't want to mess it up now after I've spent so long setting it up.
Yeah, it's okay.
So we've got the top view there, and then we've got obviously.
I think they've started their turn 1 here. There's some movement going on.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, they have actually. Well, they set up quick then.
They did. You practice for an event like this. You have deployments in mind. You've got battle groups in mind. You sort of know what you're trying to do. I think that there's a lot of strategy that goes into deployment that people don't expect to have come into play as often as a new player looks at the game and they say, how do I put my army on the table?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like one of the more common things. Even
Okay.
Martin was asking me that the other day, and my advice is always just to you get your battle groups together. You want the units that are inspiring each other, or working in synergy together, to be deployed together, and then you can kind of tweak it based on the terrain. Obviously, you don't want to have a set deployment so much that you deploy right in front of an obstacle that you then can't. You have to go around it. And once you get that basic sort of principle down, it becomes very easy to match every game.
Yeah, I think deployment's an interesting one because you say Martin and me, we both play at work because Martin was going to be our spare player today, just in case, and he was practicing his games. And deployment seems like such a big thing to get right, to make sure. I'll tell you what I will do. I'm just going to pop out and see. I'm going to leave you on your own for a minute, Kyle.
That's fine. I
to
can
see
do it.
where the objectives are,
Oh, good call.
so we can see who's going to get what.
Even with those basic, the Skeleton Warriors, the Immortal Guard, those basic regiment level, very cheap infantry unlocks, that's a really good thing for pillage. And depending on how these guys have their objectives placed, so Rob's pointing these out here. One in the middle. Might be some slightly off camera. You can see it on that top-down view. So even those cheap, regiments, that sort of thing, they can work really well with winning the game. You don't have to completely destroy an opponent with your 12 attack melee 5 skeleton warriors, but you can absolutely win the game with them.
So I don't know if you saw me pointing there where the different objectives were. So it looks like Kevin with the Empire of Dust has moved on to 1 already. These guys are rattling through this.
They're moving fast, yeah.
Yeah, I think I was looking around them. Most people haven't even started, and these guys are already going.
They've got the camera jitters. They know they're
being they know
watched.
they're on the Wow. Well, now we're getting challenged to present. Now we're getting challenged to pronounce different countries. Whoa, go on, you can try this one. So this is Captain Ferrite. Try pronouncing that, Kyle.
Oh my god.
I mean, Preslensky, I struggle with that.
Sure.
So I'll do Hinckley, Leicestershire. There we go. That would have been a good one for you to try.
I would say Ljubljana, as oddly as that is.
Ljubljana, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll find out. I mean, this will be you won't know this, Kyle, but obviously we've done these commentaries before, and there's something over here that's called Test Match Special, which is the cricket commentary.
Okay.
Where you imagine cricket's not the fastest of sports, and you've got to commentate all day. And this is very similar, so we will.
Sure.
So things like pronouncing different country names will become all part of the fun today as we try and entertain ourselves. So this is now Kevin on his Abyssal Dwarfs. Nice bases, actually. This is Kevin's got a full Mantic army. Looks very good. I've been to have a look at it out there.
I kind of have to root for the Abyssal Dwarfs here. Just purely being a Mantic army.
Yeah.
I'm a little
we're not
biased.
allowed favourites, though.
I'm doing it.
Okay, fine.
Breaking the rules.
Yeah, actually, I haven't had a chance to look. But I looked around. There's some really nice looking armies this year.
So it looks like he is screening with the slave orcs, the two troops there in the middle.
Yeah, so we've got the overhead view. There is a little bit of interference on that camera. It was explained to me because it's the amount of metal in this building some weirdly interferes with the camera.
Wow.
So that's why we've got the sort of side-on view with the big camera, and then you can get the top view there to see what's going on.
So I would think that he is trying to bait a charge in the middle with those two slave orcs.
Okay.
And then obviously punish with the lesser obsidian golems that are on the hill there. Because, those come off the hill and hit something that's not on the hill. You've got Crush 2, Thunder 1, and then Vicious, and ugh,
Yeah.
that's gross.
Yeah, so using the chaff,
Everything that hits is going to win.
Yeah, hopefully he's hoping that, Tom with his Emperor Dust is going to see red charge in. It's interesting actually watching some of the better players obviously play. We were watching a bit of Tom Robinson yesterday, kind of denying the other player their turn almost. He was like moving back and things like that. It was really interesting actually because you just me and Martin, particularly Martin, sees the red mist and wants to crack on and start punching people. But he was sort of like moving backwards, sort of denying them the charge, getting his other stuff in position to predict where they were going. It's it is good to see kind of an experienced player what they can do with it.
Tom is easily one of the best players in the world, if not the best player.
Yeah.
Let's see how he does this weekend. Elliot was talking to me before, matchups and everything, and talking about Tom, and said he's the kind of guy that's, and we're not talking about Tom King here.
Oh yeah, so this is Tom Robinson.
Tom Robinson, yeah. He's the kind of guy that will look at the table and tell you how he's going to beat you.
Right. Yeah.
And just do it.
Yeah.
Even if you know and you try to stop it, he's still going to make it happen. So there's that high level of play with Kings of War that is achievable. We want it to be that easy to get into but difficult to master kind of game.
Yeah, that is a good thing actually. Is that you look at this stuff and you think, oh, this is something I can probably learn. It doesn't feel like there's all this hidden tech. In some ways, it's like everyone's got this pretty much the same sort of options. So it is nice to be able to see. Can we get a short zoom just to see the paint jobs? That's a tricky one. We're not in charge of the cameras, unfortunately. We're just in charge of the talking. I'll have a look, see if we can have a look. We will be posting like pictures of all the different armies and things like that, so you can see those later on. We do have an army painting competition as well, which will be tomorrow, so we'll be getting everyone to line up. There's some really, I think it might be one of the best years, I think, for armies. There's people done display boards. I know display boards are big in the States, but over here they're sort of they're popular, but they're not that massive.
Even things like soft scores, in the U.S., it's very popular to have soft scores be prevalent in your final standings, and it's not quite like that here. We really try to say if you put a lot of time into the hobby and building and painting, and you're excellent to play against, a lot of fun, then it's worth it to reward you.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're into some combat now. I imagine it's probably I can go and have a look in a minute, but I imagine it's the gargoyles because they'll be quick enough. Or maybe the slave
left side of the table.
Yeah.
I
can go and have a look.
Sure.
Unfortunately, we're in a different. It's quite good because we're in a different room, so we can comment on it and say if things are looking good or bad. But it does mean that I have to keep running out to the table. So 2 seconds, and I will tell you what we've got on that left. Well, our left flank.
Yeah, it's right behind that house. Those early combats usually don't mean a whole lot unless you get a lucky waiver or something like that. Then that can change the whole game. So Rob's going to take a look at what's going on. It'd be nice if we had a little bit of audio just to be able to hear what they're saying and how many wounds were done. It's kind of hard for us to even see.
So yeah, it's quite confusing when you get out there. It's actually on the other side. But so on the left, where we're seeing it, is the gargoyles, and then behind them, we're getting subtitles. Why are we getting the subtitles on?
That was definitely me talking just a few minutes ago. So.
Okay.
So far, it doesn't look like he is taking the bait. So he's not charging in.
Okay. Hang on 2 seconds. We're just...
YouTube may have just turned on the subtitles automatically.
Okay, so we're just working out why subtitles have suddenly come onto the screen, because we certainly haven't switched them on. So we're going quiet because we're a bit confused. But anyway, so it was on the left-hand side it is the gargoyles, and then on the so that's on the left on the top down.
And like I was saying, I don't think that Tom took the bait there.
Well, I guess we'll leave the subtitles on because I don't know how to switch them off. So anyway, that's fine. So you're saying he was trying to get them to come out and hopefully take the bait?
Yeah, I mean that's the obvious thing. He used the slave orcs to bait a charge in the middle, and Tom didn't take the bait. He just sort of moved up and repositioned so that it was easier.
Okay, so people watching, sorry, you're not seeing the subtitles. It's just very confusing for us because we are seeing subtitles. Anyway, this is fine. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Yeah, that's it.
I think we're good now.
Really confusing. It's not what we want when we're just trying to get things sorted. So this is actually what we probably need to see is we need to, this will be their turn 2.
Should be.
Yeah. It looks like he's measuring. So obviously if you've never played Kings of War before, things like pre-measuring are all fine, so you can work out whether you're in charge range or slightly out of charge range. Well, I may just ask if it's possible to, well, obviously we're getting the interference on the camera now, but whether it is possible to swap them around so we can get the overhead view on the big screen so people can see a bit better what's going on.
Sure.
So Kyle, I'm going to leave it in your capable hands again.
That's okay.
Go and see if we can do that.
It's hard to see exactly what he's doing on that far side there, so that's why we're trying to get this switched around. But in the meantime, we can look at pretty models. I know it's kind of a stereotypical basing theme for the Abyssal Dwarves, but I always like when it's done that way. It just sort of pops, especially with their normal colors, brass and darker, black obsidian, that sort of thing. This is a good stalemate as far as I'm concerned, especially right in the middle. Someone's going to have to commit, and I don't think either one of them want to do it. But the order in which they do it is interesting. What I'd like to know is if Tom put anything within range of those front 2 lesser obsidian golems that are on the hill. They're pretty slow, speed 5, and it doesn't look like that's a 10-inch distance, but they can obviously see over the slave works, and they could multi-charge if given the chance, but I don't think that they have the distance. And even that Revenant horde that's back there by the house behind the fence, that's not a charge that anybody wants to take. The Revenants are, even though they're defense 4 in the Empire of Dust, still that dash 24 nerve is just not fun. And then crushing strength 1 means that they are going to grind it out with you, and that's exactly what Tom wants to happen. So they're basically doing the Mexican standoff, and somebody's going to have to commit at some point. So it's interesting. And based on positioning, it looks like Tom has better control of the central objective and the one that's behind the windmill, just to the right of the center of the screen. So even if he did want to be patient and just wait, he's got some pretty decent control just from that alone. And I see that some of you guys are talking about the upcoming Clash of Kings book. There is a tremendous amount of change that went into it. I was able to work with the rules committee to put together all the things that I think that Mantic wanted, and we've really got a good product that is going to make a lot of people happy. The focus to say we want everyone to be able to open the book and have something that they enjoy seeing is pretty prevalent. So we wanted all the players that opened it to have something to look forward to. In the past, there have been nerfs and that kind of thing, and if you open the book and you see something that your units have gotten worse, that's not that fun. After the past, year and a half that we've had away from the game, Kings of War is such a competitive and social game, just like what we're seeing here today. We wanted to make sure that, it was something that everyone could have a positive experience out of the book. So that's why a lot of attention was put into Clash of Kings this year. That's why you keep hearing and seeing that it's the biggest book that we've done for the supplement. So there's a lot of change and a lot of good that will come from it. I know they're doing a couple of combat rolls here, but I can't quite tell what units are engaged.
Hi, Kyle. I'm back. So we've had, as you can see, that overhead camera is glitching, as I was saying earlier on, because of the amount of metal in here. So I was speaking to the guys at Firestorm, and they said, unfortunately, if we'd make it big, you're going to see a lot of glitches. So we'll keep it small. The subtitles are still on, so that's good. I guess we're handy for people if they want to read out what we're saying. So have you been giving some teasers about the book, Kyle, while I've been away?
I talked about the excitement behind it, what we were thinking about doing, but no actual reveals.
Okay.
No
So we
teasers.
will,
Just that there's a lot of positivity, you know.
So what's been happening while I've been away, Kyle?
Well, they're doing some things on that other side, that top of the screen, that I can't quite tell. I know they're rolling out some combats, but I can't really see.
Yeah, so behind the house, that is where that's where the gargoyles are. So, and then they've got the Overmaster on Winged Halfbreed behind there. So that's
okay.
So that's Kevin's stuff. So I think and that was where one of the objectives was as well.
Well, that's if Kevin is just threatening to get around the back, that's an entirely different approach, because then he can be patient if he wins that flank and he gets behind him. It might take a couple of turns to do it, but even if it ends up just being a turn 5 crash in, that's when he can commit, because it looks like Tom is playing very defensive, and Kevin to me is striking me as being a little bit more strategic.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this turns out.
So Walkabout Games says, do you have a release date for the book? So yeah, Clash of Kings is out November the 8th, available to pre-order now from your local game store or the Mantic website. And it is a bumper edition. It's 112 pages. You've got obviously all the rules changes in there. You've got a load of information about the background for the halflings, because obviously we've only had them in the League of Rordia. So there's all their background about the Shires and how they sort of split from Rordia as well. And then obviously we've got this new evil army list.
Yeah, there's some faction that everyone keeps talking about, that
yeah,
it's an evil list.
I mean, it's not goblins, so I'm not.
It's not
I
goblins,
don't care.
yeah.
So it looks like on our left as we're seeing it. So that's where the gargoyles are. Like he's taking some wounds on that unit. At the minute, it looks like they're mostly concentrating on the middle, on the center.
That's where the
scrap.
game is going to be decided, but it's
Yeah.
going to be decided late because of it. I had mentioned while you were out that the revenants behind the fence that are next to the house there, I mean, they are in a amazing defensive position.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's got Shobik in the center there. That's where Shobik is usually at.
Yeah.
He's able to heal. He's able to inspire.
And that's why, is it, to keep him in the center? Yeah, yeah.
He's such a good anchor, very defensive unit. He can win the game for you by himself sometimes.
Okay.
Especially in a loot game, where tokens can be carried. He's a perfect target for something like that.
And so what's the sort of tips for the pillage one? Do you try and get on the objective early doors, or do you kind of bide your time? I guess it depends how fast you are.
It really does kind of depend on your army, but the way I see it is I always in my head mentally try to pick out the few that I want.
So we had a few guesses about what the evil army is. I will tell you, it isn't a Phidia.
It is not a Phidia.
A Phidia is one that always gets talked about, but it is not a Phidia. Although we do have some ideas for a Phidia.
I've heard. Yes.
Yeah, yep. But that'll be quite a while. Yep. Adrian Scott says pretty sure it's a new orc list, which he's excited about. I mean, I can't possibly comment. I mean, no. I nearly. So Felix says the amount of metal is a problem for the camera, but Mantic tries to do the new stuff in resin. Yeah, imagine if someone was on here with a load of earth elementals in metal.
Oh, that'd be
We'd
terrible.
have lightning bolts coming up to the ceiling. So he's still... It's sort of after that initial burst of them all moving forward, now it seems a bit more cautious.
I think we switch back to Kevin's turn now.
Yeah. Yeah, so apologies, the names... So obviously Kevin is on the left with his Abyssal Dwarfs, and then Tom's on the right. I think he's having a good
He's
think
doing
here.
some thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's that decision of does he want to commit, and if he does want to commit, it's maybe not even to kill anything, but just to jam up what Tom is trying to do, specifically with being able to collapse a flank,
Yeah.
prevent him from charging in some way. So those are the decisions you make. If you can't commit to an offensive thing where you're going to come in, pick a bunch of stuff up, and then have a good defensive position after you've done that, then what can you do to mitigate what your opponent is then going to be able to do to you? So he's taken them into...
It looks like it's a multiple charge then
yeah,
there.
yeah.
So that looks like it's with the...
I don't know if both of them hit the fence or not.
And who will that be, do you think, for that? Will be the... I guess it's the Immortal Guard, possibly?
Yes.
And maybe one of the... it might be the Gore Riders. I think it probably is the Gore Riders, actually. I can go and check in a minute. So you can see the objective. There's one right in the middle of the board, and then there's one just near that windmill as well. Okay, so he's charging him with the... So actually, we were saying it's cautious, and actually now it's all kicked off.
No, this isn't too bad. He's That's what I wanted to know right there, is if they had the 10 inches to be able to charge, which they don't. So he's taken them off the hill.
Yeah.
But he had to in order to get the distance he wanted.
Oh, also on the left as well, that's where his grotesques are for the...
Yeah.
So I guess these logs, you say? The logs? Or the
Logs, yeah.
Logs, the golems. That's obviously his second wave. He's probably holding them back.
Well, they're the ones that can grind it out really well.
Yeah. So look at those. So they've got speed 5. So not too slow, actually. I think, for big things made of rocks. Melee 4. No range. Defense 6. I guess that's where they're... That's where they're going to be hitting,
Defense 6 and then that
them.
nerve.
Yeah, and then, dash 17 for the nerve. So the dash means that they can't be wavered. So wavered's a big thing in this one, in Kings of War. And then dash 17. So you're gonna really have to commit to getting rid of those. So how much defense 6 has he got? He's got, obviously...
It should
those.
just be them.
Yeah.
Because the grotesques are defense 5.
Yeah. I mean, decent. 5 is nothing... I mean, the grotesques are fast as well. Speed 7. So yeah, speed 7, melee 4, defense 5, attacks 18.
That's the curious thing to me, because from my perspective, I would have given the grotesques brew of sharpness, but I think what he's thinking is he wants to maintain his thunderous charge with the potion of the caterpillar. Obviously, that's that damage change there, but if they are hindered, hitting on 5s is just such a big difference.
Yeah.
Especially with only 18 attacks. A lot of those large cavalry units in Kings of War have 24 attacks, and the grotesques only having 18, but they do have the higher damage capability. If you look at like a unit like Fiends and Night Stalkers, 24 attacks but only crushing 1 in Vicious, where the grotesques have Thunderous 2, Crush 1, Regen, Vicious. There's quite a bit to it.
Yeah, it's interesting, because obviously, you get people who compare all the different units and say, oh, well, this unit doesn't sit like snow trolls or trolls, but actually it depends how they fit in the list, doesn't it? I suppose. How easy are they to unlock and all things, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting actually to think that, you can't always do a direct comparison between different ones, but the grotesques look pretty nasty on paper.
So we really shouldn't see any units coming off here. I think that Tom's 2 units in the middle are the Skeleton Warriors, and then he's got the Revenants above them, but then his Enslaved Guardians behind him. It's such a similar style. You can tell that these guys play each other. You know, it's chaff on chaff right now. So
Yeah.
Nothing too exciting.
So I guess whoever wins this chaff war, I guess they'll get the first chance to charge in. Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge part of King's of War.
Yeah. I mean, you know, playing goblins, all my army's chaff, so it's unusual to have other stuff. Actually, no, then again, I guess the mincer mobs are sort of the big ones now. I try and keep those behind.
Well, in the U.S., we had Kyle Poole, who had a goblin army that was kind of defining the meta of the Midwest region, which we renamed to the Midwest trash meta because he would just fill the table with a bunch of trash and win over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good thing is you don't see, you know, when you look outside here, there's some similarities between some of the lists, but, you know, there's a lot of variety in how one person looks at one list and how another person treats it, which is great. You know, it's not like everyone's turning up with net lists and having exactly the same stuff.
No, I mean, that's what's really impressive to me about especially this Abyssal Dwarf list. When you don't take the heavy mortars and you go to an approach where it really is combat based, that's completely different from the U.S. Because in the U.S., it's the mortars are everything.
Yeah, so I mean, is there a big? I mean, obviously in the US, you've got big like different metas between the different regions.
Yeah, all the
all
different regions
states
play differently.
But I guess over here, I don't know what the UK meta is, particularly compared to the US.
I don't either, so I can't really comment.
No, we'll have to have a look, I guess, when we're going around. So,
there's some really interesting lists though, just because you've got some skew where some people have taken a lot of spammy units, repeated things.
Yeah.
In that sense, and then you've got the really balanced armies, even within the same faction. If you look at the new halflings, you know, Dan King's list, Matt Hobday's list, very similar.
Yeah.
In that direction, and then Elliot's list is
very different,
very very balanced.
Yeah.
Has elements of a bunch of different things, and both can work.
Yeah.
It just depends on the general and what direction they want to take it in, and there's a lot to it.
Yeah, I guess it's worth noting that Aeronauts heavy list won't be possible for long.
No, it won't. As part of playtesting, it's already been tweaked. It wasn't even something that was...
Yeah. So it's been tweaked in playtesting, so
Yeah,
it will be... Aeronauts
already.
are going to be a regular in Clash of Kings.
We're even still discussing additional
Yeah.
changes, so not just that. But that type of list, even if you do see it do well, don't necessarily think that it's something that you can replicate.
Yeah.
You can get close, even with a regular.
Yeah, so the timing's quite nice because we are Clash of Kings book out in November. We are just putting the absolute last minute changes, so it will be, you know, things like tournaments like this, you know, it'll be useful just to see how certain things perform, particularly, you know, the halflings as well, because we've got 4 halfling army lists here, which is nice, so it's just a good chance to see how they get on. Two of them
it's
are
excellent feedback.
Yeah.
Tournaments are what you typically want to base your, you know, annual changes on. These are the places where the games we know are competitive. It's going to give you a good idea of balance, and you're looking for the trend. You know, if one list wins a tournament, that doesn't mean that army is broken. You know,
that looks like the first regiment of skeleton warriors taken off. So
Skeleton
first blood
warriors,
to Kevin.
That is a big deal, especially because the slave orcs, I think, is what took him off. He may have taken...
I think he charged in with 2. I think he charged in with Braki.
Yeah.
Braki.
And he's got
the slave
Dread
orc.
as well, so that's a nice help.
Yeah. So what does Dread do, just in case people haven't come across that one?
Dread's that nice 6-inch bubble where it reduces the opponent's nerve by 1 point.
Okay,
so.
right. Yeah. Yeah, I think Cuzlo and Madfall's got something similar in the Goblins, but that reduces nerve for everyone because they're all worried they're about to get eaten by the lizard. So
it hurts you just as much as your opponent. There's a nasty combination you can do with them, just because it's not Dread.
Yeah.
The rule is its own thing.
Oh, so it can stack.
It can stack.
Right. Okay.
Because with Brutal, it specifically says in the rule book that Dread and Brutal cannot stack. Brutal is a +1 to your nerve test. Dread is a -1 to your nerve.
Yeah.
That would be a very devastating thing if you could do both of them. Well, that isn't Dread.
Okay.
So it can stack with Brutal.
luckily you can only have Cuzlo once,
Yes.
so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Although I must admit, I've tried to use Cuzlo before and I ended up just, I think, doing damage to my own units more so than the actual enemy. So like I say, so we're in a bit of a big old scrap in the middle here. And that's obviously... Yeah, so Jerry, thanks. Yeah, Jerry says, I like how Rob has flown in Kyle from the States, so I don't have to answer rules questions for him in the chat. Yeah, specifically, we had to get Kyle over, so I didn't have to rely on the community to answer questions.
Yeah.
It's quite a novel experience for me.
Makes it eady.
Yeah. Because obviously two
That's
years...
worth the plane ticket.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was commentating with Andy Sharp. Kind of... Mainly from the Dead Zone Rules Committee, although just play Kings of War, or doesn't play it as much because we've been busy obviously with Dead Zone 3rd Edition and Firefight, so his eyes have taken a turn to the futuristic stuff. But yeah, I think the problem with Andy is he got progressively more drunk throughout the day, so which didn't help.
Well, there's a really interesting record on the line that we are trying to beat at Firestorm this weekend. There was, I don't know the exact number, you may recall.
It's 440. Oh, is it the number of people or the number of drinks?
Number of drinks.
Okay, yeah. So they had a Warhammer 8th edition tournament here the other day, which was 80 people. So now we can officially say we're the biggest tournament that Firestorm's ever had. I mean, this one's only been open for a month, but that's fine. We'll take it. And yes, while they were here, they had 440 pints while they're here. So the gauntlet has been thrown down by the staff at Firestorm to see if we can beat that. It included last night, and I think we're the Northern Kings themselves reckon they're going to beat this challenge by midday today.
We're well on our way.
Yeah, so we'll keep that updated as a side note.
We should announce that.
What, officially that
we should announce it.
Oh,
no, just to everyone here
encourage
so that they
sales.
know. Yeah. Help out Firestorm.
Obviously, drink responsibly, please.
Drink
people at
responsibly.
home. Yeah. I know most of you will probably be having to drink while listening to me commentate if I was on my own. So it's nice that Kyle's here to. Normally we say the every time I mention goblins, you have to do a shot.
Please don't make me do that.
Yeah.
I have a bottle of whiskey over there. Don't make me do that.
Okay, so Jerry. So Jerry's got an early copy of Dead Zone. He's one of the lucky few.
Ah,
Inside man.
yeah. There's a couple of the rule book and the force lists laying out on the table.
Walkabout game. Jerry and Kyle are the reason I got back into mass battle games. Wow, well done, Kyle. So Kyle obviously mastercrafted as well before you joined Mantic, and now we force you to make videos for us.
That's okay. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. So.
And Jerry, obviously, Beast of War for those who don't know.
Yeah.
You could have a beard off, actually. Shame we should have got you to have a beard off.
His beard is pretty fantastic. His voice is also fantastic.
Yeah.
So
imagine you and Jerry doing the commentary instead of my whiny, reedy voice. But I like to hear. I'm here for the moral support. We should really. It's a shame, actually. What we should have is a third person, which we could have if, unfortunately, Martin was ill today. But tomorrow he can be our roving reporter.
Yeah.
Going out and checking things, or he might make it later today. So
go team us.
Yeah, get well, Martin. So that looks like was that some slave orcs that maybe come off there, or I'm going to have a look in a second.
Yeah, fairly simple. I think he charged in the enslaved guardians, which are his real hammer. So there's decent math involved if he's got a. We talk about odds. As a player, you're looking in your head, what's the average number of damage I'm going to do if I make that charge? And if you look at the Enslaved Guardians, 18 attacks, if he does it with a unit that does not have Brew of Sharpness, he's looking to hit with roughly, 12?
Yeah.
In that range. Base of Crushing 2 built into him. That means Defense 6. If he doesn't have a Bane Chant, which I don't think he does, he's going to average half of that 12, needing 4s to damage, so 6 damage. And then against the Lesser Obsidian Golems with Dash 17, that's not
No.
That's not great odds. So he wants to try to double charge or at least put some additional damage into them before he makes that charge, so that his nerve roll is going to be a better chance.
I think that's really interesting, actually. The maths side of things and working out, okay, what do I need to throw into this unit to actually get rid of it is a really, I think that's not necessarily next level stuff. I mean, it's just, some people might find it really easy, but for me, yeah, like working out and thinking, okay, well, this might do this damage and so things. So Walkabout Games, it's 3 a.m. there. Well, I think you get the award for maybe being up latest over there. So
yeah,
hopefully tune in later on. So Jerry says, are the lists up online? So yeah, what we're going to do is, so if you want to follow the tournament, it's on Tabletop TO. I think that's the one.
Yes.
We'll send a link out later on. And what I need to do is I just need to upload all the lists to that one. We were waiting, I was going to do it in advance, but we had a few people who hadn't sent in their lists, and the whole idea this time was you had to send in your lists on Wednesday. A few people didn't, and actually one of those didn't end up turning up, unfortunately. So, but yeah, we will be putting those on to, I'll be uploading those progressively later on today. Oh. Now we've been joined by Matt Gilbert. Matt Gilbert, do you want to say hello to everyone at home?
Hello, everyone at home. That's
Yeah.
not my home, is it?
They're all
Oh,
at
on
your
the way.
house. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, brilliant.
yeah.
Do you guys want drinks? And that's
No, that's not
these
for the-
two here, that's not everyone at home.
Yes, please.
What would you like?
So we obviously can't advertise, but I'll have a Diet Coke, please.
Diet Coke. There are
The-
other drinks.
The drink, yeah, we've already had to do other what were we talking about earlier on? Other something else, other whiskey was available probably.
that's behind the table.
Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And
I need something. A Diet Coke sounds good.
Okay.
Just to wet my whistle at the moment.
Yes, and what I think is good is that we've had a real good mix of lists actually, so lists of armies. So I think, now is every single army represented?
That's a good question.
That is, I know we've got, I think possibly.
I remember during registration that Matt mentioned there may have been a Ratkin Slaves player.
There is 2 Ratkin Slaves players.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy, I can't remember who it was, but submitted his Ratkin Slaves list and said, I'm looking forward to winning Best in Faction.
Yeah.
But actually, he's, so we've had 2 Ratkin Slaves, a few Ratkin ones, Ogres. Ogres seem quite popular at this one.
Ogres are pretty good.
Trident Realm, quite a number of Trident Realm. I was in a really lovely Trident Realm. I think it's on one of the guys that's flown over from France. He's got a really lovely Trident Realm army.
That's a shame, is I haven't gotten a chance to really look at the armies.
Yeah, in all fairness, they've obviously all been unpacked this morning, but yeah, there's some great looking armies. 3 dwarfs as well, represented quite a lot. Dwarfs.
Dwarves are very popular over here.
Yeah.
As opposed to what we see in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they're there in the U.S., and I think I've played a dwarf army at every single tournament I've ever been in.
Yeah.
But they seem to be more popular over here. So it's interesting.
Maybe it's because Ronnie forces them to.
Yeah,
play dwarves.
possibly.
Yeah. He hasn't got over to the US enough to force everyone to play.
Right.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Matt might know. Matt, do you think every army is represented? Or have we got any that? I'm trying to think, because we've got.
there's no goblins because they're rubbish.
No,
No
how
one
dare
wanted
you?
them.
Everyone wanted goblins. I've seen at least 2 goblin armies out there.
Yeah, I mean we've got both brotherhoods are there.
Yeah, so we've got
Ratkin
one-
We've got 2 Ratkin Slaves.
Yeah, 2
players.
Ratkin Slaves, Ratkin, Salamanders,
Yeah.
Forces of
Couple-
Nature.
a few
I think
Salamanders.
actually, yeah, I think.
I saw Forces of Nature, yeah.
Yeah, I think pretty much we've got every.
Basileans?
Well, Basileans is 3, 4.
Okay,
maybe.
okay.
So actually, Matt, are you able to? Because obviously people can follow the tournament if they go on Tabletop
Tabletop TO.
TO. Have you got a link? Could you share the link on Kings of War Fanatics or something like that?
I probably could.
Okay, so
Sure.
Matt will do
I'll
that.
say yes, and then I'll go and work it out.
Okay. So yeah, so if you want to follow obviously what's going on in terms of who's winning what over this weekend, Matt was going to pop a link in the Kings of War Fanatics group on Facebook, and we'll put it on our social media as well later on. Look at this. Lucas says, honestly, I was sold to Kings of War by Kyle's demo on Miniature Wargaming.
Yeah.
Look at you.
That was a really good experience, and I enjoyed it. I was hoping to go back, and then obviously COVID and
Yeah.
everything happened, and it was just kind of craziness. So yeah, maybe we can collaborate again sometime in the future.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, getting out and going to these
Going
different channels.
places,
Going places. It's very unusual. Particularly all the hoops you've had to jump through to get to the UK this time. But what better way to spend it than watching people play. Does it make you want to play watching this? Are you itching to get out there and start rolling dice?
Yeah, I can't lie. I was, maybe possibly dreading being the ringer because it wasn't my army and
Yeah,
that sort of thing. But if it was my stuff and I was here,
yeah,
there's so many people here that I would love to actually get a game against because they're all faces that you see through a computer screen.
Yeah, sure.
Not in person. And it's just exciting to be at a place where people... It's weird because people tend to know who I am, but I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
At least not by a masked face.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell. So it's exciting, but I wish I could actually get games in with them. And play too.
Yeah, it's a shame. I might just pop out and have a look, see what's happening on that left flank now, because it looks like a few of those units have been taken out.
Kevin's rolling some things off there for sure.
So this is when we'll have our roving reporter Martin here.
Yeah.
When he's feeling better. So again, if you're listening, Martin, he's probably not listening. He's probably in bed, feeling very sorry for himself at the minute.
It looks like a fairly small number of dice that he's rolling, so it's either... It could be the winged half-breed.
Anybody who's in the Mantic Clash of Kings event who registered a dietary requirement, a special dietary requirement.
We've got an announcement going on.
In the next 20 minutes so we can give you the lunch ticket.
So we did provide lunch for everybody. That's what they were making an announcement about. They had the option of picking from a few different foods. Thought that was a very exciting thing. The venue is fantastic because we've got a cafe right here. Obviously, we mentioned the drinks that are available, but the food is a really nice perk too. So what's going on that flank?
So on that flank, it's the grotesques and some gargoyles have charged into his enslaved guardians.
Ooh.
So that's what we're seeing. So I think
that's a big combat.
Yeah, that is. Now one of them's got a flank. I literally just looked at it 2 minutes ago. I think the gargoyles have got the flank on that side as well.
That at least makes the most sense.
Yeah. So it looks like I'd say Kevin's Abyssal Dwarfs have probably got that flank. You'd think they'd take out the enslaved guardians?
That's a good thing. Gargoyles are going to just put in some chip damage, just a little bit.
Yeah. So what gargoyles?
Even on a flank.
Gargoyles hitting on 4+. No sort of like crushing strength or anything like that. But 10 attacks. I mean, on a flank, so that's 20, going up to 20 because they're on the flank. I mean, do the maths on that one.
So
Kyle.
math on that, you got 20 dice you roll, they're hitting half of the time.
That'll be my catchphrase, I think.
So
do the math
10.
on that, Kyle.
Yeah.
That'll be my catchphrase.
But then the enslaved guardians have defense 5. So that's the bad part. So even if they hit 10 times, he's only putting through maybe 3 wounds.
Okay. So not a lot then, is it?
No,
really?
no.
But,
but that chip damage could be very big.
Jerry says, most important question about the Clash of Kings book, are the halfling wild runners still named wild runners, whatever they do?
So they're currently ranged in melee.
Yeah. I think that has changed.
Well, that'd be good.
Yeah, they have changed. I can't remember what they've changed to.
Yeah,
but they have changed.
Either, that's the thing. Yeah, you don't want it to just be very generic like that.
So it looks like the golems, the logs, are coming into a bit of work now, maybe. Oh,
Ooh.
Now, why has he done that, Kyle? Why is he running
well,
over there?
I think he's just getting in his own way.
Okay, so they were just. Oh.
I think that he's thinking the Revenants are going to be a big issue, and he couldn't charge because they were blocking themselves.
Okay. So, Mr. Tood Source, any indication when we'll be getting siege rules for 3rd edition? Doesn't seem to be in the new book. No, so no siege rules. I mean, obviously, you could theoretically just use the old siege rules.
You could for now. Yeah. They do still exist, but it was talked about for this book.
Yeah.
Siege was talked about. It was something that was considered, but this book is so big with so many changes in it that it doesn't have really the space, to be honest, to fit in those additional kind of supplement rules. So I think it's something for consideration in the future.
Yeah. I think it'll be a future Clash of Kings. It's definitely not off the table. But yeah, I think we mentioned earlier on, actually, obviously you've had no tournaments pretty much last year, apart from some online ones. So it was
what's-
hard to get the data to know what to change. So that's why this one is. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a Clash of Kings where there's been so many changes for each faction. I mean,
Correct.
every faction
Yeah,
has got
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's, of course, everyone's got a formation. Pretty much everyone's got a new unit or new character as well. I think.
At least what the idea was that there were characters that were introduced in Halpi's Rift,
Yeah.
but they weren't for every faction.
No.
So we wanted to just make sure
Yeah.
that everybody still got some kind of attention in that sense.
And make those official as well, because
Yeah.
I suppose with the summer supplements, we often experiment a bit with stuff, and then that becomes official in the Clash of Kings. So that happened a few years ago with Edge of the Abyss, where you had the formations were introduced for the first time.
Sure.
Very well received, I'd say, by the community, and then they ended up becoming official in Clash of Kings. We did more as well. So,
Yeah.
I was just talking about formations, the rationale to bringing back formations. So obviously, formations got taken out of third to begin with, just because there was so much to concentrate on. But I think people really like that idea of they wanted the sort of the big armies, the idea of them working together well, and it adds a little bit of extra flavour when you're building your list. You sort of easily know. For me, anyway, you easily know where to start when you're building your list. You're like, okay, well, I can start with this formation and then build on top of that. I don't know about you, Kyle.
Formations really just are able to do a few things, in my opinion, that bring good to the game. Now, in second edition, we probably learned some lessons.
Yep.
Because there were some formations that were given to units that didn't really need the help.
Yeah, fair point.
And it just
Yeah.
made them better. And
Yeah.
and that wasn't like it became kind of the obvious thing to shoehorn into.
Sure, right.
On Countercharge recently, we previewed one of the dwarf formations. There's quite a bit of formation, attention, and I think that what's cool about it is flavor. You can bring stuff in that actually has the flavor of the army that helps differentiate them a little bit more with
Yeah.
formations, especially with things like the theme lists, because theme lists can often feel very similar to their master list.
Yeah.
The way that it currently is. So when you have a formation for the theme list, it can kind of really start to set them apart for what they do. That to me makes it appealing. And then really the third edition changes of keywords and how synergies were supposed to work with auras and all that. Formations are exactly that,
Yes. Yeah.
but given to you in a way that allows you to unlock a new special rule, perhaps, or just some kind of fun, new, flavorful thing. So that's the direction that we took it, and I think that they're fantastic.
Yeah.
The Twilight Kin one is like my favorite one in the book.
Yeah, obviously, I immediately looked at the Goblin one, and it's,
Yeah.
that is focused around Fleabag riders, who I must admit, they've sort of been squeezed out my list in third. I used to rely on them quite a lot, but now, because I'm cramming in so many mincer mobs and that sort of stuff, I haven't really looked at them. So, interesting. Interesting actually to look at those. Farmace says, "Hi guys, when will we have the lore for the after campaign Halpi's Rift?" So that was the campaign that we did in the summer. The lore is written. It's just being checked through by Matt Gilbert, because he's like the lore master when it comes to what's happening with Kings of War. So we're just checking through. I mean, obviously, if you played in the campaign, you'll know that Good won. It's a good one actually. So actually, it's quite a nice outcome for everyone. I mean, it's quite nice actually. It was. There is I think it won't be in Clash of Kings actually. The lore for that one, because Clash of Kings is already two-packed. Two-pack, not the obviously.
Yeah.
It's not. We're not going to be wrapping it. So what we'll do is that'll be a free supplement that we'll release before Clash of Kings, and we'll also have an update. Kieran, who did the website, is currently crunching the numbers for the stats and things as well.
I'm really excited to see that. Just the fact that we have a lot of information available on stats. I'm not even a numbers guy, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah. So the sort of thing in terms of lore, and I think. Sometimes people think that we've made up the lore before even the campaign's done, but generally things do swing depending upon what happens in the campaign. So this one, we obviously had you had the war in the holds between the Ratkin and the Goblins, and we did look and we say, okay, well, who won more games than they lost? So I won't reveal who it is. So based on that, we were like, okay, well, they've won this bit. They've won the war in the holds. Did Abyssal Dwarfs win more than the Free Dwarfs? In which case, they might have held back the mountain. So actually, it was really good that we had that flexibility, and luckily some stuff that we wanted to happen did happen. So that would have been a bit of a worry if some other stuff had happened. So sorry. So what's happening in the game at the minute? Obviously we've got that big scrap in the middle.
Lots of combats.
Yeah.
Crashing in. I might go out and check out what's going on in that flank because that's going to be real interesting to me.
So that's where the grotesques are.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of questions about Kings of War historical. We get a few people asking about that actually. At the minute, it's not on the agenda, but it might be something that gets looked at in the future. And Kings of War Vanguard historic. Yeah, that would be interesting. Something like the Barons' War. Do you want to go out, Kyle, and have a look, see what's going on? You can report back.
I do.
You're just looking intently now at the.
This is a very big moment in the game based on how this goes. This turn and the following turn, because how this cracks open is really going to determine who wins.
Okay.
Like right now, so I just kind of want to get an idea of what's happening on that flank because that could be a big variable in that.
Yeah. I guess also see what's happening behind that windmill as well. So,
I'll take a look and I'll be right back.
Okay. We might also, Kyle, for the next game, is we'll try and get the audio on from the table so we can listen to what they're talking about. Yeah. So today we've got 3 games, and what we've done actually this year, unusually, we let everyone know what not unusually, I guess it's different for Clash of Kings. We let everyone know what the games were going to be in advance. And the reason for that was just so people could practice, take their army and make sure they'd got an army that suited the different scenarios. So Felix says, I'm personally not a fan of the character. So using characters in games. Yeah, an interesting one with the characters. I think characters are a really good touch point, I think, for people to get into a game. If you like Maguire and Joss or Cuzlo and Madfall, actually having those characters, you sort of want to learn what they're doing, and it's easier than maybe having a full army or something like that. So I think it's good to have the characters in there, particularly for the lore, because it's easier to write about a character than it is to write about a full army sometimes. So they're useful to then, particularly when we're doing stories and things like that. So I think we'll always carry on using them. I mean, you're not, and you may. I always joke. You may see them die in the future or something.
Critical information.
Okay.
So that flank where the gargoyle was there, the enslaved guardians.
Yep.
That situation, grotesques. He did 14 wounds that round of combat, so he did really well. He rolled snakes.
Oh no. Okay.
So. That changes things quite a bit, because I mean, how that flank rolled, it really was going to determine the middle, and
that's it. I mean, Snake Eyes is a really interesting one actually, because it can. I mean, I guess you should always have a backup so that it doesn't swing the game that much. But still,
Sure.
Even so, that's obviously now. Do you know what turn they're on as well, Carl? Did you manage to see that?
I
Okay,
didn't.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
I didn't check that. It should be somewhere around turn 4.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a lot of discussion about Snake Eyes, and
Yeah.
you don't see the box cars nearly as much.
Oh yeah.
I've got a rules question for you.
Ah, okay. I've got a rules question, guys, so I'll be back.
Kyle's just... So sorry, Rob's. I'm back now. Kyle just popped out. Farmace, yeah, Farmace. We were talking about formations earlier. So each of the armies has got one formation in this one. So we didn't want to overload everyone with different formations. So yeah, everyone's getting one formation. And again, like Kyle was saying, it's a chance of looking at some of those units that maybe needed, maybe weren't getting on the table enough, and having a look at maybe giving them a bit of a boost as well. So Clive's coming on and asking about Dan King's flying circus. So yeah, he's got a lot of flying stuff in there, 8 aeronauts and a lot of edge grenadiers. We mentioned earlier on that aeronauts, you know, is going to get changed, so they will become a regular, so you won't have quite the amount that you've got in this one. And Kyle was mentioning as well that there could be some last minute tweaks as well to their rules. So Dan's playing Janice Stother this morning, so we'll have to see how he gets on with that one.
I had 2 rules questions in a row.
2 rules questions in a row. And what were the rules questions, Kyle?
The first one was actually very tricky.
Right.
The concern was around an individual who, the way that he had it positioned, the individual couldn't pivot to a line without going through another unit. So he was doing it in a defensive way so that he couldn't be charged. We see this very commonly against dragons, sort of things, because dragons can see over a lot.
Sure, yeah.
They hit an individual, the individual then has to be the one to align flush, and then the dragon slides to center. This was a situation where it was individual against individual.
Right.
And he was in a front arc, and based on how he was butted up against another unit, he couldn't actually align. And his flank was open, but not the front.
Okay.
So what was interesting about it is he technically had protected himself because of the way that he was positioned. And that's how it's written, even though I may not necessarily agree with it, but that's how it works. So the second one was a simple charge. Am I going to be hindered, if I go this way? With charges, you have to go the shortest possible, most direct possible route. So you can't curve around, terrain. You would basically pivot the minimum distance to get it a straight line. If you have to. So, and that's what he was able to do, and he cleared, and he wasn't hindered. So that was a good thing.
I mean, that's not bad. So we're an hour in now, and we've only had one. Well, we've got an hour left actually, or just under an hour left actually, for this game. I think this game finishes at 12:15. So yeah, 3 games today. So this is the first game. So a few discussion about Snake Eyes as well. Jerry saying it's his favourite rule in the game.
Yeah, people are very love it or hate it
Yeah.
with those rules. We talked about, this is an interesting little tidbit that is not in the Clash of Kings book. It didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
But we talked about finding a way to punish fearless units a little bit more.
Right, okay, yeah.
Because obviously the waiver being a completely thrown out the window thing makes for certain armies like Undead, Empire of Dust, to have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
And what we thought about doing was making it so that Snake Eyes
Yeah.
stayed the same, but if you rolled boxcars, double sixes, against a fearless unit that didn't route them, you would waiver them.
Okay. Right.
Only on natural 6 and 6.
Yeah, I suppose it's just one of the things you've got to remember, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
And then that's it. Okay, so there's a link on Kings of War Fanatics now, so if you're at home and want to know where people are placing and that sort of stuff, you will be able to follow that on Tabletop TO. Yeah, so sorry, I think the simplicity of Snake Eyes is you don't have to, it's just, that's what it is. Do you know what I mean? And same with double 6 as well.
Right.
I think messing with things like that.
That's ultimately why we didn't do it.
Yeah.
Don't want to make the game more complex.
No, and I think, because you've obviously you're adding things
Especially
like
in the core
formations.
rules.
Yeah, changing the core rules in a supplement is, not great.
Don't do that.
I mean, there are some new rules. Obviously, you've got, is it Rampage? What's the new, or Slayer?
There's some Rampage and Slayer.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about those yet.
No, we haven't.
Well, let's talk a little bit. Let's talk about, let's talk about Slayer. What's Slayer then, Kyle?
So Slayer, they work very similar.
Right.
So Slayer is
We'll
a new
do Slayer
special
today,
rule.
and we'll talk about Rampage tomorrow.
There you go. It's very similar to what you would see on a giant, where you get D6 additional attacks.
Yeah.
Slayer is going to be a either set or random number of additional attacks, but against very specific unit types.
Okay.
So Slayer is more around those large infantry, large cavalry kind of units.
Yeah.
And Rampage works very similar, but against other types of units.
Okay.
So it's just a way to get some extra damage in,
And that's like for giants, so we'll be on giant. Yeah, because I suppose giants for me, again, in the goblin list, giant tends to get squeezed out by other stuff.
Yeah.
Because the damage is often so, the damage output doesn't seem that much compared to something like a mincer mob or that kind of stuff. So that'll be interesting actually to see how that works. So it looks like on that left flank there, it looks like the enslaved guardians have been taken off now because there's a big gap, which I assume is where they were. So that opens that up now for Kevin to come round and take that. Who's your money on at the minute, Kyle?
I was on Kevin, but I've kind of switched over to Tom.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's like another
We'll
one
see.
gone.
Yeah.
I think that's more enslaved guardians gone there, actually. Look at this. Furious pointing. It's obviously, I think he's maybe just working out whether he can pivot. Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's just... So that's that behind the wall there. That was the Revenants, wasn't it?
Yes.
So they haven't done a lot. They've just stuck behind that wall.
Well,
and
I imagine that there's an objective either under them or near them.
I might go check actually that one.
There's one in the middle there, right where he's moving those golems at the moment.
Yeah.
He's trying to cover his arcs, and that's what they're discussing.
So the golems at the back that haven't actually done anything at the minute, the ones that sort of turned around at the minute, why have they turned around? Is there something...
He's either thinking the game is ending very quickly and I need to go get that objective.
Right, so he's heading to that objective.
Yeah,
right,
they're
okay.
slow. They are shambling. They can't go at the double.
Right.
It's going to take a few turns to get there.
Yeah.
Or he's trying to play defense against the Revenants.
Interesting, because there's obviously nothing there on that left flank now, is there? That's
Right. unless I can't quite tell from that top-down angle, but he did have a few things over there. I think that maybe Pappy was over there.
Okay.
I don't think Shobik is. I think Shobik is the one that's behind the Revenants right now.
Right.
But Pappy is no joke. And if Pappy comes in there in his backfield, he needs the golems.
Yeah.
to
So I'll go and have a look, see if there is
Sure.
anything there. Because at
Yeah.
the minute it looks like they just turned around. It's a shame we don't have like a direct mic to them, so we can say, "Hey, what are you
Hey,
doing
what is
that
this?"
for?"
Yeah, there's definitely something over there. And that to me is what stands out as Tom having a bit of an advantage. The Snake Eyes really did mess up Kevin quite a bit. Martin just walked in the room.
Hello. Feel a bit better now.
Good. Good news.
I've been watching the stream. Very, very
Yeah?
good.
Yeah.
You two sound professional.
Just doing golf commentary.
Yeah.
Here we
Cricket.
are on the 13th green.
Have you kept your sanity yet, or are you starting to lose it?
No, I'm doing good.
Okay.
Had a couple of rules questions.
Okay. Oh, I'm getting kicked out.
You're going to be our remote reporter.
Yeah, we're going to send you out. So actually, I've got that totally wrong on that left flank.
Okay.
It's, Tom's got it.
Yeah, what
I
units
thought
does he
the
have over there?
so I've taken
That
a
was
picture.
the Snake Eyes. That was the bad part.
Yeah. So it looks like he's got.
Okay, that's definitely Pappy.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. That could be Shobik.
Unless it's his bone giant,
It could be his Bone Giant.
Yeah, yeah. And
I would think Shobik is in the middle and the Bone Giant is on
and
the
then
flank.
Basusu's over there as
Yeah,
well.
he's-
Yeah.
Susan's not going to last long.
No.
Would you like a drink? You got one? Do you want one?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's the Snake Eyes was such a big.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. That's interesting, that one, because I thought he'd got that sewn up, but clearly not.
That is definitely what the golems are doing. Then they're
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
play defense,
Yeah.
or at least contest that objective. They've got higher unit strength
Yeah.
than the two of them together.
It's funny actually, because when you actually get out there, this is a mirror image of what's actually out there. So I was really confused when I was there. I was like, oh, there's nothing.
Yeah,
I
everything's
couldn't understand
flipped.
what's going on. So everything's flipped. Okay, so maybe I'm coming to Tom with you then. Maybe
Yeah.
that's.
I mean, something that's great about Kings of War is how the game can flip on you.
Yeah, yeah,
Because you can feel super confident, and then all of a sudden,
yep.
you're looking at turn 6, and it's like, oh, if that goes wrong, then this
Yeah.
I am not getting that objective, or losing that unit with that loot token, whatever it happens to be.
And also, there's that slim chance of a turn 7 as well, which can
Sure,
make a huge
yeah.
difference. You know.
We looked at information after Masters, not very closely, but very casually,
Yeah.
at how many games people were saying they thought that they were going to win on turn 6, turn
Right.
7 happened, and then they lost.
Okay.
In that specific order.
Yeah, yeah.
That they had it at 6 and lost on 7.
Right.
So that's an interesting, just conversation piece. Is it something that needs looked at further? Is it so consistent that
Yeah.
it's a problem? Because that would be an issue for the game,
Yeah.
obviously.
And what did you have an outcome for that one?
No.
Or- okay,
It's,
you're looking
it's
at
kind of like, yeah. What is this? Is it something that's legitimate, or is it just, is it the random flip?
it. Yeah.
Because attrition plays into it. You're going to lose more units
Yeah, yeah.
possibly.
Yeah, and it could be even things like,
Does
if
it
you're on an
favour certain
objective,
armies?
yeah, could you get wind blasted off
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something like that? Yeah. Oh, so the first result is Elliot Morris with his halflings versus Alexander. I don't know what the name of Alexander is. Both with halflings. So it looks like, wow. Okay, so Elliot got 20 points
Elliot did
there.
very well.
He's
He's nearly tabled
yeah.
Alexander.
So halfling v halfling there. So that was the Shires, different parts of the Shires all fighting each other.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that is wow.
Bit of a family dispute, maybe.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit like the Sackville Bagginses versus the Bagginses, maybe.
What was that final? 20-5.
Yeah.
Oh. So good for Elliott. Good start for him. I know Elliott's a favorite in some circles to take the whole tournament.
Really?
I would think it is a possibility.
Okay.
He's just good. He's practiced with that halfling list.
Yeah.
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 He's a good player. The Northern Kings Club in general, they have a lot of good players. Except for Nick.
How dare you? Well, he's not listening, is he? He's too busy
not
playing.
listening,
We can
yeah.
say what we like about Nick.
Nick has beaten me pretty handily.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I can dish it out, but not fairly.
Okay. So the Revenants are sort of finally sort of getting in there. They're looking quite dangerous now, actually.
Yeah. All of a sudden, once something swings like that, because they've got a few threatening points.
So he's obviously... Kevin's got his enslaved guard... Not enslaved guardian. So he's got his golems in the middle there. He hasn't got a lot left now, I don't think.
Yeah.
Now, I can't remember who it was who specifically requested this grudge match, but if it was Tom, then it's it's a bit sneaky that he was like, oh yeah, let's have this.
The Revenants might actually be healthy again too. I don't see a damage marker next to them.
No.
And they've got the ability to heal the Soul Snare and Shobik.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage that can come off of them. He's been hiding behind that fence to make sure his charges were hindered against. And
Yeah. Regeneration's a really interesting one because, like, so Martin in his prep, he was playing a lot with the Terrors and things like that.
Yes.
And you have to commit so much because the chances are, they're going to heal back at least a few of their wounds. I had that game against Steve Hildrew where I was really pleased because I put 9 wounds on his mutant rat fiend, rolled pretty low on the nerve, and then he healed every single one back.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is crazy. But just regeneration does make you think as an opponent, okay, well, what am I going to do for this one? How are you going to tackle it? Yes, if the Revenants are coming in with no wounds, because I guess they were only against the slave orcs, weren't they? They're not.
And it's discouraging.
Yeah.
As a player, do you want to put more into them now?
Yeah.
Because you just saw them heal back a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
What's the chances that you're going to actually take them off? And with their nerve, that's what makes them so formidable.
Yeah. I like that idea as well, actually, that, it is almost like if you imagine you were fighting them and all of a sudden, they're the undead, they're sort of like, they're coming back to life, or it's your fallen allies are coming back as their team. Yeah, I like that. As a fluffy sort of point of view, it's pretty good. Okay, so he's shifting over behind that windmill there.
I don't know what hero support he has left either.
Yeah, Kevin's interesting actually because, like I said, at one point I thought he sort of got the middle, but then I suppose the only thing he can rely on is he's got defense 6, hasn't he? So it's going to be quite a slog to take them out. But so Farmace is asking about what's happening in France. So actually we're looking at getting the distribution in France sorted at the minute. Ronnie and Matt were over there the other week. So hopefully we'll have some good news for our French Kings of War fans pretty soon, actually, for that, and German Kings of War fans as well. The German translation is coming out in November, which is pretty exciting. I know a lot of people in Germany have been keen to get hold of Kings of War in German, so that is it's taken a bit longer than we expected, but it is finally coming out in November. So that was pretty good, actually. Very exciting. Now I guess Kevin's just looking what he's going to do here. So the objectives, I guess, like you say, maybe the golems are trying to get over there, but they're going to have quite the struggle to get over there, I think, by the time
And
Tom's
even
reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah, even if he does get that one, I'm not sure it's worth it.
Yeah.
If there's 3 in the center there, I know that we've got one, lower left corner
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
windmill. There's one on the just to the right of the windmill. One
Yeah.
in the center. That's three. That's three solid ones. I don't know where the other three are. I think that there's one in front of where the golems at the top of the screen are moving towards now. I would imagine that there's some over there by Apaphis and the Bone Giant. The dangerous thing is like, yes, the golems can take one away from those.
Yeah.
But the Bone Giant and Pappy can then go claim their own objectives, so that they could have two right there. And then, if he only gets one or two in the center,
Yeah.
and he's got a lot of unit strength with those Revenants, unit strength 4 on them, that beats everything on the Abyssal Dwarf side.
Yeah, I mean, so those sort of golems that are kind of running off at the back there, do you think you would have spun them round to look at the Revenants, or do you think the Revenants are kind of, I guess they wouldn't have done enough damage to take the Revenants out, would they? But at least they could have, because I guess the Revenants may get a flank.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if there is an objective in the center, you're not winning that unit strength battle.
Yeah.
So the Revenants just being there, they don't have to, if they're alive, they beat out.
Yeah, so unit strength again, just for those of you just tuning into watch, that is like, if it's a contested objective, the unit with the higher unit strength will win. So the Revenants are unit strength 4, the Golems are unit strength 3.
Yeah.
So
unless he kills the Revenants
yeah,
and removes them, he's not getting that objective.
No.
He would, though, against a Bone Giant.
Yes.
Or
So maybe that's what he's thinking there at the back.
That's what he's thinking, is put it where you can get it. That struck me as a very important nerve roll.
So Ken says, hope they'll show a match with the halflings. Yeah, I mean, this will typically be the top table. This one here. Obviously, this first game was a grudge match between Tom and Kevin, so we thought this was quite a good one to put on.
Sure.
But depending upon how results go in the first round, I mean, we just had Elliot's results in a minute, and he's looking pretty good for maybe being on the top table this next one. But we'll have to see.
Halflings have a slight advantage right now because they're unknown.
Yes, yeah. So people don't know how to deal with them necessarily because they haven't played that many games against them. Yeah.
You sort of know what Empire of Dust is going to do.
Yeah.
You sort of know what Abyssal Dwarves are going to do. So it's an entirely different animal in that sense.
Yeah. And Elliot, so he has actually put together an army that's pretty much based on what you get in the contents of the Mega Army.
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool, and it shows that from those Mega Armies you can do a nice balanced kind of list. So he's got things like the pig in there,
the Iron Beast,
Iron Beast, yeah. Hogzilla, Mecha Hogzilla.
He's got the stalwarts.
Yeah.
A few of the wild runners. He's got a really nice list. It's with the halfling design, especially with the way that the frame is made.
Yeah.
You wanted it to be usable with infantry and cavalry together.
Yeah.
They've got a ton of nimble just built into what they can do. There's auras available to them. There's a lot of synergy, and to me, they're not a blunt army in any way. You can't just move them forward and expect to win.
No, they strike me as they're not like they're probably not a beginner army. I think I'd struggle with them for sure. I mean, making the most of those auras and that kind of stuff is key. So yeah, hopefully we might see Elliot on this one next. Maybe we'll have to see.
The list itself is pretty well balanced. I mean, you can go a heavy speed approach. You can go a heavy shooting approach, especially with the Troll Gunners, the Tinker options that are in there, the keywords for poachers and howitzers. There's lots of things that you can do to put down a lot of firepower as well. So you could go the grind approach and do just a whole bunch of Braves. They've got a ton of options that are built into the list for playstyles.
Yeah, I think it's good actually. I think it's nice to have a list where you have got those tools for different to suit your play style. If you like a really fast list, well, obviously you've got a lot of cavalry options in there.
Well, that's been a focus of Clash of Kings and the changes.
Yeah,
is to introduce more play styles to the factions.
Yeah.
Because right now it can feel a little bit shoehorned.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So the more you can do, there's a big unit off.
Yeah, it's not. I'd say it's not looking good for Kevin now.
No.
So he's got, I think he's only really got left now these two golems. And I guess, yeah, so you got the objective in the middle. I think he was measuring then just to see how far away he was from the objective. I think he's too far away, isn't he? He's not within, he's going to be within, is it within three or three? Yeah.
And I would guess just from looking at it that he's got the center one locked down and the one by the windmill locked down.
So Jerry's talking about the halfling, says the sorcerer aura stacking is amazing, combined with Tinker's and Iron Beast. I really enjoyed them in the Halpis campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and they've proved very popular, in terms of, the mega army has been sold out for absolutely ages. It's finally back in stock. And I think what we've done well from not patting myself on the back here, but what we've done well, I think, is make them Mantic's own halflings. They're not just little people with hairy feet. They're sort of there's references to that. There's a bit of references to like the cooking, which some people like, or there's references to like them having little short fat bellies. But actually, with the edge grenadiers and stuff like the aeronauts, there's quite a good mix of different things in there. Oh, there's another one gone. I think that might have been one of his heroes, wasn't it? Probably that one.
Yeah.
Maybe that was probably Basusi's on the other side. That could have been the slave driver. I think that one going there.
Well, he did a slight reform to advance after the combat to get closer to that objective too.
Do you want me to find out if this is turn 6? I think this. Pardon? Oh, we got so. Kyle's got his third question of game 1.
It's not bad.
About overrunning. Maybe find out what turn they're on. Okay. Can you find out what turn they're on the top table, please? Can you find out what turn they're on table 1, please? So we're just going to find out what turn they're on now. I think they might be on there. So Kevin there's moved his golems up to get that objective, and then also they're on turn 6. This is the last turn now. And then we'll find out who's got the objectives on that one. So as you can see, if you've never played Kings of War, we've got through this game pretty quick. That's one of the beauties of it, though. The rules aren't too difficult, so you can play a few games in an evening potentially as well. So what we will be doing after this one is we'll have a break for lunch. So we'll go for a bit, and then we will be back later on. So Kevin there is backing up. Now, I don't know if he's backing up onto... I guess he's backing up to get the objective there. Look, you can just see the objective to the golem's right. So he's got 2 at the minute. The Revenants have got the one in that middle. So Farmis in the comments is spreading some Basilean propaganda about how wonderful they are. Obviously, as a devoted Goblin player, I can't possibly comment on that. So at the minute, like I say, it looks like the Golems have got 2 objectives of the Abyssal Dwarfs. But we'll have to see if he can hold those. I can't remember, if I'm honest, I can't remember who went first, whether it's... Looks like he's checking there if he's the... Maybe to see if the Revenants have got a flank. Kyle's back from his rules question there. All sorted, Kyle?
All sorted.
So we're just saying this is turn 6. I'm trying to remember who went first. Was it Empire Dust or?
I think it was Tom Empire Dust.
Okay. So I wonder if maybe because Kevin's just been doing some checking for flanks and things.
30 minutes left.
Okay, 30 minutes left, yeah. Let me check who went first, actually.
Ooh. That's just a matter of cleanup at this point. Maybe moving the obsidian golems where he did forced Tom to move the dragon back over.
So he's actually gone to turn 7.
Ah.
So that's what's happening here. So Tom is doing his Emperor Augustus, and then it will be Kevin with his Abyssal Dwarfs.
Well, Tom had flown Paphos behind the Revenants and
Right.
then charged over and got a flank on the...
Okay, nasty.
Yeah, it's...
That's the thing
Gross.
you've really got to watch out for, particularly with flying ones.
I kind of want to buy Kevin a beer and just pat him on the back. And it's going to be okay, buddy.
Yeah. We'll find out as well who pushed for this grudge
the
match.
grudge, yeah.
Because if it was Tom, then that's a bit cruel. So I think a few people are finishing up now as well. I've seen a few people handing in their results to Matt. So we'll have to see what's going on. Yeah, again, if you want to keep a track of it, look at Tabletop TO. You can search for Clash of Kings. It's also on the Kings of War Fanatics group as well. We shared it on there. So I guess actually the turn 7 probably won't make much of a difference on this one, really, Kyle, I guess.
No, I can't see this changing.
I mean,
Just because, you know, unless Tom, for whatever reason, had decided to just walk off away from the objectives, which
Oh,
which
Jane,
struck
I
me as
did that
strange.
once. I
Did you?
saw it was a long time. I think it was second. I haven't been. No, was it first edition? It was one like the Clash of Kings qualifiers. Played. I think it was probably my first tournament with the Goblins, and I, with the flea bags, totally saw the red mist and was like, "Oh, I've got a flank here," and charged off the objective that I was standing on turn 6.
I don't know what's happening top of the screen over here. I'm assuming that there is a bone giant on an objective back there.
Okay, yeah.
Which gives 1 to Tom. Tom has the central objective, and then Tom has that lower central objective that's closer to the windmill.
Yeah.
Kevin appears to have the one that is on the left side of the windmill, and then the one beneath the house. So at least 3-2, which
Yeah.
makes that combat down there in the bottom fairly important.
Yeah.
But that's cleaned up now.
Yeah, there we go. Well, that's made it easy for us to say.
Yeah.
So he's still got that poor lone unit. I think the golems are the only thing that's left now, potentially.
Yeah, he wanted to overrun there, get within 3 inches.
Yeah.
If you're going to win, I mean, you just
Oh, there we go. There's this handshake.
get as many points as you can.
Yeah. So I think that'll be... let me go and check how many objectives he got. But I think it's definitely 3.
Looks like 4. At least fairly close. That wraps it up for game 1. He's checking that last one. Attrition looks like it's a pretty big thing here too, just with the golems being the only thing I can see left on the table.
So it was 4. So yeah. So Tom got 4. And I asked who wanted the grudge match, and they said it was 50-50.
Okay.
So it wasn't like Tom was pushing for this.
That's the nice answer.
Yeah. So okay. So we are going to have probably quite a long break now. What we'll do is we'll leave the stream on. So the stream is here all day, but it will go to the Be Right Back. I mean, we can leave this on, I suppose, for a minute while they're all chatting. So you can see how they clean up. They're working out their points now, getting the calculators out.
Yeah, that's right. The attrition there is pretty nasty too.
Yeah, yeah. This is going to be interesting because, you know, I mean, so he got. Could be similar. Yeah, it'll be interesting actually to see what Tom gets from here.
Pretty close to Elliot's finish. Maybe we'll have a duplicate Elliot.
Yeah,
Tom match.
that'll be interesting one of those two. Yeah, so I don't know what the next. Let me go and find out what the next game
Time
will
slot
be,
is.
and then the time as well. So then you know when to. So we can all. Oh, have your breakfast if you're just waking up, or you can have your lunch if you're in the UK or Europe. Okay, so let's have a look. So we've got. Just bear with me while I leaf through the tournament pack.
What beautiful artwork for that tournament pack.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't know who this guy is on the front. Big. Well, he's obviously a halfling, and then a big dude on some sort of animal. So yeah, so we will be back at around 1:15, and the next game is Plunder. So you can tune in for that one. Then, so we've got game. Yeah, that's 1:15, and then 3:45, 3:45 is Fool's Gold. And then tomorrow we've got a nice early start, 9:15. Okay, so we will. I guess we'll put this on the Be Right Back. Oh, and then, so Matt's, so before we go, famous Farmers says, guys, if Matt's around, will we ever have a compendium about gods in Panathor? Interestingly, so I don't know. We have someone writing a book about the Shining Ones. I don't know if Brandon from Wing to Sara has announced who it is. Has he?
I don't know.
No,
I
will find out.
Let me look real quick if it's somewhere on social media.
Okay, we'll have a look. Obviously, I know the author. I was quite excited about this author when we announced it. So, yeah, but he's got a trilogy about the Shining Ones. So that would be really interesting, actually, to find out how the dynamics between them work and that sort of stuff. Yeah, that will be a good one when that one comes out. So Brandon's working on quite a few books at the minute. I think they've sort of been hit a bit by COVID, so it's pushed his schedule back. So Rise of the Celestians. Sorry, there we go. By Clint Werner. So yeah, I really like Clint. I've read a lot of his Thankwall books.
CL. That's always how I.
CL Werner. Yeah. But yeah, really excited to see what he does. So okay, well we're going to go quiet for a bit while we have some lunch. Carl, what are you having? This is the most important part.
The chicken. I chose the chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Because I'm a bit annoyed because obviously what happens on. I remember early on we've lost the feed. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Too much metal.
At the cricket, and they're doing that when they're doing Test Match Special. People bring them ice creams, and we've had no one bringing us ice creams.
Yeah.
So it looks like the feed's going as well. So we will, unless it's people knocking it as they're putting their armies away.
Yeah.
So we're going to go. We're going to leave the feed on. I think there's some delightful fantasy music that Firestorm's chosen, so you might be able to listen to that. And if not, come back about 1:15. We will, maybe about 1 o'clock, about 1:15ish, as people are getting set up. And we shall see you later on. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. We are back with Elliot Morris with his halflings and John Quayle with his Basileans. So I think Elliot was the only player to get 20 in the tournament points in the first round.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, I thought he was.
Was he really?
Maybe I've made that up.
Dropping microphone.
There we go. Dropping the mic already. I haven't even started talking yet. So now, have they swapped sides since I went out there? The problem is it's all mirrored, so that
Yeah, it looks like Elliot is
on the right.
closer to where we're sitting.
Okay. So the names are wrong at the top. Well, it's
Yes.
fine. Basically, you'll know who everyone is because Elliot's halflings are very, very yellow, and John's Basileans aren't. So we're running a little bit behind time, just due to everyone getting their food. What do you have for lunch, Carl? Let's get the most important stuff.
I had some delicious chicken fingers
Nice.
with some brown sauce that I had never had before,
Brown sauce.
which I
How would
found
you
out
describe it?
it's steak sauce.
Right.
That's how we would have called it A1 sauce basically in the U.S. It's a specific brand that we eat. It didn't go with the chicken fingers very well, but
Yeah.
I did it. I ate the whole packet.
So we keep. I'm just going to give them a shout because the feed keeps going down, but I'm sure they're watching it downstairs. So that's not a problem. So should we go and have a look through these lists? I
Let's
guess
do
the halfling one will probably be the one most people will be interested in.
Yes,
But we will have a look. Let's start with John's Basileans.
good call.
So we've got the Paladin Foot Guard Regiment, the Gur Panthers, 2 troops of those, Paladin Knights, regiment of those with Jesse's Boots of Striding. Then we've got lots of Elohi. I had to think about that.
Elohi.
You've got a regiment with the Blade of Slashing. You've got a Horde with the Brew of Sharpness, and you've got a Horde with the Brew of Strength. So I guess there is big ticket units. Are they these ones?
If we still have viewers that were watching our first stream, this is a very similar list to the Empire of Dust player already.
Yeah. And then you've got heavy. How many heavy? 2 heavy arbalests. So they're the war engines, basically, like the.
Yeah, these are bolt throwers.
Yeah.
But with just a little bit of slight tweak. They've got piercing 2, reload. Have to sit still in order to shoot. It's blast D3 on the hits with 2 attacks. So
Yep.
hitting on 4s is what works with them.
Okay.
That's why you take them.
We've got Phoenix. So Phoenix. I've seen a lot of Phoenixes today actually around in different lists. It's nice.
It's a really nice monster. The scary thing about taking a Phoenix when you're putting it in your list is that defense 3.
Yeah.
Because they can be shot very easily. That 14-16 nerve, it's a very easy thing to target. It's a height 6.
Yeah. So you're gonna see it from
you
everywhere.
can see
pretty
it. Very low shooting defense.
So
and
I've got a Phoenix in the Salamanders that I'm doing at the minute. I'd never even noticed that 3 defense.
it's scary.
That is pretty tough. You got a priest with the Conjurer's Staff and Bane Chant. I guess that's to help give his guys a bit of a boost when it comes to the combat. Neus Celestis. So that's the hero. Is that the one on the
Yes.
lion?
Mhm.
That's the one on the lion.
Yeah.
Yep. So again,
He's a budget option. So
Yeah.
because he's large cavalry, he's going to have the ability to get flanks and rears.
Yeah.
And hitting on 3s with the crushing that he does, nimble. It's just for 180 points, he can put a lot of damage on multiple different types of units. So very sneaky type
Yeah.
of hammer unit.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was speaking to Steve Hildrew. Yeah, whenever you want. Yeah, we're talking now. So that was Elliot checking if he's right to start. So we're talking to Steve Hildrew at lunch, actually, and he was saying that you get sort of like, almost like mini dragons.
Yes,
in
yeah.
third. So I guess Naeus is
Naeus
like one of
is
those.
a mini dragon,
Yeah,
yes, that's
it's
what
I
we call
never
it.
thought of that before. But
The
actually there's-
like Lord on Frostfang,
yeah,
very similar.
I guess
option.
Maybe the Rhinosaur Captain. I haven't looked
Yeah.
at that one, but I guess similar sort of
Yep.
thing. Yeah, so that's interesting actually. Individuals that you can kind of do a lot of tricks with. And then finally you got Julius, Dragon of Heaven. So hero, large infantry. That one.
Again, very similar
Yeah,
type of unit, but you're paying the full dragon point profile for him.
yeah.
He is also defense 6,
Okay.
dash 16. I mean, he's got. I've seen players do work with Julius. In my opinion, if you're playing a really competitive Basilean list, he is in it.
Yeah. Okay. So quite a bit of flying. You've got the Alohi who are flying. You've got the Phoenix who's flying. Julius. So that's quite interesting. So quite a mobile list, and I think
Yes.
that's one by the looks of it.
Tremendous.
Yeah. So you can see
Lots
why-
of hammers.
Yeah, and
like
the Gers,
everything is going to hit hard.
That is a really fast list, actually, because you're looking at the Ger Panthers, speed 10, Paladin Knights, speed 8, Alohi, speed 10, Phoenix, speed 10. So he's going to be getting around the board quite quick. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how
Yes.
he goes against the Halflings. So now we come on to Elliot's Halflings. So we mentioned actually on the previous stream that Elliot wanted to basically use the contents of the Mega Army. So he's used that as the core one, and then added some bits to it as well. So he's got a horde of Braves. Then he's got a troop of Stalwarts. He's got another troop of Stalwarts, a regiment of Stalwarts. And has he exchanged them for the weapons? I think he has, actually. So he's exchanged shields, I think, for 200 weapons.
Yeah, so they go from defense 5 down to defense 4, but they get crushing 1.
Okay.
Common option.
Yeah.
The point efficiency here is the real key.
Right.
Hitting on 4 is okay, fine. 10 and 12 attacks. There's a lot of efficiency in a troop with 10 attacks compared to the regiment with only 12. So, and for the point difference is 75 to 115.
Okay.
That's the beauty of halflings, is they are just really... They're like goblins, being point efficient, but they've got
they can
some
actually hit
synergies.
things as well.
Yeah, they can actually hit things.
So you got the Wild Runners. You got a regiment of those. You got 2 regiments of those, actually. So they're speed 8, melee 3+, defense 4+, height 3, unit strength 3, attacks 14.
He's given them relentless as well.
Okay, so that was an option. You can...
Yeah, it allows you to basically roll for additional damage against units that already have damage on them.
Just like the dogs, basically,
Yeah.
chomping down on them. You've got the Wild Runners ranged. So you've got a regiment of those. He has exchanged the short bows for black powder weapons.
Get the
So
piercing.
they've got, 18 inches piercing, steady aim. So he's got 2 regiments of those, both with the black powder weapons. He's got the Edge Grenadiers, just 1 regiment of those. The Aeronauts, just 1 regiment of those.
Yeah.
How unusual! I thought they only came in 8.
Yeah, he's only he's only taken 1. It's a balanced approach.
2 Harvesters.
No, they're good.
Yeah. I like the Harvester. I think it's so speed 5, melee 3+, defense 4+. So a lot of, I guess the defense is, you got a lot of stuff. Defense 3+, 4+. It's not big. It's not big stuff, is it?
The defense, being 4 is one thing, but they've got a special rule.
They've got big shield.
Yeah.
Okay, so 6+ from the front. So as a Goblin Mincer player, I like that.
Yeah.
It's a novel idea for me to have a 6+ unit. So that's a big thing. If obviously if John can get round into the back or the side of the Harvester, then that big shield's going to go down to defense 4. You've got the Iron Beast, which is like the big. We talked about the Mecha Hogzilla,
pig.
the big pig. He's given Pride of the Shires. So what's that do?
So that's the special upgrade.
Okay.
From memory, it gives him additional rules. So they should be the ones that are listed here. So that is correct. So it does give Inspiring or a Headstrong or a Spell Ward.
Okay.
So quite a bit of extra help there for 30 points.
Yeah, you've got the Sorcerer, giving up the Inspiring Talisman, so it'll become Inspiring, and mounted on a miniature Arales, so that increases its speed to 8. You've got the Engineer, and then finally you've got the Muster Captain on Winged Arales with the Brew of Haste and Relentless as well. So I guess a big thing about the Halflings is obviously all their auras. So I guess for people who haven't seen the Halflings yet, how does all that work, Kyle?
So quite a bit of it is done naturally,
Yeah.
like with the Sorcerer. You're able to pick the aura that you want to use,
Right.
and then it lasts until the start of the next
Okay.
turn. So it's a beneficial way to just support the units that you need to. But things like the Engineer are a little bit different because they've got that keyword flexibility. I think that there's a Radiance of Life or a Wild Charge +1 for Tinker, and then Radiance of Life Tinker.
Okay.
So both of those things, the Engineer then is really good to use with things like the Aeronauts and the Edge Grenadiers. Having that Tinker keyword means that he can put them in position so that the speed that they have, the speed 10, speed 7, giving them Wild Charge +1, all of a sudden they can surprise you.
Yeah.
Just by getting that Engineer into a position, because it's based on where they are at the start of the move. So if you can move them into a range to take advantage of it, then
Yeah, so it feels like it's kind of one maybe not one of the first, but one of the armies that certainly takes advantage of the keywords. You know, you've got the Tinkerer keyword. So it feels like, again, we mentioned earlier on that it feels like a list that if you've played quite a few games, obviously you know what you're doing with it, you can probably make the most out of it. So, because Elliot did play against another halfling player in the first round, and obviously won that one. So we will see what happens here. So on the screen, again, unfortunately, the names are the wrong way around. I don't want to change it in case I break it. But it's actually Elliot with the yellow halflings. Actually, maybe I could change it. I'm going to risk it.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Kyle, you'll have to entertain everyone while I potentially break it. So it is John that side.
Play by play. He's typed in John.
Okay. Now I'm
Successfully.
typing in Elliot.
No typos.
Yeah. Oh,
Elliot, slowly.
Elliot, yeah.
It's in, complete.
Elliot is
Just
fine.
gonna check.
Next.
And now I have to
Basslanes.
change the label from halflings
Okay.
to Basslanes. Let's
And
see if you
when
can do that.
When this goes live,
Yes.
everyone's going to lose their minds. Okay.
Update. Update. Do it. Did it happen?
We won't know. We won't know. Oh, there we go.
We got a
Boom.
little delay. We've got a little delay.
We'll get a little delay on the YouTubes. But so we're playing Plunder for this scenario.
Yeah, so you're going to nominate some of these tokens, which are loot tokens, that allow you to be worth more points.
Okay.
So the majority of them are 2 points, and one is going to be worth... the majority are worth 1 point. You can nominate them to be worth... each player will nominate one to be worth 2 points.
Now look, I've got to straighten this up. So this is exciting for people who know OBS. I'm in the back end now, just sorting it all out. So obviously, who's your money going to be on this one, Kyle? I guess what are you sort of looking to do in this scenario?
In my opinion, since you get to nominate the tokens that are worth what they're worth,
Yeah.
we need to find out from Martin which ones they've nominated.
Okay.
At a certain point.
Well, wait a minute, everyone at home, because it's very exciting because we've been.
I don't know that they've done it yet. So
The walkie.
yeah.
Damn. Let's attest that the walkie-talkies work.
Okay.
Big dog, do you receive me? That's the code word for Martin. We've been given walkie-talkies so we can live communicate. It's not working. Right, I'm going to have to go and try and get our walkie-talkies to work. But we have got walkie-talkies so Martin can be our eyes and ears on the ground.
Yeah.
He's probably too busy
He's the
eating
field
his
reporter.
burger. Yeah, so once they've done that, we'll get them to find out what's going on.
So the 2 points in this becomes far more critical.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 tokens. You know, you can either have 2 tokens or the one. So it's quite a bit. And depending on where they place them, they'll either put them apart from each other.
Yeah.
Or stack them up.
Oh, Matt's called on today. No, we were just testing if the walkie-talkie works, Matt.
It made a noise. I didn't know which button to press, so
Okay, good.
rather than use the remote to
No,
communicate,
that's
I
fine.
just came back in.
Okay, well, when Martin, you need to give Martin the mic. He's meant to be our roving reporter.
Well, he's got down to hand out slips for round 2.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll let him off then. We'll let him off, and then when he comes
For
back,
now.
he can be our yeah. He needs to be our eyes and ears next to the table.
It's important. And I'm assuming based on the colors that they have here, that they have chosen which 2 are going to be worth 2.
Okay.
And it could be those 2 right there in the middle of the screen, which would be very interesting if it is.
Well, I could go find that out. I'll go find that
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
I can do that. Obviously, I'm disappointed that Martin isn't here, but that's fine.
We'll see. They should have chosen which one already, but you never know. I think it's a very balanced game. Both lists are extremely balanced in the sense that they've not gone for spam in any one direction. The Basslanes have a pretty clear hammer approach. They're looking to pick some units up on the initial charge. Halflings have generally lower nerve, and that can happen, but there's also a lot more of them, so we'll have to see how he plays it. Those 2. Okay, so the top of the camera are worth 2 points.
So the 2 green ones. So as you're now, I've got to remember it's on. Yeah, so it's at the end near that house. I think as well they've moved the. I think they might have moved the scenery around a little bit as well for this one.
Jerry, yes. He's got Relentless also on the Muster Captain, which is on the Winged Arles, which he gave Brew haste on. That's another sneaky thing he can do.
Yeah.
So, speed 11 now.
Wow.
22-inch charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a very, very good player, Elliot. Obviously, he's on the rules committee as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he does with this list, actually. So if you were John, you know, what are you gonna be doing when you're coming up against this list?
Well, I mean, we kind of mentioned it last time that you don't know what to expect, and that can be a tremendous challenge. Because you don't know what to expect, I think that it can make you more timid.
Yeah, sure.
You sort of want to see what things can do. I mentioned while you had stepped out that John's list has a lot of the kind of hammers that you want to hit a unit and pick it up on that initial charge.
Yeah.
And what I see being a problem is that, you know, Elliot's nerve is very low, which makes that extremely possible.
Yeah.
But he's just got more unit volume.
Yeah,
you know, he's
sure.
got more units to work around it. So depending on how Elliot decides, I think Dan King famously said every unit is chaff when you
Yeah.
need it to be. So depending on what Elliot decides to use as what and what approach they want to take, it's interesting to me that it feels like they deployed pretty evenly.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times, to me, if there were two on one side of the table, you might really tend to deploy down towards where those 2 points are.
Yeah.
But that's not what they've done. They've sort of spread it out, and
So it looks like the Phoenix is going up against the Mecha Hogzilla on the top of the top of the table there. As it is.
I'm gonna take the hog in that one.
Yeah. Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Just to the low defense on the Phoenix.
Well, depending on where his wild runners are with the ranged attacks, because I mean them steady aim and just being able to shoot off along with the Mecha Hogzilla.
Yeah. Don't know what we should have called it that. I'm disappointed now.
we
Actually,
should
in
have.
hindsight, maybe there's still time to change it.
I mean, we did
We have to
go,
change all the packaging.
we did go pretty crazy on a few of the unit names. So
So we need to remember this. So Elliot's first turn. So do remember. In fact, let me make it. If I get a pen, I can make it. I can be really efficient and make a note of what turn we're on. Wow. So Kyle's actually getting it out on his phone. This is the height of efficiency. There we go. Turn 1, Elliot first. Like that as well. So you think John may end up holding back a bit? You reckon this one, just because he's a bit?
I don't know John that well, so I don't know what his tendencies are. His list is not designed to hold back. I mean, he can be incredibly patient.
Yeah.
That kind of list can crash down on you on the bottom of turn 5 and still win the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Patience could work out for him, but the way that Elliot's also got some speed units and also got some shooting units, he kind of can't. You know what I mean? Like the engagements are more important here.
Actually, it might be the pig. Sorry, in the middle of the board there. Actually, let's try our reporter in the field.
Yeah.
Big dog, do you receive me? Can you check where Elliot's Iron Beast is? The big pig, please. Is it in the middle? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We just want to know, Martin, if Elliot's, we think it's his Iron Pig in the middle, Iron Beast. Just we'd like to know that, please.
If it is an Iron Beast.
Yeah, please. Thank you. We'll keep calling him in just to ask him really irrelevant things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that you're just doing this to mess with him at this point. That's all right. I want to know what he's rolling to attack. I mean, he's shooting.
Oh yeah.
I would assume he has to be. There's no engagements.
So we did look at having the audio from the table in, but unfortunately you would all be able to hear it at home as well. And just in case, you know, there could be families watching at home.
Right.
They don't want to. I did say they had to have very express. Oh no, we did no, because we're a few minutes behind.
Looks like 3 damage in the first one.
Okay.
Rolled a relentless, I think, possibly there.
So actually, we should be watching this one. Sorry, Kyle, I'm watching the wrong one there. So we're slightly behind. There we go. So sorry, we've just realised we were watching the YouTube one, which is also slightly behind. So our commentary wouldn't have matched up with what was actually going on. I mean, like
Not that it would have anything.
I'm about to say, like our commentary makes sense anyway. Did Martin give us the answer? Did you give us the answer, Martin? Yes. Did you tell us? Yes, it was.
Yes.
Yes, it is. So there we go. Sorry. It's only game 2.
Elliot's going, what is... Kyle doesn't know that's what...
So I asked John and Elliot to have very expressive hand signals to make sure.
So he's seeing where his final positioning is going to be if he makes a charge. So he's placed a proxy base and checking angles here to say, okay, if I land there, is he going to have a flank on me if I don't take that unit off?
Okay.
Which it
That's
looks
clever.
like from that
I mean,
angle he
that's-
is. Yeah. He's saying if I do kill them and I reform,
Yeah.
I'm now facing this direction, so would it then be a flank? So he's trying to weigh his odds of is this
Right.
worth it or not.
That's a nice. Again, this goes. I mean, John and Elliot are both very good players. That sort of thinking, always thinking ahead, not just getting caught up in the moment and thinking, oh yeah, I can charge these. It's
The reform movement that you get after routing a unit in combat is
Yeah.
critical.
yeah.
I mean, it is so much of the game.
So he's really measuring here.
He's trying to get that straight line to know exactly where that's at.
Yeah.
I really like the ball pivot that he's got on that, so he can pivot cleanly and not just
I've
pick
seen
it
a
up
few.
and wobble it.
Yeah, I've seen a few people that actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so charging in here, and I guess that will be with. Let's look at his list. That'll.
That is.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
yeah. So that's the unit that he was looking to charge with. I didn't
Yeah.
think that was the one he was looking at.
That's the.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just. Yeah,
He's still in, I think.
You think he's in the flank?
Well,
there?
if I could see the top down a little bit better.
Well, this is a really quick list. Like we were saying, I mean,
Yeah,
the fact
yeah.
that he's already getting into charges.
It's either be patient or go get it, and
Yeah.
we see what he's choosing. I mean, there's an advantage to trying to maybe throw Elliot off, because how many games has Elliot gotten in?
Yeah.
There's just hasn't been as much time.
I suppose that's the thing, with the, we have obviously got some half-filling lists here, but they haven't been out for long. The list hasn't been out for long. Getting in those games in is crucial.
I think that was a double charge. It was probably
Is it Naas?
could have been Julius, could have been
yes.
Naas. I don't know for sure. Curious to know. No, he's not picking up the token.
So in this one, you actually pick it up.
Yeah,
okay.
these are loot tokens.
Right, so that's the difference. Obviously, in the last game we saw they were objectives,
Mm-hmm.
but you just had to basically stand on them, and that was
Yeah,
it. This
yeah.
one, so you can, because that's actually because you can drop them as well, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big
Absolutely.
thing. I never realised that. And Steve Hildrew did some very sneaky shenanigans with his.
Yeah.
I missed. So Jerry says, I missed the start of game 1. Is the terrain fixed heights on the table? Good question. And the answer is
I think it's in the rules pack what they have. Do you
Yeah.
have that here?
yes. Actually, I'm not sure I've
It should have
specified.
been. I looked at the rules pack like 3 months ago.
Okay.
So
So I guess he keeps looking at those wild runners in the middle there just to measure, just to see. I mean, John's not messing about here. This is. But like you say, the nerve is pretty low.
correct.
So if he can, potentially even get lucky on a few of these, and he's.
I don't see it listed in the pack.
The height, no.
Mhm.
Okay.
I would think that the buildings are height 6, the hills are height 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it.
So now he's moving over, looking at the Phoenix now. So again, really, really good from John, like checking all the angles, making sure he's not, because that's the worst thing, isn't it, when you leave yourself exposed, well, so to speak. But with your flanks and things. So actually measuring it all out, using those stand-in bases is good as well.
Yeah, some players really take advantage of it. You need to know where you're going to end up.
Yeah.
I've seen the use of individuals to be placed, not even in a charge, but to put them in the way of maybe some difficult terrain or something like that, so that you have to charge around them.
Okay.
And that puts your pivot in a way so that you don't hit the difficult terrain.
Right.
Since you have to go around the unit to complete the charge,
Yeah.
instead of hitting and clipping the difficult terrain, it makes it a clean charge. So there's really clever ways that you can do those sort of things.
So it looks like on Elliot's right, so the top right of the picture in the overhead, that's where he's got all his stalwarts and his braves, I think, it looks like.
That's his unit strength, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, that's where the two points
token,
are.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Another key thing is that when you pick up a loot token, it slows you down to speed 5.
Right.
So halflings being mostly speed 5, he's not losing a whole lot.
I guess that'll be interesting for, say, as we've talked about, Dan's Aeronauts 1, where they're all flying. Mm-hmm. This could be where that comes unstuck, potentially, because they lose flying. Yeah, that's right.
They lose the ability to go speed 10.
Yeah,
so
okay, yeah.
They're still just moving
They can still
around.
fly around, they just fly around a lot slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting to see how that goes.
I mean, that cuts them in half. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I guess if you can't just fly over everyone, then all of a sudden they're a bit vulnerable then at that point.
He also can fly up turn 1.
Yeah.
Screen with his own units because he's got so many of them.
Yeah.
So one row creates a barricade. The other units behind it take the tokens and then just turn around and fly away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
And he buys himself a few turns
Yeah.
to do it. So
I think he's probably measuring there for the Mecha Hogzilla shooting as well.
yeah, this is a very careful first turn by John.
Yeah, Elliot was quite quick, wasn't he, really? Elliot, although I suppose, well, I'm about to say he hasn't moved a lot, but obviously you haven't got the speed to be moving a lot, have you, particularly? So we've got another one of his boards out here. I guess this is for the Elohi as well.
He might be looking defensively right now,
Right.
but I'm not sure if that's the case.
So he's moved the Phoenix up a bit. I guess the Phoenix can do probably, will it be able to do a bit of shooting from this sort of range? It's
No, not quite.
a bit out, is it?
Yeah, fireball's 12 inches, so...
Okay. So he's both actually really, really nice looking armies, these two.
Yeah,
both
definitely.
Mantic ones. I mean, Elliot's managed to turn these around in pretty quick time. Bear in mind, they only came out at the end of August.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Elliot's. I mean, yellow on its own is very difficult to paint.
And I must admit, actually, the contrast paints for things like yellow and orange are great because they're so much thicker.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of doing orange Veermin for Dead Zone and then wanted to expand it for Firefight and realised, wait a minute, I've got to do a lot of orange units here.
Yeah.
But that was a godsend.
So we've got the war engines with hills in the deployment zone. They were deployed on the hill so they can see over quite a bit.
Right.
And that really takes away the ability to have cover
Yeah.
at that part of the field. And
I
it looks like...
thought they would have moved those, but oh well. They must have both agreed.
Well, maybe they thought they couldn't move it.
Well, because they've moved. I think they've moved the houses.
Yeah, they did move some things.
So has Elliot got war machines? Has he got?
There are some available.
Yeah, okay. I don't think he's got them, has he?
Yeah, I don't think he does either. He's not taking that approach.
Yeah, because I think the other half, one of the other halfling lists has got the howitzer and things like that. Dreadpath Zone, that'll be Tyler. Good morning, Tyler. Doing some fantastic Dead Zone content.
It is 2 p.m., sir.
It's Tyler. If you're interested in Dead Zone, make sure you look at the Dreadpath Zone channel because he's had a battle report out yesterday and a fantastic cyberpunk table he's been doing.
He's got the fever right now.
Yeah, he's got that Dead Zone fever. I nearly called it the plague then, but obviously then we'd be sending the enforcers around to his house, so that'd be no good. Okay, so this is when we could have Martin. We maybe get Martin to. He doesn't like anything.
He's rolling a couple of things here. Nerve tests. He's done his shooting.
So I suppose this will be interesting at the bottom for the melee, won't it?
So they survived. Elliot ticked back the Iron Resolve. I saw him do that on his dice.
Right.
This combat, John should win this very easily.
Yeah. And so Iron Resolve is immediate. If you survive that, it's not like the next turn. It's
right.
So Iron Resolve, that is you regain 1 wound if you survive a nerve test. I put that on. It's the what's the name of the? You can put the item magical artifact, isn't there, as well? You can actually put on to give you that.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that is now, but that was quite good. It's quite good on like a horde, particularly goblins, because then it just that 1 extra wound. Coming back. Oh, there we go.
He's giving thumbs up.
Thumbs up. So that. Oh, okay. So that means the wild runners have survived.
I possibly.
Yeah. No, I think
if that's the case, that's a very big deal for Elliot.
Okay.
Very big deal. And I'd be shocked if that was the case.
No, I think that is. And that means
wow.
because
let's get Big Dog in here.
Let's get Big Dog. Do you read me? Big Dog.
On route.
Okay, he's coming in. We think there that Elliot's wild Elliot's wild runners survived.
We got a thumbs up from Elliot. And it
thumbs
looks
up from
like
Elliot.
They survived. I think it's gone to Elliot's turn now, so they must have.
Yeah. Okay, so how close? Just how close were they to going?
Yeah. Are they wavered?
Wild runners.
Because it does make it like if they're wavered too. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That to me that's a huge deal.
So what are the wild runners on? They're on like
12, 14.
Wow, defense 4.
Yeah.
Or even maybe in defense 3 if they're the ranged ones. But I think it looks like they might be there. Okay, that is a big one.
I don't know if he rolled snakes, maybe.
So the wild runners have got 6 damage. So
6 damage.
So he needed a 6 to waver and he
Yeah.
didn't get it.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so 6 damage,
Yeah,
needed a
that's,
6 to waver and didn't get it.
We need to buff the Elohi.
No, maybe. That is unfortunate, isn't it? Really, that one. So now that's the Arales.
Muster Captain.
Yeah.
He said, "No, you guys can't go fly where you want to fly. We're gonna stay here. I'm gonna make you fight me."
So there is some speed, obviously, in the halfling list.
Sure.
Isn't there? Obviously, with the wild runners and like the muster captain there.
Speed 7 is with the aeronauts is one of the most interesting speeds in the game.
Yeah.
Because you can gap so many things.
Yeah.
When average speed is 5, there's a lot of elite units that have speed 6.
Yeah.
Elves, Soul Reaver infantry, those kind of things. Speed 7 then gives you that chance that you can even gap, speed 6 with wild charge.
Okay.
So it really is a unique place, and it makes them a unique unit. They are very swingy, so they'll either do great for you or fall flat.
Yeah, that's sort of what I've heard so far with the aeronauts is they either are fantastic or terrible.
Yeah.
There's sort of no middle ground for them because they do rely so much on blast. So just in case you don't know, so it's they've got blast D3, so they've got 9 attacks. They're hitting on 4s, and then for each one that hits, you then roll D3 to see how many actually hits you then get to wound. So if you roll high, fantastic.
Sure.
If you roll low, not so fantastic.
Even hitting on 4s, though, that's an average of 4.5.
Yeah.
So your blast damage is an average of 2, so that's 8.
Yeah.
8 damage on a unit that's 170 points.
Yeah.
That's not really out of the question.
No.
Like, it's not that bad. Defense 5, 13, 15 for that. Like that's.
The nerve is the worry, I suppose, isn't it? For those.
Yeah,
ones, really?
they can be in that spike zone very quickly, and you'll notice they don't have spell ward.
Yeah.
So lightning bolt is a weakness that they would have.
Yeah.
You can see them being height 5. Lightning bolt can kind of pick them out a little bit easier, and that's a good chance. But when someone spams them, then that's a different story. But
Yeah. So spell ward is -1 against shooting, basically.
Yeah, well,
spells.
magic.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be curious to know what sauces Elliot is cooking with every turn, like what he's choosing.
Oh yeah, that'd be good actually. Yeah, to see. Yeah, because obviously you can choose for the sorcerer. You can choose different ones. So what have they got? They've got the.
Oh, there's 4 different options. I can't quite remember.
No,
off
okay,
the
that's
top of my
fine.
head.
I don't expect you to remember everything. The gastromancy stuff.
Yeah, it's brutal. I'll look it up.
Because I guess that can make such a big difference. What you choose
Yeah.
to actually cook up that turn.
I think it's
So a bit of
brutal,
discussion
wild
there.
charge.
What's going on? I think they're looking at. So he's moved back then with one of the units. So he's got his horde of braves there, and that's probably one of the troops of stalwarts or something like that. So I'll go and have a look, see what he's just moved up there actually.
All right, so gastromancy is wild charge,
Yeah.
brutal, life leech, or rally. So that's interesting. Rally can give him additional nerve. Life leech is obviously going to give him some heals when he needs it, and brutal is good for offense. Wild charge makes his charges very random.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, wild charge is a good one actually because it just means.
it just makes it harder for your opponent to gap.
Oh yeah, Kyle needs to go for a rules query.
Oh, boy.
So we'll see you back. You can go and check on the table, Kyle, as well. Give us some insights. Seeing as our roving report a big dog so far as. So that's the big pig there. So Martin came in. Well, I wasn't talking about you, Martin. I wasn't calling you the big pig. I wasn't calling you the big pig. You are a big dog, yeah. Thank you. So it'll be interesting to see how Elliot gets on with this one with the halflings. I guess this is probably, this is a good test for them. I would have thought, I guess Kyle will have a look as well, but maybe where those 2 pointers are, that could be the big element of this game, because seemingly Elliot's got the unit strength there to actually take them out, to take those on. So for those who can't make it at home, are you playing Kings of War this weekend? Has this inspired you to start a new army, I guess? You sitting at your painting table doing some painting? I've been busy doing salamanders recently. I've enjoyed doing those. A bit unusual not to be painting goblins, but it's fine. I'm flexible. So this is Elliot's turn 2. And I guess we'll see, we'll have the combat soon with the Wild Runners at the bottom taking on the Basileans and Naeus. We think it's Naeus anyway, I guess Kyle will check. And we'll see what's going on with those. I think that must be he's got one of the harvesters in the middle of the board there. Actually, he's got the 2 harvesters either side of the Iron Beast. I think it looks like it has. That's interesting. So the harvester, they're speed 5, melee 3, defense 4, and then they've got attacks. They've got D6 plus 8. So maybe averaging 11 attacks. See, I'm trying to do maths. Kyle would normally be here to do the maths, but instead I'm doing it. So Elliot looks like he's about to roll for his. I assume it's for his melee. Unless he's starting to do. Yeah, it might be for some shooting actually for this one. Yes, like I said, we did look at having some audio from the table so we can have a look through, but we don't know what they'll be saying over there. Particularly if units are getting taken off the table, the language could be absolutely foul. So instead you'll have to just put it with me and Kyle. So I think Kyle's having a look around the table now, seeing what's going on. He'll have some insights for us in a minute. Probably actually better sending Kyle out rather than our failed roving reporter Big Dog. Yeah, so Victoria Warrior Gaming says Halflings sure look to have some footprint on the table. Yeah, so we've mentioned this, and Jerry says this as well. Is it has been to Elliot wanted to bring mainly the Mega Army with some additional extras, but if you look, there's quite a lot here that he's boosted it a little bit with some extras, but generally this is what you get in the Mega Army, which is nice. It shows what you can do with a Mega Army set. I think that's the beauty as well of the Halfling Sprue, which is you get the kind of the infantry, and you also get so you get 10 infantry. Also, John was punching the air there, and I think that must mean his Elohi have survived there at the bottom of the picture. So was that shooting or was that melee there, Kyle? We were just watching.
Melee.
Melee. Okay. So it looks like so far it doesn't look like John's lost anything yet, unless you saw different while you were over there.
No. It was more surprising because the halflings don't really hit that hard.
Right.
And that was a part of what came the idea behind let's keep aeronauts, the way that they are.
Yeah.
So they need some kind of hammer.
But are Elliot's hitting quite hard?
They're doing okay so far.
Okay.
I saw one roll where it wasn't very good, so
Right.
Quite a bit of action is behind that house where we can't see.
Oh, it's typical.
On that this side of the table.
Okay, so on
he's
the
got
overhead.
a charge on the Phoenix right now, so the
Right.
Phoenix is engaged in combat.
Oh. So that's the Elohi gone.
Yeah.
That's a shame because he should have really taken out those wild runners last turn. So
I mentioned that to him while I was at the table, and he was like, "Don't remind me.
okay,
We'll talk about it."
So we won't mention that again then in that case. Okay, so that's a big loss for John. That one,
Yeah.
I guess. Is he in trouble now? Do you reckon he's
It's too early.
okay?
Too early. He is. That was a bad thing because but if that had gone his way,
Yeah.
it would have been pretty deadly for Elliot.
Oh yeah, because Elohi haven't got anything like regeneration or anything like that, are they?
Yeah.
So defense 5, dash 14. So that's Elliot's good to get those off then. He's done some work.
Yeah.
So I guess he's just checking here whether he was, I guess the Gur Panthers, what they're going to do. So if you're John, what are you doing for your turn 2? Oh, I guess this looks like it might be the Phoenix then that he's rolling for now.
I would assume so.
Yeah, because he looks like he was going from across the board. Decent
know.
attacks. What's he?
He could be rolling on. Oh, he double charged down there. So one unit
okay.
went into the Elohi, and then he's going the other one into, I would assume, Naeus.
Right.
But it looks like he's stuck that time. Or they are rolling down there.
So what are the Wild Runners? They're 14 attacks for the regiment. Hitting
Which is
on
low for
3s.
cavalry.
Yeah. We're hitting on 3s.
3s is pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's really the best in the game. Gakamak. Gakamak hits on 2s, right?
Okay.
Yeah. He's the one exception.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're on to John's turn 2. So his Phoenix must have survived. I guess his Phoenix... that will regenerate on a 4+.
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't know if we were talking about earlier, but yeah, the regeneration that can. You've got to basically. I think you've got to take it out in one turn,
Yeah.
really. Otherwise, it's just going to heal up and be fine. So Jerry says, I'm actually shocked Elliot doesn't have the standard of Hodenberg for elite on the infantry. Obviously, there's an interesting thing about Hodenberg, which some German listeners may know why that's amusing. But we're not. I don't think we're changing it, unfortunately. Well,
No.
or fortunately or unfortunately, depending upon how you feel about it. So yeah, a lot of cavalry actually. He's got 4 regiments, isn't it? Really, Wild Runners melee, Wild Runners ranged.
It's balanced. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 units of infantry,
Yeah,
which is exactly what we wanted with the halflings.
yeah. I tell you what, I need to find out how many pints of beer everyone's drunk at some point.
Yeah. We need
Yeah,
to
that's
see where
it.
we're
Yeah,
at.
I know people at home. If you didn't tune in for the first game, we've already got officially the biggest tournament at Firestorm now with 86 players. The new Firestorm, that is. But the record that we really want to try and get is to have more than 440 pints in the weekend. So that was set by a Warhammer Fantasy tournament the other week. Northern Kings are pretty confident they can beat that by themselves. But we'll have to see.
Paul
And
Welsh was doing math. He was like, if I just drink 10 beers every day.
Yeah. Elliot's a member of the Northern Kings as well.
He is,
so
yeah.
you've got Tom Robinson, Paul Welsh, Nick Williams in that team.
Yep.
I think they've won the team prize every Clash of Kings when we
Have
started
they?
doing pretty sure. So we'll see what happens this year. Jerry says, does it count if you drink there? Sure, just keep a tally. All counts.
It counts, yeah.
Yeah. Sadly, we're not contributing really at the minute.
No, we're not.
No, we're not doing our bit for the...
We're technically on the clock right now.
Yeah,
right?
I suppose, fair play. It's a bit like being a police officer, you can't drink on the job.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you say, there's quite a bit of action going on around the other side of that house. It's just typical, isn't it?
That we can't see.
Yeah.
All right, so he's done a charge here. Possibly Gur Panthers?
Yeah, it looks like
Is
Panthers
that
are maybe a Lohi.
Yeah, is that a double charge?
Do you want to go have a look, Kyle, see what he's doing?
Yeah.
Okay. I would call Big Dog, but so far he's...
And the Phoenix, I think he might be taking the Phoenix into somebody else. He is. He's disengaged
Right.
when he's thinking about it.
So has he actually just flown off there?
Well, he's lost fly from taking damage in combat.
Oh, sorry,
but,
I mean moved away
yeah, I think he may have just backed up.
and then shoot? Can you still shoot?
He can't
Oh,
still shoot, no.
That's
If
interesting.
he's
then.
rolling dice, I think that's his play. He moved the Phoenix back. I really kind of thought he was going to... I don't know. He's moving the Phoenix now. Because he didn't have to have fly in order for him to still potentially make that charge.
Yeah.
Peaky Beaver, can I borrow you, please?
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm required. Kyle, I'll leave it to you. I'll go and have a look, see what's going on.
Yeah. This is a big turn for John. I think that the bad luck streak that he had there in the first turn needs to swing back for him for this to be as close as I think it can be. Let's see what he's doing now. Jumping into that combat and counter-charging as well. And they're nimble. I know he just moved them, but they could do that. Got some shots. potentially. And I would think by the no reaction that they both missed. We appreciate the exaggerated pointing, guys. Okay, both of them going into that one unit. One hits. 3. Don't know how much damage they did. But Elliot's got it marked up. Nerve test. Possibly. Any other shooting? Don't believe so. And it looks like they passed again because Elliot marked down the Iron Resolve. All right, some pretty critical combats now. Let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, he got him. That's really going to help out John clean up this side. Looks like he's going to continue to screen with the Gur Panthers. Make that safe. And he's adjusting his angle. I don't know if I would have gone that far. Maybe he's tweaking it, yeah. And Elliot's being a good sport, helping him out. They're pulling out the undo button here, so they mark down where the Gur Panthers are supposed to be so that they can see the angles otherwise.
So on the other side, where you were saying, is there a double charge? It looks like there's a double charge on the Paladin Knights. Oh, no, Paladin Knights, sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Hang on, I need to look at the halfling list. On the Stalwarts.
Okay.
So he's gone into the regiment of Stalwarts. But then you've got behind them, immediately behind them, you've got the Aeronauts and the Edge Grenadiers. So.
Yeah. Halflings can play in waves, for sure. I wanted a halfling army when we first announced it, and I saw how they were going to play.
Oh, I see. So, yeah, Jerry says about swapping the cameras over. So you can see one side from the big camera and one side on the other camera. Yeah, it's just both typical that both games, all the action has been behind the house. So that's the Iron Beast gone. So is that the first unit for Elliot's lost now?
No, he lost a unit of Wild Runners down by the windmill.
Yeah. I guess that's like we were saying, when they start to fall, they potentially go pretty quick. I mean, I think John was unlucky that first round.
Sure. I am surprised that the Iron Beast went down in one combat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what charged into it, actually.
It looks like his Knights.
Right.
And he probably had his Bane Chant support there.
Right, okay.
It may have been a combo charge. It's kind of hard for me to see.
Yeah. So the Iron Beast, nerve 15, 17, and defense 6. So yeah. I suppose if he'd gone in with the Knights, hitting on 3s, Thunderous Charge 2, I guess, like you say.
If they had a Bane Chant, that was down to 3. 3s to wound.
Someone's excited there. I don't know, that was obviously a big...
That sounds like we're in America.
Yeah. Yeah, is it a bit more quieter over here?
It is.
Yeah,
It is
okay.
much more quiet. Typically, Jeff Swan's in a corner screaming something.
Right, okay. So we need to up our game on the volume.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not quite as flamboyant. There's not costumes. There's not.
Yeah, actually, good point. Actually, yeah, no one's. Obviously, we have the Moonrakers. They're a team that wears some very snazzy waistcoats.
Okay.
But that's as far as we go, really. Snazzy
Yeah.
waistcoats. Steve Hildew hasn't wore his gold hot pants this year, which is, I think we're all relieved about.
Jake Chiara Pika, we call him Pikachu. He dressed up in a Spam costume one year, the actual canned meat Spam.
Yeah.
That was very entertaining.
So it looks like we're on John's turn now. So that, obviously,
He's
the
rolling
top
out
of
the
the
combats on the stalwarts, I think.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I forgot actually. Sorry, I got confused. But yeah, he's still finishing his turn, isn't he? Actually. So yeah, so this did look like a double charge.
Well, those
the Basilean.
absolutely should go away. So if they don't, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, so stalwarts.
So that's why he moved the Phoenix back. He's trying to stay out of range of the aeronauts.
Okay, right. Yeah, so stalwarts defense 4. Do you think with an Alohi, and I think someone else went into him as well?
Yeah, those should go. Yep.
Okay, so I think that's 1 regiment of stalwarts. But then, like I say, you've got the Edge Grenadiers and the aeronauts just waiting to float in and potentially do some damage there.
But John's picking his combats, and he's making it so Elliot has to charge the units he wants him to.
Yeah.
Or has to.
I guess the thing is, it's obviously a numbers game, isn't it, with Elliot, really? He has got the numbers to kind of...
Yeah, he's taken some losses this turn for sure, and I think that John needed this turn to go the way that it has so far in order for it to be to maintain a close game.
Yeah.
Like we actually have a game on our hands. This looks like it's going back into the muster captain.
Yeah. So that'll be the Alohi, I think.
Yeah. So 14-16 on him is pretty low. How many did he do, though, is the question. There's nerve 1. And if he didn't re-roll, it means he didn't hit the nerve. And Elliot's putting some wounds down, so he is still there. And he does have Iron Resolve, so he did 1 less than whatever he rolled.
The ultimate insult, really, isn't
Yeah.
it? Not only do you not do it, but then they get a
But
win
it's
back.
7. No. 6.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have been unlucky with his nerve rolls, I think, maybe John in this one, actually.
Yeah.
'Cause he's had 2, like I say, 2, 14, 16. So what sort of wounds do you think the Alohi are going to do there? What are they putting out? Horde of 6, hitting on 3s, 18 attacks?
Yeah, they should do fairly well.
Yeah.
The muster captain is defense 5, so they only have the base crushing, so it's tough. He should have done about 6 or so.
Right.
I might go out when the turn switches. It looks
Okay.
like they're close, just to get an idea of what
What
happened in some
still,
of those combats.
Still pretty close? Or?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay, so it looks like
has
Elliot's
switched
turn
Elliot,
3
yeah.
now. Yeah.
And I think he took that charge because it's just the only one he can
Yes,
take.
Yeah.
So it's either take the charge or just sit there. And
Yeah,
there's
Panthers,
nothing.
9-11.
Yeah,
I mean,
this should be a very easy pick it up. But that's not what he wanted to charge.
No. So who's got you've got 1 loot token here. We can see no one's got at the bottom of the picture.
I believe Elliot's picked up the one that was in the center,
Right.
which is the 1 point token.
Yeah.
I imagine that John wants to pick up, if he didn't already, the 2 point with the Knights. But I don't think he did, just based on how the charge happened.
Yeah. I guess he couldn't have picked it up with the Phoenix,
Right.
could he?
The Phoenix never got to the center line.
Okay,
so
fine. Right.
At least I don't think it did. I'll go find out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
time to go look.
Okay.
Those are the things we can't tell.
So yeah, Carl's just going to go and check now to see, just to get a state of play. So I'd say that, it's tough to tell because we don't know what the wounds are on people at the minute, but I think this one's going to be an important one. Turn 3, obviously a lot of combat. Elliot does have the numbers. He's got those harvesters waiting to come in, and obviously then he's got the edge grenadiers and the aeronauts that could do some damage as well. So we're running a bit behind today, just due to lunch. So I think let's have a look what the next game is. So the next game will now be at 4 p.m. So if you're planning on coming back later on, the Fool's Gold is the final scenario. So we've got 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow. Did look about maybe doing 4 and 2, but I think people might be a bit worn out by game 4. What's the news, Kyle?
I was right that the Wild Runners are the only unit that have the token. The Knights moved over top of them, but they don't have it.
Right.
The one on the top of the screen that we can't quite see is completely uncontested.
Okay.
The Phoenix didn't have it. The Phoenix is wavered, so that's why it had to back up.
Right, I see.
He said he probably would have done that anyway, even if
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
wavered.
okay.
So, and yeah, the muster captain had some damage, and he's still there. So,
I mean, are those low here in danger of going because of that, or do you reckon they might?
he could do it. Yeah.
All right. So 7 attacks, sitting on 3s.
Yeah, I mean, if he puts 3 wounds on him, there's not a lot there.
Yeah.
The Elohi have Iron Resolve also, so
Okay.
it's a little bit of a tick-back game. Elliot looks like he's chosen to go into... Did he drop the token? I think he might have. Yeah.
Doing he's dropped it, so the
Yeah, so he's dropped the token in
Yeah.
order to go into the Arbalest. And then we got a double charge from the Harvesters into the Knights.
Okay.
That is a bad matchup for those Knights.
Yeah. Yeah, because Harvester. So again, hitting on 3s, attack D6 plus 8. I mean, I guess he could get unlucky with his D6 roll, but still, you're gonna get.
The attacks are one thing, but the big shield with the Knights in return after
Yeah,
getting hit first, not having Thunderous, even if he does Bane Chant them with Crush 1, that's. I mean, their nerve is low, but that's not a good outcome.
No. Yeah, you need to be getting into the flanks of those, don't you, really?
Naeus, I think, is on the far side.
Right.
No, Naeus is the one close. Julius is the one that's on the top of the camera. And Julius is probably just sitting waiting for a flank to open up because he'll be fine if he does.
So I think he's looking there, he's just making sure he's within, I guess that's within Inspiring maybe for those 2.
Possibly an aura.
Or an Aura. Oh, of course, yeah.
He's done some light shooting against...
That must be, say that's Julius at the bottom and Naeus at the top?
Julius is at the top.
Okay.
And Naeus has got some...
Oh, so Car's got a rules crew from internet legend Steve Hildrew. So, Elliot onto his combat now. There's a few more wounds on. That's the muster captain. Oh, and he's taken off. Okay, so yeah, he has taken off the Elohi with that one. So now, John's lost I think both of his Alohi regiments, possibly. And he's just looking there, see if he's got... So John just lost his other Alohi. The muster captain managed to take them out.
I just had to rule against my good friend Steve, so I
good.
feel bad.
Was he trying to cheat?
Not quite,
Yeah,
but a little bit.
Yeah, he was trying to cheat.
There used to be a understanding that if you were declaring a charge on a unit and it was in a different facing, so if one was in the front and one was in the side, that you could do the front charge and complete the front charge,
Yeah,
and then charge later with the flank.
right.
Now it's against
Okay,
the target. You have to declare them at the same time.
yeah. So Elliot's just taken out the Alohi and the Gur Panthers there.
Well, I had expected the Gur Panthers were going to go. The
Yeah.
Alohi are the surprise. Again, though, this is just the side that has those 1-point tokens.
Yeah.
They're not nearly... They
No,
could
it's
have
all-
both of them.
Yeah.
The question is, does he sacrifice his muster captain just to get 1 point
Yeah.
and slow him down?
And so this must be into... is that into one of the Arbalests?
Yes.
Right.
Which is triple attacks.
Yeah.
So he's going to be rolling for a while. Unless John is nice and just says...
Maybe trying to get him to timeout? I mean, that would be...
that's his strategy.
I mean, so
You're
that is
wasting
the
your
one
time.
thing, Elliot could
Run
out of
yeah.
time, if he's got a lot going on.
So one roll is enough.
I don't know how effective the Arbalests have been, but we haven't seen much being taken off by shooting, but seemingly that's what it looked like anyway. What are the Arbalests hitting on there?
They hit on 4s.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 4s.
That's the advantage of them
D3,
over
piercing
cannons.
2. Yeah.
Cannons are hitting on 5s, and you get a little bit more accuracy, but you don't get the same spike damage with the D3.
Yeah.
Or the same piercing. And it looked like Elliot tried to reform there in a way that slid him in front of the Arbalest so it can only shoot
Right. And
at
it's
those
got-
wild runners.
it hasn't got indirect, has it?
No.
So it can shoot them.
Mm-hmm. Which would be kind of a terrifying thought.
What, getting shot by an
Yeah,
Arbalest in the
yeah,
rear?
just-
Yeah.
Right in front of you.
Nah. So Jerry's saying, tell Steve it wouldn't have happened if he had finished his orc. So yeah, I think Steve did start an orc. I think he actually started it for Clash of Kings, but he was starting to work on an orc army.
Well, he's playing the best army right now.
Oh, he's playing Twilight Kin, isn't he? Yeah. I think he's the only Twilight Kin player.
I think he might be, yeah.
He's automatically won Best in Faction.
Maybe. That seems to be a strategy by a few people.
Oh, that's the Knight's gone.
Yeah, I expected that.
So Elliot's had a very good round, this one.
Yeah, definitely. You see John kind of swaying back and forth.
Yeah,
That's
punch drunk.
That's the oh.
I'm interested to see what John does now in retaliation, really, for this one, because he hasn't got a lot of options, really, has he? He's sort of
No.
run out of... And actually, Elliot hasn't lost a lot either, has he? I think that's the issue.
Not too much, no.
So I guess that's one of the harvesters moving on to that. He's picked it up, actually, the loot counter there. So has Elliot got both of the 2-pointers now? Is that...
Just the one.
Right, okay.
He's got one worth 1 point. And now one worth 2. Because it looked like he dropped off the 1 token in the middle,
Yeah.
charged with the Wild Runners into the Arbalest, and then something else there in the middle
Okay.
has picked it up. I think that is that his Grenadiers?
Don't think so. I think it could be his... it might be his grenadiers. It could be one of his troops of, like...
The Stalwarts.
Maybe. Yeah, because his Edge Grenadiers and the Aeronauts were at the top of the picture on the big picture.
Sure. They're quick.
Yeah. A lot of dice. God, so this is a big fistful of dice here. This must be for the. Must be the Braves, maybe 25 attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 25 attacks.
He's going to hit with about 5.
Yeah, hitting on 5s. Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
getting all the queries.
I'm not even on the stream.
So it looks like that was a double charge then at the top. Because Elliot's repositioning now. Might have even been a triple charge, maybe.
Viking. Thank you, Viking.
Okay, you get a cool name like Viking.
Yeah.
And I've got Sneaky Beaver, and then Martin's Big Dog. I feel like I've come out short here. So John's lost quite a few there. I think he's, like I say, he's swaying a bit, punch drunk.
Yeah. That's tough. One turn like that can really change a game. That was turn 3?
That is turn 3, yeah.
Yeah.
That must be the end.
And Elliot was top of 3 because Elliot went first.
Yes, this is John's turn 3 now.
And for the board to be that much Elliot
Yeah.
at turn 3, that says a lot.
I think John's had some bad rolls by the looks of it. I think his nerve rolls.
He had a good plan. I thought he did, especially how careful he was with the charge at the beginning, and then 2 critical nerve rolls that were just below what you'd expect.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's Wild Runners, then against the Arrowles, the Winged Arrowles, the
Yeah, that first
Captain.
unit, that's a whole different game.
Yeah, totally, yeah, because gives Elliot more things to think about, doesn't it? And it's like,
Oh, quite a bit. Because he was out of that arc. He was safe. If he picks that unit up, then he's looking down his entire flank
yeah,
without something to counter him.
yeah. Oh, so it looks like, so it's Naeus at the bottom, isn't it? It looks like Naeus has picked up a counter. Oh, maybe not, actually. Maybe he's just,
No?
I thought he'd gone to get that.
I think he's not sure what to do there. He might come back to it.
Yeah. I guess he's got the time now, isn't he?
It's a
really?
bit of a lost cause, yeah.
I mean, what can he do at this point? Can he...
He's got a couple of charges,
Yeah.
but they don't look like good charges, even at that. He's a formidable unit. You know, he's got some decent defense and nerve, so I don't know if he can position himself in a way that it makes sense. It would be nice if he could do some fun thing like pick up the token and then just do circles around the windmill.
Yeah, I suppose, actually, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
You know,
He could
going
use-
speed 5, even with nimble, he could just kind of put himself out of line of sight and
Yeah.
hide, and that guarantees him 1 point, as
Yeah.
long as Elliot doesn't overcommit and send multiple units to go take him down. Unfortunately, with the way that he was currently positioned, I don't see a way that he could go back and pick up that token and not just be charged the next turn.
So Halflings OP nerfing Cock. Saying Clash of Kings, says Jerry. I mean, they're getting some changes, not.
Well, it's really not that they are getting some changes that bring them down from where you currently see them.
Yeah,
But it's not that they're strong, it's that the other armies aren't at that level.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like we raised every other army
yeah,
to be a part of what the book is that the halflings are in.
yeah.
So everybody else gets benefits to bring it up and make sense.
Right, I'll be back in a sec. We're going to have a look, see what's going on, Kyle.
Sure. And there was quite a bit of playtesting on them, and they won pretty much equally as much as they lost. And a lot of people think that that attention wasn't given, but I mean, it absolutely was. And Elliot, being a part of the rules committee and playtest group and all that stuff, he's got some experience with them, which does help quite a bit. Elliot looks like he's doing some kind of crafts, making an angle that can fit into a spot that maybe doesn't currently work. I don't know what he's doing. John's looking at his charge options, bringing the Phoenix in as well. Into the Braves. He might be thinking that if he can crack open that big of a hole, that it'll really open up his options. Which is typically what happens when you take an infantry horde off the table. Moved his priest around the corner, I believe. Wants to be able to throw a Bane chant back into his other units. Or heal, you never know. Now what to do here? He looks like he's thinking about the token. I think based on moving it there, he's saying, I am picking this up. Sometimes it's a strategy to see, I'm just going to defend this, not necessarily pick it up. You can stand on it without picking it up and make sure no one else gets it. So he's taken it and then checked his arcs just to see who can charge him back. Bane chant with Conjure Staff. Gets the reroll based on how his hand flopped on the table. I'm going to say that he didn't get it.
So actually, John's got a bit more left than I realised. So on the top down view on the left where the Phoenix is, he's got Julius there. I think he's got some Gur Panthers there. He's got the Phoenix there, and he's got these Elohi. I thought all his Elohi had been wiped out, but they're still there. So the Phoenix and the Elohi have both charged into the Braves.
I think he was trying to throw a Bane chant into the Elohi, and I think he failed.
Right. Okay.
With the Conjurer Staff reroll, which
That
is the story of the game for him.
Yeah, I think John's been really unfortunate. I think this one I guess sometimes you just have those games, don't you, where it's just not quite going to plan.
Some of us have way more than others.
Yeah.
This is a big turn for him to see exactly what's going to happen. If he does have more over there, that's good news. Jerry, maybe he's making confetti to scatter when he wins. Could be. I wouldn't be surprised. Elliot's a fairly humble guy. And it's not over yet. That other token being mostly uncontested. You know, the game is still, 2-1 right now? So unless John has picked up another 2-point token, which I don't think he has. But if the Halfling Braves did and the Phoenix and the Lohi are going into it, then that's obviously a big potential swing. The question would be, what unit would he want to put the token on if he did pick up the Braves that did have the token? Just to see what happens. Elliot's putting some damage down. Looks like the regiment did not pick up that unit. I'm assuming stalwarts. Elliot has to be concerned because Naeus, being speed 9, can crack off a pretty effective 18-inch charge into the rear of those wild runners, which would be just devastating for him. So Elliot is making the decision to go into him in the front and then actually nimble to turn around is what he was showing. So because they have nimble, he was basically change facing, moving, change facing in a very loose manner. Looks like they floated backwards and then just turned around.
So we're on to Elliot's turn 4 now, is
Yeah,
this?
Elliot's turn 4. I think he got spooked by Naeus being in his rear and decided to back away from the Arbalest. I was going to say, I would send the muster captain after the Arbalest if I was going to send anything at it.
Looks like John wasn't able to clear those Braves out.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yes, he's had a really tough time. Because what are they? Defense 4, 1921. I mean, they're the same as...
I'm going to guess that Elliot chose rallying on his gastromancy.
I think he had... I thought he had brutal next to it, but maybe not. Maybe that was something else.
Whatever Martin ate last night gave him brutal.
Nah. So just have a look round. A lot of games are finishing actually already.
Yeah.
For this one, yeah. It'll have been quick.
That's a great thing about King's War, though. It's a fast-paced game.
Yeah.
We're playing 4 games today, and
3 games.
Oh, is it only 3?
Yeah.
I thought it was 4 today.
No, it's 3 today and 3
I don't know
tomorrow.
what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me.
I guess we could offer people the option to play their 4th game.
Yeah, a lot of times what we do in the States, because people travel from so far and it takes so long for them to get home, is that you want to get out of there as early as possible on Sunday.
We did actually. We asked around. We said, do people want to do the 4? But I think there's not many really in the UK where we've done 4 and 2.
Okay.
It tends to be 3 and 3. So we did ask.
So we just play 5 games.
Right.
3 and 2. And it's nowhere near as accurate.
Oh, so Kyle's. So, let's have a look now. I think obviously maybe he's struggling to get on that hill.
Mark was very far away, so he was doing the running for me.
Oh, okay. Looks like the harvester charging into, I guess that's the priest.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess stops him doing.
That's not a good matchup for the priest.
No. So that harvester may be getting ready just in case the Braves get taken out as well. He's lining himself up.
This could be a cleanup turn for Elliot,
Yeah.
depending on how it goes.
Like I say, I mean, I thought John was in a lot worse position than he is, but
Sure.
actually on that sort of on that left flank as it is on the overhead. He has got some options, but not many. Yeah, so talking to him, it just seemed like he has been very unlucky.
Yeah.
On the nerves. He's done the damage, he just hasn't.
I just recognize that sway in myself. When I'm getting my butt kicked and
Yeah,
I'm mad
yeah.
at my dice, that's what I do.
Yeah, I think. I feel sorry for John.
I do too, because
yeah. He's done nothing wrong.
Yeah, he's done everything he could right.
Yeah, yeah. Mate, I think a lot of it goes down to that wild runners, that first turn.
Yeah.
So it looks like a bit of damage on the Phoenix there.
That was the relentless reroll.
Yeah. I think that's on the Arbalest.
Nerve? Yeah. Ah, he shot with him. Okay.
Right, okay. So shot with the wild runners.
Instead of, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't do it.
Okay. Maybe wavered?
Could be.
Yeah.
That's the risk he took, because obviously shooting at it doesn't disorder it.
No.
So they can still shoot as long as he's not wavered.
Yeah. Okay, so now he's
Combats.
looks like this is the harvester
D6 plus
on the
priest.
yeah.
Looks like he got a good roll.
Yeah, yeah, D6 plus 8, isn't it? So
4 damage. 11, 13 on the priest. He needs a
inspiring.
pretty,
No, he's not
He is-
inspiring.
he
he?
is inspiring.
Oh, inspiring. Okay, so he could.
he needs a pretty big roll here. That was cocked, maybe. Reroll.
Oh, John. I feel really sorry. It looks like not look really, but the kind of nerve rolls have been really on Elliot's side. I
Yeah,
think,
well,
for this one.
if he did 4 damage there, he needed a 9 twice
Yeah, yeah.
to kill him, and he apparently did. So
Oh, they got brutal.
okay, so an
So yeah, an 8, but it's still.
That's still
That's,
an above average
yeah.
dice roll. This must be the Braves.
Yeah. They're hitting on 5s.
Yep, he's taken out.
Quite a lot there.
Yeah. On the Phoenix, though,
no
only
crushing.
defense 3. That's pretty good. Yeah.
So what's that? 7 hits. 7.
7 damage. I'm assuming this is on the Phoenix. Let's see.
Oh no, it might be on the Elohi actually. Oh
Uh-oh.
no. Oh no. Oh no, he's fine. I think that was on the Elohi. I think they're safe. Looks like he's getting. Is he getting all his dice together for a big one here? Or is that? This looks like a lot of dice.
I don't wonder if. No. Okay.
This might be actually. Let me go and have a look.
Yeah, that's the Elohi.
I look like stalwart.
Yeah,
stalwart.
stalwart troop.
Into the good Panthers. Okay, so this is John. John's turn 4.
He's backing
He's
up with
picked
the token.
up. He's picked up the token with Naeus.
He's trying to get out of arcs here.
Yeah. And that would be quite clever. Like you, a bit like you were saying earlier on, is the kind of he's going to struggle there, is he? There.
Yeah. When with the token slowing you down, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But that's also the point.
So he's looking at. I guess he's got some options here. What to do with the. I guess he needs to take out the Braves, doesn't he? Really, so he can turn ready for the. Because you've got the aeronauts. So what's John? John's taken out a couple of units of wild runners, stalwarts. Took out his Iron Beast. So yeah, it's just, I think. Would have made all the difference, I think, with those are the roles.
It's a tough game like that.
Yeah.
In a tournament setting, if you have one game where your dice go against you,
Yeah.
it can make the whole thing fall apart for you.
Yeah.
You've got to be good and lucky to win tournaments.
Yeah. So yeah, Ken and Jerry are talking about the lists. So yeah, we're going to hopefully just need to get the lists out onto tabletop TO. So we'll sort that out hopefully later on today, if not tomorrow. So they're all currently sitting on my computer, and I haven't had a chance to upload them yet.
A likely excuse.
Yeah. Well, I was waiting for some to come in, so that is my excuse.
I think for the next game, we should try to get this as the main screen.
Well, so I did ask about that, and they said that they're worried because the interference is so glitchy on that one, it'll look even worse on the...
I don't know.
Okay, we can ask him. We can always try it.
Yeah. I mean, I do see all the glitching, and I get that.
Yeah, so if it was a lot bigger... I think that might be Dan King.
Could be.
Possibly, yeah.
Is that shouting in the background?
Yeah.
Dan's been to a few U.S. tournaments, so he knows how it
Okay,
goes.
so
Yeah.
he knows what's expected.
We had an event. I can't even remember what it was, but when someone rolled Snake Eyes,
Yeah.
they were supposed to shout out "hip hip," and then the
Right.
entire room would say "you suck."
Okay, right. I thought you'd say hooray. I thought you were going to be
Yeah.
quite... okay, we said you
Yeah.
suck. Okay.
You rolled double ones.
I thought it was like a consolatory, like, instead it was like, yeah, you suck. So, so has the Phoenix moved off the token there?
He's backing the Phoenix up again.
Yeah.
If the Phoenix wasn't charged last turn, like it charged in but wasn't countercharged, then
Yeah, I think from what I was seeing, that the Braves went into the Alohi.
sure. That's the higher threat target.
Yeah.
Even though the Phoenix was easier to take down.
I mean, fair play to John. He's still making Elliot think about it.
Sure.
He hasn't, it's not a... It's not a complete whitewash. Oh yeah, they're putting that... Oh yeah, I forgot that was... there was a wall there for ages. I think maybe they forgot to put that back in. Just like they're maybe asking about that wall. Okay, that's fine.
He's talking to Martin.
Possibly talking to Martin about the wall. Would that make a difference if they'd forgotten to put the wall back in? I don't think anything charged there particularly.
Not a huge difference. That's always the trouble with terrain like this, because you want the immersive elements.
Yeah.
But it also does kind of get in the way, and if you move it just for gameplay simplicity.
Yeah. You can always lay it down, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that there's a debate recently, I think, on the Kings of War forum about using 2D terrain and...
Right.
Because I think some tournaments, Guild Ball, I think that was a lot of 2D terrain. Well, then again, I was about to say, there and in this, movement, every inch counts, doesn't it?
Sure.
So
it looks like Elliot's resuming the time on the clock. That's a good practice whenever you have a rules question, any kind of a debate. Just pause the clock to save yourself some time, get it figured out, and then resume.
I wonder if they were talking about that wall.
Time needed again.
2 seconds, I'm just going to mute the mic a second because we've got suddenly a load of queries. Sorry about that. So back now. So just like so now we're on the left. So I think for game 3 we are going to try and sort out the cameras so you can see a bit more what's going on in that sort of left side on the top view. Okay, so that's the Braves gone now for Elliot. So the looks like the Alohi can reposition. I guess he's measuring up there. I think that's the other stalwarts. So just looking to see where they're going to be charging. So he's obviously still got those harvesters to contend with. Look at this, table service for Elliot. He's getting a drink. Direct to the table. So this must be Elliot's turn. Okay, so he's gone in for a double charge onto Naeus at the bottom there. So it doesn't, from what I can see anyway, it doesn't look like Naeus has any wounds on them. So Naeus is defense 5, nerve 15, 17. Obviously that muster captain's had some wounds, so maybe if Naeus could recharge against that. Okay, so the wild runners into that arbalest. Maybe just checking there. Maybe he's checking if he's got a flank. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, really, on it. So it looks like maybe Matt Gilbert's been asked a question there. Must be desperate when Matt Gilbert's getting asked. Okay, so looks like they haven't charged, and then maybe actually let's have a look, see what that. I can ask. Was it you getting asked a question there, Kyle, or Matt?
Yeah.
What was the question?
So again, a question that I was asked earlier, and this was Matt James asking the question. It was his game, so obviously he doesn't want to rule for himself.
Yeah,
in his own game. But it was a situation where a unit had to be within an inch in order to complete what he wanted. So they had a really nice tool, like a widget, that was a 90-degree arc, but it was an inch width on both sides.
Okay, yeah.
So it was a very small L-shaped arc.
Yeah.
And it was perfect for the situation because the token was right in front of a individual that was on a horse, so a mounted, cab individual. And he had a regiment of orcs that he wanted to be able to pivot to get over the token to pick it up.
Right.
but that pivot was going to end him like a millimeter within that
Okay.
inch of the individual.
Yeah, yeah.
And unfortunately, because it puts him within an inch, he can't complete the move.
Right. Okay.
So just tiny things, and then they had another situation from that where, another individual was he was in the flank arc. You have to charge the flank that you're in,
Yeah.
but the individual, once it made the connection, couldn't align to him and fit.
Right,
So
okay.
it was an impossible charge.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was both of those situations together in one instance
Oh my God.
that kind of hampered the player that was trying to do them, and I felt bad. Like, you feel bad, but it's like, technically that's not how
Yeah,
it goes.
How's Matt getting on in this game? So Matt's got Kingdoms of Men.
He's taking Kingdoms of Men. He was playing against an orc player he's
Okay.
an orc player himself.
Oh, that's interesting then. So you'll know the tricks up their sleeves,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess.
I think orcs are probably his main army.
Yes.
He plays a lot of dwarves.
Yeah.
He plays Diggy Hole. I don't know if you're familiar with the song.
No, I'm not.
I will play it for you later.
Okay, good.
It's a fantastic symphonic
Right.
metal song
Okay.
about dwarves who like to
Like
dig
dig
holes.
holes. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
It's amazing. If Ronnie hasn't heard it, that would change his life.
So I was going to say, while you were away, John managed to get the Braves off. So
Okay.
they're gone. But it looks like, obviously, now the Elohi are about to get charged all over the place.
I said to John, I feel bad for you.
Is Julius in the list of Basileans? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Julius might be the only thing left alive with the Phoenix over there. And Naeus down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Who's been double charged.
So I was saying, so Naeus has had no damage.
I don't think he does.
No, so... No,
He's stout.
I'm saying 15, 17, defense 5 plus.
I don't know if those are the melee wild runners or the shooty ones.
Okay.
I would think, based on how he's been playing them, that they're the melee ones.
Yeah.
I know that the ones backed by the Arbalest are one of the ranged options.
Yeah.
But he had 2 regiments of each.
So they look like they've backed off, actually. I wonder if they're just going to carry on shooting. at
Yeah,
the
I think that
Arbalest,
he's
maybe.
just continuing to shoot. I'm not sure why. I don't know if he just thinks that his damage numbers are easier to go that way.
Yeah, so what's the difference then? So if you're shooting compared to...
So with range, they're hitting on 4s, or range, they're hitting on 5s. Melee, they're hitting on 4s. But he's
Right.
got piercing with the ranged attacks.
Okay.
So I think that that's what he's counting on, is that he can just do
Yeah.
more reliable wounds with a piercing than otherwise. There's no cover there, so that makes
No.
it easy. That's where you do that math in your head and see if
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Okay, so it looks like he's hitting something at the top of the... the left-hand side of the top-down view there. I don't think he's taking anything off. Yeah. I mean, Elliot's still got a lot left, but actually... he's... Well, it depends what John... If John can manage to take
Yeah,
advantage of
the
this
scenario play is much closer.
now. Yeah, the Arbalest has gone there. So this will be a key one. If Naeus can survive, then...
I don't have a lot of confidence in him.
No, okay. John needs a bit of luck, though.
He does. He does.
Yeah, so that's the first wounds on him.
Yep. I didn't catch how many that was, but it looked like maybe around 5 or so.
Yeah.
Here's the captain. Ooh.
Oh. Jeez.
Yeah. He's inspired.
Come on, John. Oh, no. I thought he'd managed to survive then. Yeah, I think...
He directed that towards Elliot's dice.
Yeah.
Maybe we need an official dice check.
Yeah.
Tournament dice check.
Yeah, I think this rat... I think John can look back at this and think, well, he didn't do anything wrong. I think
Sure.
he can just blame his dice.
Yeah. And sometimes that's the case.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to hear his thoughts after the game. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we keep going back to that turn 1, but I still think Okay, this looks nasty, whatever. I mean, that's a big handful of dice there from Elliot, whatever this is going to be. I guess this could be it.
The Braves are gone, right? So
Yeah, the Braves are gone.
that must have been all hits.
Whoa, that's outrageous.
Yeah.
What's he doing? What are these?
And he's taken out about half of those. That's still quite a lot. 10? I mean, 10 damage you do with anything is just devastating. Okay. Alohi gone. Overrun. Or not overrun, but reform. The Harvester. That's what it was. Harvester in the flank.
Harvester, yeah, Edge Grenadiers onto the Elohi.
Plus the Brutal.
Yeah, nasty.
It seems almost inevitable that Elliot and Dan are going to come up against each other. I don't know how Dan's doing.
I don't know how Dan's doing actually. When
he
I
did shout, so
yeah, when I looked last time, I can go and have a look actually, see what. There were looked like quite a few exploded aeronauts on the side actually for Dan. So.
I think Elliot's list is more equipped to do better in a variety of games, especially in scenarios. I mean, that's the idea, is especially with what we want to do in Clash of Kings, is just to make stuff more competitive with balanced lists.
What's this?
Depending on when they finish up, we'll try and see if we can get them to come in just real quick and give some feedback. We've got a tighter window between the matchups because lunch did run a little long for us. John's not got a whole lot of options left here at all, so probably looking at what to do with Julius. Again, using the proxy base, which is a great tool to see where you'll end up. These are two gorgeous armies. Elliot's is almost completely Mantic. He had to use some things that we have not released yet for like the aeronauts. But John's is 100% Mantic, and it looks fantastic. I really like how careful John is with his angles. He's extremely clean as a player. Careful to make sure he's got everything covered. You can't really ask much more than that in tournament games. And I don't think this would have gone as bad as it did for him were it not for a few of those bad dice rolls. So Matt has just announced that there is 30 minutes left in the round. I think a lot of games have wrapped up already. These guys are clearly pretty close to being done. I believe this is the bottom of turn 5. To see what he does with Julius. At this point in the game, when I'm playing, I know I'm looking for attrition, whatever I can do to just kind of help my tournament score. Which I think he just failed that nerve roll as well. So we flipped over to Elliot. He should be quick here. 5-inch speed. Stalwarts are just going to protect themselves. Phoenix fell over. That's terrible. Not sure what Elliot's looking at. I think he may have rolled a wild charge there. And I would assume based on his movement he didn't get it, since you do roll wild charge before you get to declare a charge. You just know what your range is going to be ahead of time. And he's just going to hunt down the rest of John's units at this point. Awfully friendly of him to just move his units like that. Why not? So he's taking some shots, I imagine, at the Phoenix here. Don't know if there's cover. Elliot picked up quite a bit of them. Nerve. Doing math. Think he's okay. The Phoenix has been surprisingly resilient. At the start of the game, I said that the shooting would be dangerous to him, but I think that the fact that he's still on the table at this point is pretty impressive.
Yeah, sorry, Kyle has got whisked away there for a minute. So what's managed to survive? The Phoenix. Is that it? Just the Phoenix?
I think
Julius, I guess.
He's got Julius, yeah. Which it's flipped back over to John. Elliot didn't do a whole lot that turn. I think he rolled a wild charge that he didn't quite get the distance he wanted on. Moved into position with some things. Moved the ranged wild runners in to shoot the Phoenix, and then didn't do enough damage. I think the Phoenix had cover from the house because he's not quite got the angle on it.
So I think one of the other halfling lists has lost. I don't know about that's Matt Hobday with his Aeronauts heavy list. So I didn't use spam then, you know, I chose my words.
Sure.
Just the halfling RAF. I don't know about Dan King. I think he looked like he may have won his. But yeah, most people are finishing up now. I think we this round. So this round was going to finish at 2:30. Obviously, we're a bit behind, so now it's 1:45. So then we'll be back on for 4 p.m. And the most important thing, everyone at home, I'm going to get the tally for the beers. I've asked Andy here, who's in charge of the bar, so he's going to let us know. I know you're all on tenterhooks about that one.
I want to start drinking just to help.
Yeah, I think there will be. So Joe's on about the dice. I don't know if you've already addressed this. I think we will have an official inspection of Elliot's dice after this.
Take a look.
Yeah,
I think they're done.
I did hear the ping of the microwave before we started. So
Yeah. He just threw them on the griddle real quick.
yeah.
Rolling for 7th turn, which looks like
And they
they're
got it.
not having one.
I don't know.
Maybe? Yeah, they are. Elliot's got
Ooh.
the lean in.
Yeah, I think John would have been
That's-
happy with
yeah,
that.
John
Yeah.
would have done better, at least attrition-wise. Because the Wild Runners look like they got to charge in, and then some other things are coming in too.
So he's running for the wild charge there, or the.
I believe so, yeah. Could be brutal just to finish things off.
Ugh. So that's both games we've had so far have gone to turn 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you say,
Well,
John probably
here's
would
an
have
instance where it's not going to flip.
been. No, it's not. I guess, yeah, like you say, John just would have been happy with a bit more points on the attrition. So as you look and, Elliot's. I think John. I feel very sorry for John actually for this one.
Yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah. And I think, a few more different dice rolls and it could have been a bit different, I think.
Sure.
So we'll have to see, obviously, who's on it. It might end up, at this rate, it could end up being Elliot on the top table again, but we might mix it up, get someone else on.
Sure.
Just
At this point in the event, I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
If it was the very last game,
Yeah, sure.
then
we'll
we need
mix
to
it
put him up there again. But
I think some people might want to battle downstairs where it's a bit cooler, where there's fresh air.
I've heard that. I've heard some players saying that they're losing on purpose to stay downstairs.
Yeah, just
where
stay
it's cool.
downstairs.
It's quite warm in here.
I mean, that's a good excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost, so I could battle downstairs.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly what I'd be saying.
Oh, there's the Phoenix
The
gone.
Phoenix is gone.
The Phoenix put in some good work.
It did.
I thought
said
it was gone
Yeah.
like turn 2, but so I guess this is
Julius.
Julius now. Oh, Julius, sorry.
The Dragon of Heaven.
He could have a little bit of revenge, I guess, Julius.
Julius does work.
Yeah. Come on. I know we're not meant to have favourites, but come on, John.
Based on
there
that
we
dead
go.
blank stare after he rolled those.
So that is, I think we'll have a chat with John afterwards. I think that's it. Yeah, because I think, I feel sorry for John in that one. Elliot, obviously, not taking anything away from Elliot. He
No.
played a very good game, but you look and you think that could have gone a bit different. I think that one. So we will be right back now. So we're going to be back in half an hour. So next round is at 4 p.m. So we'll come back then for the next one, which is Fool's Gold.
Ooh.
And you can tell us all about that scenario at 4 p.m. So thank you very much, everyone who's joined us for this one. And we will see you shortly. Bye-bye. Hello, 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 and we are back for Game 3 of Day 1 of Clash of Kings 2021. Any more numbers?
In Cardiff, Wales.
In Cardiff, Wales. Yeah, there we go. Actually, we haven't said we're in Cardiff. And we've mixed things up a little bit on the top table this time. It's not actually the top table. Elliot would have been on again, and we've just watched Elliot. I mean, I'm bored of watching Elliot. Are you bored of watching Elliot, Kyle, with his broken dice?
You know, those dice are just completely jacked up.
So-
We looked at them. I think that we've called the police at this point. They should be here
Yeah.
any minute.
Yeah.
We'll try to get the stream to show coverage on that.
Yeah, So yeah, he's those dice are going to be. We've had some people turned up in hazmat suits, radioactive kind of things, because they were setting off the Geiger counters, which is a bit of a worry. So now I've already been accused of putting Matt on because he's playing as goblins, but actually this is Matt Gilbert's fault because he randomised the tables.
Well, that's
There's a lot of accusations being thrown around, mainly by Jerry, but this is Matt with his goblins versus Janice and her Night Stalkers. I will say Janice is 6 pints in.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. She's helping us in our cause.
She's fixated on the how many pints have we all drunk. Interesting update on that, because I know that's what everyone's really tuning in for. They're almost running out of pint glasses. So that bodes well for that record. So we are going to be playing Fool's Gold. So before we look at the lists, how's Fool's Gold work, Kyle?
So Fool's Gold it's objective based, except this time you're using 10 specific objective counters, and they're the bluff tokens. So this is a little bit rarer of a game that you see, at least in my opinion, for tournaments in the US. You don't see these played quite as often. So the counters are unique in that they've got a number on the backside of them, 0, 1, or a 2.
Yeah.
And you can place them bluffing, what you think could be an important objective. You could put a 0 down there.
Okay.
Whatever it might be. So at a certain point, these are going to flip, and they just become regular objective markers. But then what.
Right. It's end of turn 3 or turn 4.
I believe it's turn 3.
Okay. Well, we'll check on that one.
Yeah.
So this could be an interesting one actually, because this could sort of that slightly random element could actually have a big difference, I suppose.
At the end of round 3.
End
All
of round
bluff
3.
counters are flipped.
God, look at me, end of
Yeah,
this.
you got it.
The first time today, I'd say. So make a note of that. What time is it? It's 18 minutes past 4, and I knew the rules. So we. So I think Matt and Janice are in the doldrums, let's say, on
That's
the
okay.
On the table. But hopefully we should have a bit of fun. We'll see how they're doing. And Matt has got goblins. I'm not saying this is the only time that goblins would appear on the live stream, but maybe it is. So we'll go through the lists. Now, I can actually, for once, know a little bit what I'm talking about with the goblins, so it's quite exciting for me. You've got Sharpsticks, Regiment of 20. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Sharpsticks. They've got the Phalanx, but I'd normally...
I think that she's just a fan, or he's just a fan of that price point.
Yeah, so Matt as well is they've swapped over. Do you know what I mean? This always happens. Right, I'll tell you what, I'll swap the names over in a second, but this always happens. Just when I think they've all got set up, they swap over with their names. Sharpsticks always get squeezed out by Rabble for me. I've never...
I think that Rabble are, we on the rules committee even, we call them point for point the most defensive unit in the game.
Yeah. Also, no hordes. Normally I thought it was all hordes.
Yeah.
Currently with my goblins, it's 4 hordes of Rabble, and then you would unlock all the shenanigans around that. He's got no wingets either.
No wingets. Wow.
I'm almost shocked. This is like an old school goblin
Yeah,
list.
yeah. We're seeing why he's in the standings.
Poor Matt. But so he's got 3 hordes of trolls. So he has got a regiment of Rabble. Then we went to 3 hordes of trolls. 1 with the staying stone. I mean, that's sort of standard really, because their nerve is a bit odd with 14, 17. So it does mean they can get wavered quite a bit. Typically, if I'm using trolls, I would put staying stone on, or the dwarf brew.
Yeah, gives them headstrong.
Yeah, gives them headstrong, but that's quite expensive actually.
It's 15 points. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they're not a cheap unit, particularly 190 points for trolls.
And the other one too, Chalice of Wrath, is Fury.
Yeah.
So that if they get wavered in combat, they can at least countercharge.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. Yeah, I never thought about
also
using it.
15 points. So
Yeah.
they're good waver mitigation tools, but
You start ranking up racking up the cost of those. He's got another one with the healing brew on, so I guess that's a once per game, isn't it? You take the brew.
it's a D2, so
Yeah.
it's not great, but
No.
it does help.
So it's weird because you've got regeneration 5+ on the trolls. Mine never regenerate ever. I'm always very jealous when I see the mutant rat fiend regenerating on something like, what is it, 4s?
Yeah.
Is that one? Yeah, so jealous. You've got 2 troops of Fleabag Riders next. Interestingly, he hasn't got any. Oh, he's got the Morpup on the regiment. So the Morpup gives you basically a 1 game. Well, unless you reload it, or maybe that's what he's thinking of doing. You get a 1 game, a D6 attack. No, six attacks, hitting on 4s, crushing strength 1, which is brilliant actually because goblins struggle to hit stuff. So if you've got your rabble horde going in with 25 attacks and you've got a cheeky little 6 attacks, that can make a big difference actually. I'm a big fan of the Morpups actually. And on something like a Luggett troop, they've already got 15 attacks. You do that first one where you're getting 6, then you can reload them, so that's good. So anyway, he's got a regiment of Fleabag Riders with the Mead of Madness, so it gives them wild charge D3 and Morpup. So he has got Morpup on those.
Mean of Madness, I think, is just wild charge +1.
Oh, is it?
So,
sorry, yes,
yeah.
it is.
So
Yeah,
since,
sorry, yeah.
Since they don't have it,
That's right.
it's just giving them wild charge.
Yeah, sorry.
1.
Yeah, you're right there. Mincer Mob, regiment of. I'm a big fan of the Mincer Mobs.
So many attacks.
Yeah, there's so many attacks. The problem is hitting on 4s.
Yeah, it's swingy.
Yeah, and they've got crushing strength 1, thunderous charge 1. They're all right on that first charge, but after that, they can be a bit hit and miss.
Yeah.
You might need a bit of Bane Chant. 2 big rocks throwers. I mean, now we're sort of into familiar Goblin territory. Goblin Slasher. Again, a unit I never really see used a lot.
Now.
Changes of foot maybe for that one. Yeah, lovely model, but again, just sort of gets squeezed out. He's got the King with Jareth's Pendant, which gives him a headstrong aura. That might help with the trolls.
Yeah, he's got kind of a combat army, so
Yeah.
that is good for the trolls.
Yeah, you got the 2 whizzes, just both standard, both with lightning bolt. You got a troll bruiser with the blade of slashing. Yeah, I've troll bruiser. I think I keep looking at, but never really. He always kind of gets squeezed out. Magwar and Joss. So I was speaking to Matt earlier on. He says that Magwar just does not die. So he hasn't. I think Magwar has always been his remaining kind of unit. And then last one, he's got the Magwans, which are the more beast pack, but they're not a regular, and they have defense 4 instead of defense 3.
Gotcha.
So that was, for once, I did quite a thorough analysis there.
That was great, Rob.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm impressed.
I'm just gonna leave now.
Yeah, you fulfilled your duty.
Oh, so Nick Savage. So Nick works at Mantic. He said just tuned in, and Rob has picked a Goblins game to stream. Definitely biased. I mean,
Of course.
Nick. I'm Nick's boss as well, so he's in trouble now.
Gotcha.
Monday. Right. Okay.
So
So
they're getting ready to start.
I'll swap the names around. I'll tell you what. While you're doing this list, Kyle, I will tap away and swap these names around.
Yeah, very quick overview of Jan's list. She's playing Night Stalkers. She's starting off with a solid base of 2 regiments of Scarecrows. Obviously, these guys aren't doing a whole lot of damage, but they can score and they can win you games in that sense too. So the wild charge is a surprising thing if people forget about them and leave them alone. 2 regiments of doppelgangers. These have gotten more popular over the years, and Jan has given them an item apiece. So one of the regiments has Blessing of the Gods, giving it elite. The other regiment has Brewis Strength. So when they steal your strength stat, you're adding to it. And in the instance of going up against goblins, when there's not a whole lot of crushing strength, now these doppelgangers have it built into them. So nice option. They are fairly weak defensively, so you've got to use them right, and they're easy to kind of chaff up and mess up. So we'll see what she does. 2 troops of Reapers, which are one of the highest attack troops in the game. A troop of them very efficient with 20 attacks, hitting on 3s and crushing 1.
Oh, they're awful.
Yeah.
I've been on the receiving end because Martin, what we talked about, he was practicing with his Night Stalkers before we came. They're nasty.
Yeah, very
And they're
easy
quick.
to kill.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
They're a hammer for 135 points.
Yeah.
And that's very nice. She's also decided to add 2 5-point items, the Blade of Slashing and the Mace of Crushing. She's just counting on that damage to actually stick, which I think is a very good call. Then she's got 2 hordes of Butchers. 1 horde has the Brew of Sharpness, which I like on Butchers quite a bit because they also hit on 4s, and making that change to 3s is just such a big deal.
Yeah, I think actually that's one thing that I do on the Mincer mobs.
Yeah.
Because hitting on 3s, all of a sudden, if you're getting 21, plus D6 attacks,
Yeah.
chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. They're also pointed appropriately to do that. So Butchers are at base 205 points.
Yeah,
When you're paying that hefty 45-point tag for the Brewer Sharpness, it makes it, 250 is kind of in the range for what a lot of other melee 3-up units are. So it makes sense.
actually they're 16, 18. They're not too. Yeah, they've got quite a high nerve. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
those ones. Yeah, that's I mean
Yeah.
that's a problem with the Mincer mob. Yes, they're fearless, but they're 16 nerve. So, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
They can go.
The other one's got the Potion of the Caterpillar, which she's counting on those 4s staying as 4s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are 2 walls right in the middle, which the
Yeah.
Caterpillar will not help with. So if she can avoid those, that would be beneficial to her. Then she gets into what you would expect from Night Stalkers. 3 Mind Screeches. It's such...
They don't come in anything less, do they?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
only come in 3s.
It's such an efficient unit because it's got 3 options for spells. It can score, it can fly, it can actually attack if you need it to in combat, just to throw a disorder on something. So for 150 points, you can do quite a bit. And in this scenario, they're very good.
Yeah.
Having 10 tokens on the board means that you've got to find out what a lot of them are.
Yeah.
And get to them. And with Fly and Nimble, she's going to have that ability, so she can keep them alive. They are going to be susceptible to things like those big rock throwers, but
Yeah.
they do have stealthy.
Yeah, but they're a bit like the Mind Screech is a bit like a big movable flying war engine, isn't it? Really,
Yeah.
they've got so much.
Yeah.
I mean that's the. I guess it's a bit like the Lykelodon a bit in the Salamander list.
Sure.
That's their war engine. But yeah, Martin again. He runs 3 of those, and I dislike those quite a lot.
And then she's also taken 3 horrors, and one of them she's given the boomstick, which gives it an upgrade of Lightning Bolt. The other, it also has Aura Vicious for her melee. It looks like all 3 of them have been upgraded with the Aura Vicious for infantry. So that's her intention, to get the Scarecrows to be a little bit more effective, and the Reapers to be very effective.
Yeah.
So with all 3 of them having that, there's a good chance that she's going to have it. I think that may have been a slight waste in points to give it to all 3, but I want to see how she plays it and see what advantage she can
So
take.
30 points is it? So
30 points apiece.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's only got the Scarecrows and the Reapers that can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So quite a bit there.
And
But
the horror by itself doesn't look that tasty, really, does it? I suppose. I mean, one attack. It's a support.
it's a caster.
Okay.
It's a support caster. They've got Lightning Bolt. That's what she's looking at, because
Right, I
essentially
see,
the
yeah.
Mind Screech has Lightning Bolt 6 apiece, and then these have Lightning Bolt 3 apiece.
Yeah.
So that adds up. That's 18 Lightning Bolt right there from the Mind Screeches, and then another 9 on top of it. So it's quite a bit. The Reaper Soul Drinker is her next hero. She's given it the Wings of Honey Maze, which is probably a good choice for the Reaper. That's giving her the ability to go hunt characters, war engines, the big rock throwers. That's something that needs to look out for. But you also take away the advantage that the aura it has. It has Aura Life Leech 1 for the Reapers, and if you're flying off hunting other things, then they can't get that Life Leech bonus. But they are just troops, so nerve is low. And then she has Shakira, the Wailing Shadow. Rob enjoys the nicknames. So
No, that's good. I'm learning a lot about the nicknames.
Eshin Shara.
Essenishra.
Yeah.
Essenishra.
We call her Shakira.
Okay.
So
that's a lot easier to say.
Yeah.
I think generally they should have all names like John,
right.
like
Just
Dave,
make it as easy as
Dave the Wailing Shadow. Oh no, it's a lady, isn't it? So Denise the Wailing Shadow. Be a lot easier.
So it's a new living legend that was in Halpy's Rift, and it's a Banshee that basically is able to use their Wind Blast and what's the other one? It's the
Enthrall?
pole. Yeah, Enthrall. to do what a surge would do. So the enthrall is the beguilement. She can pull you towards her and then start a combat. So it's really nasty. And for what's normally a caster character, she's got melee 3, 5 attacks, and crushing 3 with dread.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, I think again, Martinson. I think because thanks to you, Kyle, started taking Shakira, and that really caught me by surprise actually, because she's just sort of flying around. No, she's just sort of flying around doing kind of being a bit weird. But then she comes in and then actually starts doing the damage. So yeah, not nice at all. So it seems. I mean, it seems quite like I say. You got a bit of kind of the points on the horrors seems a bit expensive, but generally doesn't look a bad list.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that she's got a clear direction of what she wants to do. She's got some synergies that are in place, and I'm excited to see what she can do against it. It's an interesting matchup. Goblins are always tough. There's just a lot to get through. If those Reapers can charge on their own terms, it's a good thing. The danger is that I'd want them to be into the Trolls. That's my target for the Reapers, and I don't care so much about the Rabble. The Rabble can fight the Scarecrows. That's.
Oh, they've changed sides again, have they?
Apparently.
I don't believe this.
There should just be a swap button. Is there a swap button?
They just keep. I think they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah. The walkie-talkie must be sitting there listening to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change. I'm gonna have to change the names again. They're honestly doing this on purpose. They must be. Right. So just bear with me a second while I change names again. Oh. I didn't switch then.
Didn't switch the bottom.
No, switch then to his own names.
At least that's click in that field and then try it.
Oh no, I don't want to start. Let's start. About.
Okay.
I think it's brave that we managed to switch that. No, it's fine.
That works.
There we go. That'll do. They're doing it to vex me. That's what it is. They know that I don't enjoy. I guess one thing that Matt will struggle against now is obviously all the Night Stalkers with their stealthy.
Stealthy is a problem for Matt.
Yeah.
Depending on what he wants to target.
Yeah, because actually he hasn't got.
Yeah, he doesn't have the same volume of shooting that you would normally see.
No, actually, I was about to say, actually, he's in fact, he's got the whizzes, but they're not affected by. Lightning Bolt isn't affected by stealthy.
It is not.
No.
Yeah.
You got the Slasher, which will be, and then the big rock throwers, Magua, and Joss, obviously with Lightning Bolt 4. Actually, yeah, do you know what? I never really looked at Magua. Magua's quite interesting, actually. So, like we were talking earlier on about those mini dragons, you go Attack 7, Lightning Bolt 4, Cushion Strength 2, Duelist, Individual, Inspiring, Mighty, Vicious, Wild Charge, D3. Got a lot of rules, actually, on Magua.
Quite a bit.
Maybe I need to re-look at Magua a bit.
I'd love to give away a teaser from Clash of Kings. Talk about a character that the Twilight Kin are getting. One of my favorites. Something fun that she's able to do. She's coming from League of Infamy.
Okay.
Our girl on the box.
Yeah.
She's got the ability to nominate a unit that will strip stealthy or spell word for the turn.
Okay.
So if they have stealthy, she can take it away so that your units can then shoot at it clean.
Yeah. Nice.
That's nasty.
So we're still waiting for. I guess 4:30. Okay.
Under the 2 hours only.
So Matt and Janice are going to have to get a wriggle on if they want to finish this game. Maybe they didn't realise that setting up's on the clock.
There we go.
In all fairness, Matt has been last to finish in a couple of games. But we'll see how it goes. I'm sure they'll speed up once they realise.
Maybe.
So, yeah. So I think it's an interesting list from Matt. Actually, I think he's determined. He wants to paint every single goblin model in the range. That's his ambition.
That's good. Your name is Matt Green.
Yeah.
You have to play goblins, and
I
you got to
suppose that's what
all.
it is. Yeah. I guess he's got a lot of drops, hasn't he? Here, actually, 18. Oh, 18. Okay. It feels more than that. But
That's fairly low for goblins.
yeah.
I'd expect 23, 24.
Actually, yeah, I'm trying to think. Actually, with yeah. So typically, the list I was playing and practicing with Martin against was 4 hordes of rabble, two mincer mobs. I'm a big fan of the goblin blaster. I think actually, being able to shoot a little bit, although it's not that great.
Oh, it's so much nicer now too.
Yeah.
In 3rd edition.
So that's quite handy. Quite like that. The Bangit, obviously, which I think only 2 wingets. I like to have friends at the end of a game.
Sure.
Yeah, a couple of more pup launchers. More pup launchers are quite good. Obviously, they've got no crushing strength, or piercing rather, but at least they're good against kind of troops and things like that. Not too bad.
We're gonna have to make a Kings of War aerial game between the aeronauts and the wingets.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Well, that's fine to talk about. We did talk about sort of, a little bit like taking the Vanguard rules and actually kind of using them to do actually 28 mil like dogfights and things like that.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be quite cool actually. So Stephen Pierce, I think Stephen, unfortunately, I think he had to drop out at the last minute. He was meant to be in Matt's team, so he's clearly cheering him on.
Well, that's a good thing. I play with the models that I like, and sometimes
Yeah.
that means you have a less effective list, but you're still having more enjoyment.
Yeah,
You're having more fun playing with what you want to have.
Yeah, well, he said he's particularly enjoyed because Magwar's one of his favourite models. He said I think he's quite pleased that he's kept him alive.
I can't do the spam thing. I can't just duplicate units. I love having variety in my list, and sometimes it's less effective. But
so it looks like at the minute they're all just setting up in the middle, which is good for our live stream. It's almost like they've been considerate there. So Face Stars, there's more Clash of Kings spoilers. Oh, we've been giving a few out today.
yeah, we've been giving out a few.
What I can say is Fleabag Riders, currently not getting a lot of love.
Sure.
Personally from me, they're getting a little bit of a boost.
Sure. When you look at armies, some of them didn't need the help that you might expect, and we wanted to make it a no nerf book. So how do you do that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and I suppose it's looking at, and I will say this hand on heart, goblins probably don't need a boost.
Right.
Yeah, but actually, so the majority of the units, fine. Like we're talking about, the rabble is point for point, good for unlocks, good for sort of getting in the way on objectives, things like that. Very handy. But the rest of the list is okay. And I think it was mainly the Fleabag Riders. I don't really see them a lot.
Yeah, the effectiveness of the other things in the Goblin list funnel you into that kind of a build.
Yeah.
Where you're taking wingets after winged after winged, and then war engines, and just going for that route because it works.
Yeah.
And the way to balance that list more is to bring up the other things so you see more variety.
Yeah, and I think that'll be interesting to see. I think Face Star says hoping more focus on combined arms will mean a bit less spam. Totally, and I think the formations help with that. We talked a little bit about formations. And actually, the Goblin one is a Fleabag-based formation.
Yeah.
So, again, just encouraging those people to get them on the table. That's be a 6 for Jan there. Possibly explaining why it's taking so long to set up.
Could be.
Tell you what though, even from this sort of distance, Jan's army's looking really nice.
It really
colourful.
pops.
Actually,
yeah.
We'll. Actually, Paul Roberts, it could be a spy here. Paul's here, watching, cheering on Matt. We'll have to be very careful that we don't. He could be saying. Luckily, we're behind, aren't we? There's a slight delay.
There's a slight delay. Yeah.
We'll have to make sure he hasn't got the walkie-talkie.
Matt, roll a 6.
Yeah.
That's how you win. There you go.
But Matt's army is actually really nicely painted. So we'll be taking pictures of all the armies tomorrow. We'll be going around because we've got their painting judging as well, so that's always a good time. So they're going to be quick. They're going to need to be quick here
Yeah,
because they've spent 40 minutes quite relaxed getting set up. Okay, so Janice is straight down there with, I guess that will be Shakira, will it?
Either Shakira or the Reaper
Yeah.
hero,
Wow, that's
the
quick.
Soul Drinker.
That is quick. If you can get down
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Speed 10.
I mean, I might just have a quick look see if Matt's. I guess if Matt's turned around to face that, then that's. If not, he's. Janice has been quite canny there. Canny old Janice.
She's got those lightning bolts to throw out, though, and that's going to, early damage that she can put. I'm not sure what I would target. I think those low nerve units, things like the Rabble, the Sharp Sticks, they make juicy targets for the lightning bolts just because they're easy to pick up. It's like, do you try to do that, or do you try to waver the trolls and those, hardcore units? But lightning bolts are so good at picking up chaff. The thing about the Mind Screech is that it can see over almost, everything on the table and pick things out, and that's dangerous in itself. Yeah, Paul, you've got the right idea by being outside. We're in a tiny room upstairs where there is no airflow whatsoever. Slave shop labor gonna riot against Ronnie. Jan's doing some quick measurements, probably marking where certain ranges are based on the die that she's putting down.
So what you can't see now. Luckily, for once, most of the action's this side of the camera, this side of the windmill, the house rather. She's got both of the heroes, the Reaper and Shakira, have both sprinted down that side.
Gotcha. Okay. Wherever, whenever.
Yeah. I think
they're meant to be together.
Yeah, there is a wood, but you can't quite see. There is a wood down there where Matt's got some of his. I think it might be the Sharp Sticks. So yeah, they're not quite unopposed down there.
You missed my Shakira reference, and I'm sad.
Oh, sorry. I know, I do get it now. It's been a long day.
It's okay.
Oh, I see. Paul says he's in the car park. No spying. See, that's.
Yeah, I said that was smart of him.
I mean, although that is exactly what a spy would say.
Correct.
If James Bond was watching this game,
Yeah.
he'd be like, "Oh, I'm outside."
I imagine those are her doppelgangers.
Yeah. So how do the doppelgangers? Because doppelgangers are a bit of an odd unit, aren't they?
They're very odd. Yeah. They steal whatever they are charging. Their melee value, their attack value, and their crushing strength value.
Right.
So it's pretty interesting in that sense.
I mean, against goblins, that's a hindrance, surely.
It is, and that's why I think that she's thought it was worthy to pay for the Blessing of the Gods and Brew of Strength, because that just makes them more effective.
Right. Okay.
Than, what they would be at base.
Yeah. So what do they do? What does Blessing of the Gods do?
It's elite, so it allows you to reroll ones to hit.
Okay. Right. That's quite nice. I've never even realised. I've never even looked at that.
It's really good on units that have a high volume of attacks.
Yeah.
So like
sure.
the Mincer Mob, that's a good.
You've got my
target.
cogs. You've got my cogs turning there, Kyle. That's and how much? 20 points. It's not too expensive, really, is it either?
It's more expensive for the bigger units, the horde
regiment
style units.
Okay, so Mincer Mob is a regiment, so still 30. But that's quite good because you've got the 4s. Yeah, they can go either way, obviously. So actually having an extra reroll on those is pretty good.
So Jan is taking the Martin approach of tactics.
Just get everything go forward.
Just go forward.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about again tactics, and Martin was saying his big problem is he always wants to try and win turn 1, which you can't really do. It's not Dreadball. You can't score turn 1 as much as you might like to.
So in the gap between the keynote speech
Oh, okay. Well, oh, okay. So yeah, we've got a keynote where Matt Gilbert will be talking about what's coming up for Kings of War. Sadly, that's all top secret.
Can't
So,
share it on the stream.
No, we can't share that. And yeah, we'll see. I'm sure some stuff will leak out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Inevitably.
and then
It's
we've
100
got
people.
probably, I'd say the most anticipated element of the evening is my quiz.
Yeah. I've heard about this quiz.
Yeah, it's particularly devious this year.
Okay.
There's for those in the UK, because I don't think this quiz show has made it over to America, but you've got Only Connect, which is probably one of the hardest quiz shows in the UK. Yeah, so you have to find a random. There'll be 4 clues, and you have to find out what's the thing that connects them.
Okay.
But it can be anything. So there is a Kings of War themed Only Connect later on tonight.
So the color green, you'd probably think,
Yeah,
orcs,
Yeah.
goblins.
Yeah, so it could be. Well, it'd have to be orcs. Yeah, it'd have to be. Yeah, you'd have to do it like that. But anyway, so we've got that coming up later on. So I'm sure that will probably drive most people home.
Did you got my Shakira joke?
Yeah. So this is obviously turn 1. So Matt and Janice are going to have to pick up their pace a little bit because this round is meant to finish at 6.
They can do it, I believe.
Yeah. No, I think.
As long as they flip the tokens
Yeah.
by turn 3, then if the game ends there, that's fine.
Yeah, fine. See, we're going to roll some dice.
I imagine she's shooting some mind screeches that are not on camera.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, sorry, I missed. I did go over and check. So I guess what in this scenario, Kyle, do you sort of hold off until the? It's a weird one, isn't
Yeah,
it? Do you
you've gotta
hold
know-
off until the objectives are there, or do you?
You're supposed to know which ones yours are, but it's very easy to forget.
Yeah,
Did I put
yeah.
the 2 there or there?
Okay.
So as long as you've kept track of what your objectives are,
Right, so you can go. But I guess okay, so that's where the bluffing element comes in, doesn't it? Because if it looks like you're going like really full on to get that, the other person will think, okay, that's the 2-pointer,
Right.
but actually that could be the
0
0 points. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
it's
I guess-
really fun.
Yeah, you could bluff someone into deploying a lot of their army onto a flank, and then you just sort of turn off and
Sure.
go somewhere else, particularly with a flying unit or something like that. This will be interesting in this one to see how some of the other armies get on as well.
Absolutely. This one is an advantage for fast armies to be able to get to where they need to be.
Yeah.
Because they can take their time attacking other units and then
Yeah.
towards the end of the game just make a move to whatever objective they need to have.
So I guess obviously Matt's Fleabag Riders, speed 10. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to be good at grabbing those objectives last
Sure.
minute. Obviously
quick.
you've got, well, Shakira.
Yeah, her
I know
2 characters really can't do anything about it.
No.
Except the Enthrall could pull somebody away.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
She's got the top of the turn, though, so it doesn't help as much.
No.
When you've got the bottom of the turn, at the end of the game,
Yeah. So that's an interesting one actually. So would you, in this scenario, would you choose to go second?
I probably would, yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It's rare that you would want to go second.
Yeah.
It depends on the matchup.
Yeah.
If I was playing Jan's army, I would want to be going second.
Okay.
Just got some nerve tests going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, because typically, if I normally you want to go round 1, particularly for me, because I need to get all my shooting away and hope for the best. Although actually, I was listening to the counter charge. Unfortunately, I can't remember the name of the gentleman being. It might have been, was it George? About goblins, and he was saying that either Bangit, for example, he quite likes going second because by that time the army's moved closer towards you,
Sure.
the enemy. So actually, you probably can your second turn, you can get some shots off. Whereas
Right.
if you've gone first, the Bangit's just moving towards them. So
There are some advantages.
Yeah.
It's rarer, though, to not see someone take the first.
yeah.
Just because you get to dictate the board so much
Yes, yeah, you do get to boss it. Yes, that would be. So now we've got Matt, and Matt's turn 1. Oh, we should make a note of it again, Carl. We were so efficient last time.
I think I can remember this time.
Okay.
Maybe.
Bit of a slower pace. So Matt is on the King of Hearts team.
Yeah.
Down
They do the charity, right?
Yeah, they do a lot actually. So that, I mean, fair play to Matt and the King of Hearts crew. They've, gone from no community down kind of where they are down south to actually now, we're seeing the south is one of the fastest growing in the UK anyway, the fastest growing kind of communities for Kings of War, which is really great. And what's good is you walk outside today, there's a lot of new faces, obviously some of the faces we recognise, but it shows us a lot of scenes growing.
I talked to several players that this is all new to them. Tournaments are new to them. There were
a few,
some people that haven't even played in 3rd edition yet. So, I mean, that's exciting. There was a pair of guys that came up and said they had watched my videos and that's how they got in the game, and now this is their first tournament. Yeah.
Wow.
They stuck around.
Yeah, no, it's no, that's great, and I think that shows, that it is recruiting, because it's clearly a harder game to recruit into than something like Dead Zone, because you need to paint several hundred miniatures.
The barrier to entry is just so much bigger with any kind of mass battle fantasy. There's so much you have to have. But the good thing is that you can practice with blank bases.
Yeah,
you can get a feel for it.
Yeah.
And some small point Kings of War games are some of the most fun I've ever had.
Yeah.
Those 750 point games are just amazing.
Yeah, no, I agree actually. It's and I think as well, when you finish, there's probably nothing more satisfying in gaming than seeing your army full on.
Sure.
When you've done it all together, and because I don't know about you, but it sort of comes together. It seems to go really slowly, but then when it does all come together, it's quite quick.
Boom.
Yeah.
We've got several stores in the U.S. that are doing slow grow leagues, and I think that those are amazing opportunities for people to join in, collect slowly, make it a reasonable thing. There's War Room Hobbies in Tennessee that is doing that with a huge group that they've gotten really big, and I always encourage people to try and start that at your local game store if you can, because it's a really good way to do it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. I think I better get the store right every year before I start. On again, they've fairly new for their community, but they've got a really good growing community for Kings of War and Firefight as well. They're starting to get into that, which is great.
I would love to play Firefight. I need somebody to play with me. That's
it's good. Yeah, but that Firefight is a really interesting one actually. I think that's rather than the old version of Firefight, which we went from Warpath down to Firefight. This one's all going from Dead Zone up.
Yeah.
In fact, Andy Sharp's just to the playtester group has just put out a new set of new updated rules today, and it's playing really nice actually. I think the good thing is it sort of feels immediately quite natural to play it.
Sure.
Particularly if you play Dead Zone, you're familiar with the terminology. It uses D8s, which you're comfortable with.
Yep.
There's no exploding 8, so that's that just proved to be slightly too swinging.
Too much.
Yeah.
So Matt's being very careful about his placement.
Yeah. So Jan, her first game was against Den King.
Yes.
She wisely or unwisely challenged him. She'd originally
just get it out of the way.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Get out. Yeah, start the game. Get it out of the way. But So first game against Dan King. I don't know who she played in the second. I think she'd originally challenged Nick Williams, but then swapped it to Dan.
There are some real strategies to tournament playing.
Yeah.
That people think about, and you hear the submarine approach, and that's something that I think sometimes is said jokingly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to submarine back to the top, but then other times it has real merit.
Yeah. So it looks like you've got most of the Kings of Hearts crew watching this one, cheering on Matt. Yeah, he's sort of cautiously moving forward. Again, maybe they're just waiting. like we say, waiting for those loot tokens to be flipped over and see what's there.
I think that they are just pacing out their charge distances at this point.
So it looks like he's got most of the trolls all in the middle. He's got the slasher near the house at the top there. Yeah, I think he's maybe just making sure he can still shoot. Interesting. And we talked in the last game actually about the hills in deployment zone. People are more than welcome to move them, but no one's actually moved them yet. So
he put his big rock throwers in the forest, though. So
he's got one at the bottom, hasn't he? There on the hill. Is that the forest?
I
is that
think
a forest?
I think
sorry,
it's a forest.
right.
I'm not sure. It could just be difficult terrain. Because the
Actually,
bottom.
I realised if I move this banner out of the way, I can actually see the table. All day, I could have been looking out the room.
That lower right is definitely a forest.
As you know, it's just slightly too far.
The old bendy measure.
Yeah. Okay, so like I say, Matt is on the King of Hearts team, Janice on Shade Troll Dojo. I think that's it. Shez? Not Shez Troll.
She's fancied up her actual list here.
Yeah. So Janice and Bob both do a lot of tournaments up sort of around Element Games, that sort of way. So I think they had one, was it last week or the week before? They had Speed Kings of War. So I think that was similar to what you were saying earlier, small games.
Yeah.
I think we're doing something similar at HQ in next year. We're going to do the Clocks of War thing, which is 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Every round it goes down, yeah.
Yeah, I think we do 2 25s, 2 20s, and 1 15. And that 15 one is, getting in 5 games in a day is, although it's not long, you're not playing for long, it's mentally exhausting.
You just got to go quick.
Yeah.
I think it's a good practice tool. If you don't go into it and say, I have to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's just a fun, silly tournament, really.
I want to see more of that. I want to see more either fluff-based tournaments
Yeah.
that aren't just pure competitive. I know at one point Rob Fanuff was talking about doing something like that down where we combined Armada, Vanguard, Kings of War, and really you broke it up into teams, and like for one game you'd go play that system and then you'd rotate and move over. Things like that can just be so much fun, and these systems have the potential for that. You just gotta have the people that organize
I think
the event to happen.
Because you can even have things like, say, with like Armada, where if you get a boarding action, someone else, that'd be really complicated, but someone else could actually play that boarding action rather than you rolling for it in Armada. You can
Do
actually
like a
fight
Kings of
it
War
out.
fight, yeah.
That'd be cool. Yeah, so I think it's, to have all the... I mean, obviously, I think Dungeon Saga... Is that... Did we do that? I can't remember, but the idea was you go up from Dungeon Saga to Vanguard, all these... potentially create these characters. That'd be quite fun. So Matt looks like he's been putting a little bit of damage on some of the units. That's the doppelgangers, we think, isn't it? At the front. I can have a look, actually.
I believe so. It could be the Butchers.
Yeah. So a bit of shooting. I think he's done a bit more shooting with the rock lobbers. So with the big rock throwers.
I asked him to make some gestured hand movements.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh, good. So they're going to tell us no, yes.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
if they remember.
Yeah.
2 hits, 2 wounds.
You can start indicating wounds. We should have, what we should do is give the top table a list of hand signals, hand gestures to do. Yeah, I guess he's going to struggle because with the rock
stealthy is
throwers,
tough. Yeah.
because they're hitting on 6s all of a sudden. And that, I mean, again, it's interesting actually playing against because Martin was going to bring Ratkin to the event, and then eventually brought Night Stalkers. But yeah, with the Ratkin, you can have some really nasty turns of shooting. If you get them all off.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I mean, I played against him. I didn't roll a single 6, so it's just like, and that meant a load of my army was just completely defunct.
That makes armies like Night Stalkers sort of a tournament balancing army.
Yeah.
Because if shooting becomes strong, Night Stalkers become strong.
Yeah.
So it sort of just helps to have those kind of factions be thrown in the list.
And I guess you've got a bit of lightning bolt spam, so that's what Spell Ward's interesting for the halflings. Yeah. You can still shoot them down. It's just And I guess obviously Aeronauts not having it, Edge Grenadiers not having Spell Ward's probably quite clever as well. So.
Yeah. Because Jan did play Dan this morning, and she had a lot of lightning bolt to throw at him.
Yeah, I think so. So talking to someone afterwards, they said that she just had one turn, I think early on, where everything missed. Everything missed. And I think that, again, like we were talking about the game with John and Elliot, you only need that one round, and all of a sudden, if you're playing against a good player, they'll take the advantage of that and make you suffer.
You can't call it a mistake.
No.
But it's still punishing.
Yeah. So here's the Mind Screech, one of them coming out of the woods. So typically you're a Twilight Kin player, Kyle, right?
That's what I've been focusing on in 3rd edition so far.
Yeah.
So
You're disappointed by the lack of... There's only one Twilight Kin, Steve Hildrew.
Steve, yeah.
Your brother in arms.
Steve and I have talked quite a bit about him, so it's helpful. I asked him how he was doing. He's 1-1, I think, so far. It's an army I find that I have to be really locked in when I'm playing it.
Yeah.
You can't sort of fall asleep at the wheel.
No.
You've really got to be locked in. And I still, even at that, have finished pretty much middle of the pack with them. We're undead. I was top 10 every time I played.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of play style because I do have a bit of Martin in me.
Right. Yeah.
And
you see
Twilight
the red
Kin
mist.
are, Twilight Kin are not that way. Now, they, with the Clash of Kings changes, I think that combined arms forces, which is what they do best, really, the way that they're designed, a little bit of shooting, a little bit of combat, and that sort of synergy that goes into it. I think that's going to improve for them quite a bit.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
Yeah. One of my favorite units, the Glade Stalkers.
Right.
We looked at the theme list. I talked about this earlier in the day. The Elf Glade Stalkers were the masterless unit, and then the Sylvan Kin and the Twilight Kin were just kind of hand-me-downs of that same version. But a goal of the Clash of Kings book was to differentiate the armies a little bit more.
Yeah.
Everything felt a little bit samey.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And how do you make it more unique? So we talked about rules to set them apart. What would the Twilight Kin Glade Stalkers have that would make them more Twilight Kin?
Yeah. Make them more evil, basically.
Yeah. And that's a combined arms unit. It's a very expensive unit for what they do, but they have a ton of rules.
Yeah.
A lot of times they have Scout. A lot of times they have Pathfinder. It's a similar unit type all across the game.
Yeah.
There's the Basilean, the Sisterhood Scouts, the Dwarf not sharpshooters, but the Rangers.
Yeah.
So all very similar sort of unit type that exists, and all of them got a little bit of attention to help make them fit the flavor of their army.
Yeah, I guess that's what you want. You want the Rangers to feel very different to something else, don't you?
Yeah.
Really? So
the Twilight Kin one is my favorite though. It was my idea though, so that's
why.
helps.
That's why it's your favorite.
Can I share it?
Yeah, sure.
I think that they're talking about it on a podcast that maybe is releasing fairly soon too. So
Okay, that's fine.
It's
You're all right. You're all right, Kyle.
So, like I said, we want to differentiate the units. The Twilight Kin option, they're going from melee 4 to melee 3.
Okay.
They've got their range attacks, but they've lost steady aim.
Right.
So when they move and shoot, there's now a penalty to it.
Yeah.
Where
Makes
before they
sense.
didn't have it. So clearly those two changes, you can say they're more melee focused.
Yeah.
They've also got something called Dream Slayer Venom, which is a new rule unique to that unit, where in combat, they damage everything on a 4+, regardless of their defense.
Nasty.
So obviously Twilight Kin are very secretive and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
use venom in the
Yeah,
lore in the
sure, yeah.
background.
Yeah, it makes sense. They would cover their blades in.
Yeah. And so if you're fighting against zombies that are defense 2, you're going to wound them on 4s.
Yeah. Yeah, because the poison's not going to do
It's,
anything.
it's 4s no
useless.
matter what.
Yeah.
But against those logs that we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
it's 4s also. So it gives you kind of an advantage because shooting can be effective against lower defenses.
Yeah.
And obviously you'd want to shoot the targets that have low defenses and attack and melee
Yeah.
with the venom. But the loss of steady aim on them is a
Yeah.
big punish. So all of a sudden hitting on 5s is a big deal for them. So small amount of attacks, 10 and 12 attacks, it's not great.
Yeah.
So
No, that's interesting actually to see, like you say, to give it, and that's, you know, from what I've seen, you know, that there are a lot of flavoury sort of changes in the book as well.
Yeah.
So
and the Sylvankin one's completely different from
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So it's good stuff.
So it looks like Janice is kind of moving everything forward. Obviously, you've got the heroes at the top of the picture there. Looks like some butchers going around that way as well at the top of the picture, going around that windmill. That's not the windmill, it's the house. Mine screech, mine screech. Oh, that mine screech has been moved about quite a bit, actually, that one.
I think she maybe just realized that.
Yeah. So, now it seems to me, now unless Jan knows, obviously, that her counters are worthless. Seems a bit like, have they forgotten the counters?
I don't know.
Because you got 1, 2...
Because she's moved past a few of them there.
Yeah. Yeah, you got one right at the back. Now, obviously, if she's placed that one and she knows that's a 0, or it could be just incredibly cunning, because Mind Screech, unit strength 1, so she could fly over and just grab that, and that could be the 2 points.
That's definitely the advantage that the Mind Screech is giving this game.
And things like the Wingit as well. The Wingit's quite good. Yeah. Problem is, I always make the mistake of accidentally my Wingit just always ends up in combat. I'm really useless. I forget to move it, and then it just ends up getting charged. I think actually by Shakira last time I played Martin, so that's why I'm still bitter about that.
I understand.
So thanks for telling him, Kyle.
Yeah, you're welcome. Gotta spread the love.
So tomorrow, if you're joining us on Sunday, we've got an early start. So you need to set your alarms for 9:15. So an early one, that one. 9:15, that will be Invade tomorrow. So a relatively simple one for a Sunday morning.
4:15 for you, US.
Yeah.
Because my, being at home, I would actually wake up and be like, I'm going to watch this.
Yeah.
On a Sunday.
Right, Matt Gilbert's joined in now. So this is weird. I'm watching it live and on the stream, and different things are happening. So yeah, we're about 30. So the actual game is delayed by about 15 minutes, but the actual stream is about 30 seconds. So that's the mistake we were making earlier on when I was watching the YouTube on and trying to commentate on that. So that must have been really confusing for people. We need to keep remembering to watch the actual the stream that we're seeing. So it looks like Matt's turn. Looks like Matt's turn 2.
I think he just said, I'm going to kill that unit in particular.
He's not that violent, Matt. I don't think he would say.
It's dead.
Yeah. Oh, so the slasher's charging him.
Yeah, that guy is officially...
So let's have a look at the slasher. What's it going to do? Well, in a minute, obviously. Attacks 8. hitting on threes. And actually, but it's 210 points. It just seems like
it's a lot of points.
You're sinking a lot into that one for 8 attacks. Cushion strength 2, Strider. So I think that's on the receiving end of one of the changes, isn't it? If I remember rightly,
yeah, it's getting some of those Slayer Rampage.
Sweet new Slayer Rampage. I think his attack skill up as well, if I remember rightly. I could have made that up.
I think they do.
Let's assume it is.
Let's just
Not that I only looked at what the changes were for the goblins in the book, but I think that's good because that's such a nice model. You want to see that on the table. Oh, so interestingly, we think no, it can't be your phone that interferes with it.
Every time I pull it out, though, that's what.
The phone, that is.
Yeah, the phone. Yeah.
I think it might be. So we're interested. We've got. So sorry if you're losing the footage, it's because of Kyle's phone. Weirdly, which magically interrupts the feed.
I was going to find the slasher here.
So it looked like Matt was looking at the. I think he was trying to charge through the trolls, but they got stuck on the building. Unfortunately,
those buildings don't move. It's a shame.
No. Maybe there should be a rule where you can just smash through buildings. The giants can just destroy a building, smash through it. That'd make it interesting if you had really terrain-heavy tables, and it's just like, no, I'm just going to get rid of this. Yeah, so the Goblin Slasher, I thought it was, so it goes attacks to 10. Well, it gets an aura.
Yeah.
Melee D3.
Aura Rampage.
Wow, Aura Rampage. Tasty.
Yeah. For the beast keyword.
Oh. So beast, that'll be more beasts?
Yeah. Fleabag Riders?
Fleabag Riders. Oh, it's almost like we were talking the Fleabag Riders needed a boost. And what does Rampage do? What does Rampage is you get a bonus against certain units.
Certain unit types.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Going on a rampage.
So come on, get the mincer mob in. My problem is I always tend to use my mincer mobs as my second line, and I'm never sure if that's good or not. I wonder if I should be a bit more aggressive with them, like Matt's been there. So mincer mobs, you get D6 plus 21 attacks. So what's that go? Let's go now. I might go and have a look, see what that's gone into. So actually, where's the... Oh, 2 regiments of scarecrows, isn't it? So I think that must have gone into... I don't know. I'm going to have a look.
Matt's committing quite a bit here.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's seen the time.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to do this.
He's got a combat army. It makes sense. Rob's giving a thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm not sure what that's representing. Could be on if Jan's asked for another beer. Yeah, there are a lot of messy engagements there.
Yeah, so Matt's doing some work this round. He's so off the camera. What you might be able to see on the overhead one, and again we will look at that tomorrow. Is the Magwans have charged into a Mind Screech. There's a Mind Screech over there.
Ah.
In the middle, you've got the Slasher has charged into Doppelgangers.
Oh.
The Mincer Mob, I think, is charged into some Scarecrows, and some Trolls are charged into some Scarecrows as well.
Okay.
So he's, boom,
Yeah.
Alpha Strike.
Trolls should pick up the Scarecrows. I would
I
think.
never rely on Trolls. Always disappoint me.
Only 14 nerve. I mean, they're going to do maybe 6 wounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they need an 8.
It's not going to happen. They never rely on the trolls.
Is it 1 apiece? They're not double charged?
No, they're not double charged.
Okay.
So nothing, as far as I can see, I don't think anything's double charged. Actually, no, sorry, the slasher is charged into one of the horrors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
What,
not.
what potential does he have to overrun what's behind the horror? That's the question.
There's more horrors. The horrors are all like in a line.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
She could potentially lose all of them
That would be
to
impressive.
the slasher.
Yeah, I think they were all sort of in a line, and again slightly behind each other.
Oh,
So,
goodness.
so you can multiple overruns.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, right. That would be quite
Devastating.
tragic. Yeah.
It'd almost be like he's going on a rampage.
Yeah. Wow. Hey,
We've-
someone should do a rule for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen Pierce says, in a friendly those trolls will kill, at a tournament never. Yeah, I have to agree that whenever I need the trolls to do work, they're just like, oh, what are you doing? I will hit you with my stone,
Well,
and then just don't do anything else.
that's exactly what I would expect out of
You
him.
are pretty, Night Stalkers. You are colorful. That's how I imagine all the trolls speak.
Well, I enjoy because Night Stalkers are supposed to be these stealthy things, and everyone, myself included, paints them with these really vibrant colors.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Yeah, I think, I mean, I did a few for Vanguard, and mine were, mostly black, but then incredibly bright, like tentacles.
Yeah.
It is funny, isn't it? That they're meant to be, It's be like what, I think it's the, in Overdrive, slightly different, I guess, which was, you got a character that was previously called Shadow. No, he ended up being called, he's called Stealth, now he's called Shadow. Sent it off to Angel to paint.
Mm-hmm.
And actually we got the art from the artist, and he'd done it like really white and bright and slightly pink. And we were like, okay, well that's still fine. And then Angel painted it bright pink. And we're like, yeah, Shadow doesn't really suit the name there, but we've given him, the backstory is that he was called Shadow when he was a security guard for the Shammeek Starhawks, and then got a lovely paint job when he actually went into the arena. So I told Matt and Jan to give us a thumbs up when a nerve test goes well, and a thumbs down when a nerve test goes badly.
I thought that was whether or not she was going to ask for another beer.
No.
Like, beer me, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't got table service for Jan to order more beers.
When I go to tournaments in the U.S., that's typically what they have me do.
You're the beer.
I just,
you're the beer
Hey,
fetcher.
hey, go run and get me this IPA.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, Martin, or Big Dog on the microphone, he could on the walkie-talkie, he could have been doing that for us.
Yeah.
We've missed a trick there, Kyle.
I'm really, really curious to see how the horror situation is going to go. That's fun to me.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure when I went over to check that it was the slasher was they were in a line, but all in a line slightly behind each other. So yeah, he could because they were all less than it. So even if he gets a 1, he's still
Yeah.
going to overrun. Into
If
the
they're
next
that
one.
close, then yes.
Let me check. I haven't made that up, but.
It's a very dangerous thing to do if you set it up that way. I'm excited to see how this is going to go. I saw a test, but no thumbs up or thumbs down. There we go, thumbs up.
We've got one more left.
It's a precarious thing because you don't want to give away what someone can do.
No. So yeah, those horrors are lined up.
Okay.
That is a horror show.
Yeah.
So what are the chances? So And again, 3, 8 attacks hitting on 3s.
5 or 6.
And then what's the horrors got? They've got
Very low defense and very low nerve.
so defense 3, nerve 11, 13.
The nerve is that's actually pretty respectable.
Yeah.
That's high for a caster. So,
Yeah, 'cause typically it's sort of like 9, 11, isn't it? Really for.
yeah.
That's the one we want to see. Come on, Matt. So I'm not sure how any of the other tables are getting on at the minute. We've got an hour left in this game.
Well, this is a mess. There is a whole bunch of combat right in the
Kyle's
middle.
got a rules question. Sorry,
boy.
Kyle. You'll never know how the horrors get on.
I might just walk right over there as soon as I find out.
Okay.
Water, please.
So Kyle's just going to go and have a rule. So not bad. That's 6 rules questions today. This isn't too bad. I think it's alright. Okay, so looks like Stephen was asking what the clock times are like. So Jan's got 36. No, I don't know if she had 36 minutes. She's got 36 minutes left. I would think it's probably got 36 minutes left. So Jan's had another beer delivered. Okay, so when I think Kyle's going to kind of keep an eye on what's going on with those horrors. So again, we've had a really good day here at Firestorm. If you haven't been to Firestorm in Cardiff, fantastic new venue. They've recently moved. So we've got the upstairs, all of the upstairs, and a bit of the downstairs as well. So yeah, very, very nice. Okay, so that's 1 horror gone. Come on. So Willie overrun into the... Oh, I don't know if he has overrun. Okay. Now, interestingly, I assume he would have. I think it looked like he could overrun, so maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. So the slasher has taken out one of the horrors. Okay, so it looks like he did overrun, but didn't put enough wounds on the other horror. So not quite the spectacular horror destruction that we thought was going to happen. Now he might be rolling. This looks like the Mincer mob against the doppelgangers. That is it. So again, hitting on 4s. I don't know if it's hindered. So it looks like he took out one horror, overran, but didn't take out the next horror.
Well, it could have been fun.
Yeah, yeah. So this looks like the mob. So that's... See, Matt's being good there. Oh, I thought he was doing then. I thought he was being good and putting his dice. So this was the... Oh, that's good. So he's got different dice for his nerve checks depending upon whether it's the first or the second roll. I think they're just working out to the... Oh, Mincer mobs didn't take out the doppelgangers.
Mm.
That's interesting.
They hit the wall.
Okay, so they were going over the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so that takes it from a 4 to a
That's
5.
yeah, 4 to a 5, losing Thunderous.
Yeah, that's bad.
Big difference.
Yeah. That's the problem with them. You know, they're good if you can.
That's a very good unit for the doppelgangers to use their ability on.
Oh, of course, yeah. Now, yeah, I think he's charging into doppelgangers. I might have to go and have a look, but yeah, I think he does. Oh, they're wavered though, by the looks of it. So you might have got some respite there.
Saving grace.
Yeah. So this one is all bunched up quite a lot in the middle. There is some obviously action slightly off screen where you can't see, which is the actually the mag ones and like the mind screeches. So this is turn 2.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. So the end of the next turn we'll flip over the counters and then we'll see what's going on. So that's someone coming in to ask another question.
How's the chat going?
Oh, Matt's currently chatting to Matt Gilbert. He should be organising the tournament. He's too busy chatting to people.
Oh.
I think it's probably because he's finished his presentation
So the end
for
of
the
the day.
keynote.
Ah.
Yeah. I think previously he was secretly working on things that we're going to reveal tonight. So it looks like some Matt's had some looks like he had a few nerve checks that haven't gone his way here. Looks like he's rolled for them. Had to, obviously you've got the Mind Thirst where they steal all the inspire. Although actually, what inspiring has he's got? He's got the King. I'm getting my list mixed up. He's got the King with inspiring. The Troll Now, the Troll Bruiser, they've got inspiring Troll only, but that doesn't matter to the
They can take it,
Night Stalkers. He's got the Magua, which is inspiring as well.
And that's another change for Clash of Kings that's very relevant.
Yeah.
We've already talked about that, so it's not new information.
No.
but all the inspiring situations like that with Troll Bruiser, he's just now inspiring.
Yeah, I think that's I totally understand the thought behind it. You know, that a Troll Bruiser would inspire the Trolls.
Sure.
But I think you kind of got a bit of difficulty there where it made them they were a bit niche, I suppose.
Yeah, it allows you to use the units that you want in support, and it's in some instances it was messy and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And you just want inspiring. So
Trolls have done some work there. They've taken out the I think that's some scarecrows.
okay, they did what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But what they never do.
No. Then again, you'd hope defense 3 for the scare.
That's what I said. You would hope. Their nerve is
Dash
the
14.
Yeah, the nerve is the big thing there.
Yeah. I think he's and his trolls are actually regenerating as well. This is unheard of. This is how trolls should play. This is a masterclass in trolls.
Roll better.
Yeah, I mean that's get good.
Buy Elliot's dice.
So, again, you've got right at the bottom of the screen. You've got another objective. Now, I assume that one was placed maybe by Matt, so perhaps he knows that's a 0
Could be.
because he's got nothing really that can flip round and get that one. You've got one looks like near the house.
It could have been placed by Jan, and she's just waiting and going to fly over top of the house
maybe.
with a Mind Screech and land there.
Playing mind games.
Yeah.
Mind screech games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what I would want to do with it.
Yeah.
Bait everything to come in, then fly behind it.
Yeah.
These guys just want to have a fight.
Yeah, I think it's almost like the objectives
Yeah.
don't have to be there. Unless they're fooling us too.
Could be.
We're about to get surprised when
Yeah.
they're like bosh bosh bosh. So this will be Jan's turn 3. So we will reveal when we've got the big reveal of the counters, I'll go over and tell you what they all are. Because when you pick them up, you don't reveal them. It's only at turn 3.
Yeah, that's what you know what they are.
So you don't know.
So there's a mad scramble
Yeah.
for the rest of the half of the game.
Yeah, yeah. So again, you got. I think Jan's looking whether she can. I think she was looking whether she could charge into the trolls then. With the butchers. Butchers v trolls. My money's probably on the butchers there, I'd say.
I would take the butchers, yes.
Yeah.
The trolls are more than likely going to get wavered.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think she was just checking then whether she could do it. Now, see, that's when you can see when he was using that placeholder base, you can see how useful that is because you don't have to worry about remembering where it went back to and things.
It had that nice
Doorknob, whatever it was.
doorknob,
Yeah.
that was on it that allowed you to just pivot it right on the center.
I think actually I looked at it.
I want one of those.
Yeah.
I might make one. Just glue a ball to the base and.
So, what time is the reveal? Oh, the reveal. Well, we won't be revealing anything on the live stream tonight.
No.
That will be we're going to have a talk here, but then next week we will have plenty of information on the Mantic blog. So if you can't make it, don't worry. You'll probably end up getting more information.
We've got so much lined up.
Yeah,
There are a
loads.
number of podcasts that are going to be doing previews for people.
So Counter Charge started last week.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Clash of Kings book went live for pre-order. It's busy old time. We've got a lot going on. So there's some in-depth discussions going on here. Now, that's interesting. So it looks like, without us realising, that the bottom right corner there, that's Matt's regiment of Fleabag Riders. So he's snuck down the edge there. Now, wouldn't that be clever if he's put that objective marker there?
Absolutely.
Wow. See, there's us thinking that they've forgotten about the objective marker.
I mean, in either case, he's got Jan's major units locked down, and then that unit is now facing their rear.
Yeah.
So it's good no matter what.
Yeah. Just gotta hope. So what that's 14 attacks normally, hitting on 4s. Thunderous Charge 1, but vicious melee, that's quite handy. And actually, It's got the regiment is the one with the more pups as well. I really like the more pups. I put them on everything I can. Well, for 10 points for 6 attacks, it's such good value. You know, I mean, yes, you don't want to get destroyed, but putting them onto a horde of like goblins and things.
It's absolutely worth it. I'd want to do it.
If only there was a horde of Luggets.
Oh, that would help tremendously, wouldn't it?
Even if it was just one.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
The combat potential with that.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
Oh, it's so appealing.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be lovely. I'd immediately swap out my rabble for a horde of Luggets.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Call them like, Groggers, Luglads.
Luglads.
Yeah.
Genius idea.
Yeah, something like that.
Because I mean, they're quite a hitty unit.
Yeah, I mean, it's again interestingly actually with the Luggets, it's another unit that I sort of see where I could use, particularly a troop. We were talking earlier on about 15 attacks.
The effectiveness,
on a troop. You give them the more pups. That's 21 attacks for that first attack.
But just imagine how many you could have in a horde.
Yeah, but they just keep getting squeezed out. But I guess actually, a horde would certainly make its way, I think, into the army.
Yeah.
Because what you've got, brutal on them. I think brutal.
Yeah.
Wild charge. Cushion strength 1.
Yeah.
Hitting on 4s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the sexy
It's all
goblin
there,
stuff. Yeah. Spoiler. Well, I can't possibly comment if that's a spoiler.
I don't know.
You'll have to read into how excited I am.
I
about
mean,
it.
I think he's a playtester, so
Oh, okay.
he may know.
No, okay. Okay, so someone's just fallen off that wall. Oh no, it's the it's a damage counter. What's your preferred method for damage counters, Kyle?
I just use different colored dice.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of effective things. I've seen like the sewing counters.
Oh yeah, I've seen quite a few of those today.
Dials and things that people use.
Yeah, I got some dials recently from TT Combat, I think it was. They're nice, good. They only go up to 15, but in all fairness, if you're at 15 attack, if you're at 15, you're probably going to get wiped out anyway. So,
Seen some D20s.
oh yeah.
I just can never find the number. I'm sitting
No,
there spinning the die.
that's the thing, and that's what I like about the dial
Yeah.
is you can pretty quickly do it. I did have a system at one point which used little tiny single Lego bricks. So it was green for 1, yellow for 5, red for 10.
A friend of mine, John Carter, had some cards printed
Oh yeah.
for the local local club that is just tiny little cards that say
Yeah.
1 wound, 2 wounds, 3 wounds. And you just set
Okay,
it down.
yeah, that's clever. Yeah.
I've seen dry erase. You know, people
Oh,
just
yeah.
using.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. When you come to events, you get quite good. You get it sounds silly, but you get good ideas about how to
Yeah.
do that kind of stuff.
We use the stairs quite a bit. Have you seen those?
No, no.
So it's typically like an MDF or a 3D print staircase that allows you to have a unit be on a hill on one side. Normally, when they'd be falling over,
Yeah.
you put the stair up and they just
Oh,
sit
okay,
on the
yeah,
whatever
that's
step
clever.
to make them nice and even.
Yeah.
There's so many amazing widgets and
Yeah.
tools. I've seen some players sell and make the neoprene mats that are 3-inch bubbles for objectives.
Oh, okay,
so you
yeah.
just put it down, and if
Yeah.
you're touching that mat, then you're scoring
Yeah, that's
the
clever.
objective. Yeah. You get the mats by Mars, which have the deployment zone
Yeah, yeah.
marked into them on the mat.
Okay, so it looks like it's Jan's turn for a bit of combat now. So what time we got?
Not a
We've
lot of
got-
moving to do.
No. Just counting the dice out.
I may have wanted to wind blast back the Fleabag Riders that are creeping up on me.
Yeah, I don't think. Now either she's not worried about them this turn. I mean, well then
Yeah.
again, what they got 20 inches on the charge.
Yes.
Probably.
Very few things in the game that can top that without
Yeah.
some sort of wild charge or brew of haste.
God, that'd be nasty.
He's
to put
got
the
the meat of madness on him too, so
of
21
course.
inches.
Yeah, 21 inches. I was about to say actually. Oh, if you put the
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty tasty actually. That. This looks like a nerve check. Oh, that must be on the. Oh, it doesn't like he hasn't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he's taking something off. Oh no! I think that's Maguire and Joss. That's his
Oh,
favourite.
no.
That's his favourite. Yeah, that is indicating there. I think that
Yeah.
indicated gone. Oh dear. Matt will be. That's the first time Maguire's died today. Maguire, one of the characters in a fantastic Goblin book that's upcoming. Hopefully soonish by Winged
A
Guitar.
talented
Well,
author.
I wouldn't
heard.
say talented. I'd say just obsessed with goblins.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a talent in itself.
Yeah. Well, I've got lockdown to thank for that because I certainly wouldn't have had time to write it if we
Yeah.
hadn't been in lockdown. Okay, so Maguire's gone. I think that can't be the first unit. I think Jan's taken off. I think she might have taken off some other ones. Actually, what's the on the slasher? What's the defense 5 on the slasher? I guess it'd be interesting to see what the Mincer Mob does this time. So you'd think it would take out those scarecrows. Really, I think it's the scarecrows or the doppelgangers.
If the scarecrows, if the mincer is into doppelgangers,
Yeah.
it may be in trouble.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Of course, you were saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I might go and have a look actually.
Yeah.
Let me go and have a look.
Scarecrows, it's okay. You would think that it's okay, at least. She still can take advantage of the vicious aura from the horrors if they're within range. I think they might be. Yes, Rob is pointing. Lots of pointing.
Unfortunately for Matt, that the doppelgangers are into the mincer mob.
He got the charge off, but they survived.
Yeah. Because they were hindered. I think he was hindered on the
Yeah.
wall. Interesting. He was just saying that so Magua, unfortunately, he charged him in, hoping he would take. He didn't say what he was taking out. Hoping he would take something out. Didn't. And then, of course, what he did then was he gave inspiring to all those previous rolls. So when we were seeing, because he ended up in the middle of everyone.
Yeah.
And that's what helped two of the units survive.
Well,
So
maybe it's a good thing that he's gone.
Yeah, a lesson there against Night Stalkers is be careful when
Yeah.
you're inspiring. Wow, this looks like a heck of a lot of dice. What's
She
this
dropped
for?
one. It's probably the doppelgangers.
Jeez. So they mirror the rules exactly. So they get the attack D6 plus 21 attacks.
Yes. The crushing strength
Yeah.
won't take the thunderous.
Okay.
But if it's the unit that has the crushing strength or the
Wow.
brew of strength on it,
Yeah.
it's also going to be able to use that in addition.
Yeah. No, that can't be that's too many dice, isn't it? That must be something
It
else.
could be Reapers in the flank,
Oh, maybe we can't quite see that.
because that would be 40 attacks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that probably.
Could be on the slasher.
I'm gonna have a look actually. Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Because that looks like a hell of a lot of dice.
Reapers are really the best option for that to be in that case. I think that's what it is. Only crushing one. It's got vicious. She did have the reroll damage or reroll hit.
It was Reapers into the slasher.
Yeah,
Managed to get flank.
Nerve
Yeah,
test.
so 40 attacks.
Reroll. Slasher gone.
Oh
There's not much that survives that.
no,
Yeah.
no. That's an expensive unit there to lose, isn't it? That
Sure.
one. That's 210 points.
That's why the Reapers are so nice. They're point efficient.
Yeah.
Even with 5-point item that she put on, that's 140 points
Yeah.
that just took off that kind of a unit.
Now they've turned around to the trolls.
Now the trolls should take care of them.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Again, you'd expect them to, but trolls will be trolls.
They're only 10-12 nerve though. It's the
Yeah.
horror
You-
has
you-
higher nerve than the Reaper troop.
Yeah.
It's gonna wound on 2, so pretty much everything that hits.
One of the things I really don't like facing in the Night Stalkers is the terror. The terror seems good. I mean, it's fast.
It's expensive. It's fast.
Yeah.
It's
It has
speed
ensnare
7.
and things like that.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's and regeneration as well. So that's what we were saying earlier on. You've got to commit to get rid of it.
I've taken allies from Night Stalkers into my Twilight Kin just to take the terror.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big monster. I mean, Martin has 2 of them, so you've really got to think about where you.
Yeah. I really like them on a flank. I think that they're good to stick into terrain.
Yeah.
And
They've got Strider, haven't they? I
Yeah.
think? Yeah.
so they don't care.
No.
But if you charge them in terrain with the ensnare, you're now -2.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, at least. There's also going to be a new spell that's coming over from Halpi's Rift.
Yeah.
So it exists currently, but it's coming into the game, called Scorched Earth.
Okay.
That you can cast onto a unit that will strip, basically taking away its Thunderous Charge, making it, as if it were hindered.
Yeah, yeah.
And you cannot use your Pathfinder or Strider items.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you can kind of guarantee it's going to happen. People are so into offensive spells.
Yeah, yeah.
They want the lightning bolts, they want the fireballs, they want those sort of things. And there are a lot of things that you can take, items or spells that can really help the gameplay that aren't exactly like damaging spells.
So I think that was that might have been the Sharp Six of the Rabble that just got taken out there.
Shakira.
Yeah. Well, I think you've got Shakira and the Reaper Soul Drinker. They're a nice little team going around.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're a couple.
Could be.
Yeah, we'll start that rumour. There used to be a couple back in before the Fenulian mirror cracked. I just want to see these tokens get flipped over. So this must be... Okay, so Matt's go.
Really?
So could he not get into the...
No, he could have. He chose to do something else. He's got a flank on him with another unit.
So that's with the flea bags.
That's the flea bag. That's a good call.
Okay, so that's 14 attacks with the flea bags.
Yeah, that's a good call. He's doing the right thing there.
Yeah.
They're now the effectiveness of a regiment.
Yeah, yeah.
And they should absolutely pick up those Reapers. I think they came off the hill.
Yes,
Possibly.
so there'll be Thunderous Charge 2. Yeah, Vicious Melee as well, which is nice.
That's 2s re-rolling 1s.
Yeah.
Should be easy peasy.
You'd hope.
You'd hope. Because, it should be 6 damage.
Yeah, so melee
solid.
4. Yeah, easy. And so the trolls must have gone into the butchers then at the back.
Yeah. I don't like that matchup,
No,
but I still think that was the right call for the Reapers. They're doing the twister on each other. I'm really curious to see what Matt's going to do with the Fleabag Regiment.
Yeah, the one at the bottom of the picture. Now,
Yeah.
I assume he has moved it there. He hasn't just been taken off the table because, but we'll have to see. So he must have something else that's coming out the side here.
What's it going to be?
Oh, this is the Magwans.
Ah.
So they're within. So they must be within 3 of that objective now.
Looks like it.
Magwan's interesting because they're one of the few melee 3 in the army. The problem is they die quite quick. Mm-hmm. So what they've got speed 6, melee 3, 12 attacks. So get them in a flank. They're pretty good. And then Christian strength 1, nimble, vicious melee, wild charge D3.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
They can be efficient. To me,
130 points.
yeah, the points are right on that. It's, you look at a unit like Centaurs.
Yeah.
That are, I think, 160, 165 in that kind of price range. They hit on 3s, 12 attacks for the regiment. They have Crush 1 and Thunder 1 with Pathfinder.
Yeah.
So even though it's not a lot of attacks, they're attacks that are going to get through.
Yeah.
So Centaurs oftentimes do 9 damage on 12 attacks.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing.
So I think that was a pretty decent round for Jan there. She got rid of some bits, but I guess we'll have to see now. This could be a bit of trouble, this one, I think, maybe.
Sure. It's these middle rounds that really determine games.
Yeah.
I think Matt's got a lot of things in a really good position.
Yeah. I think, I think get the doppelgangers out of the way, because sounds like they're pretty dangerous. You've got that, if it is that Fleabag Regiment at the bottom.
And you know that Shakira and the Reaper are going to want to be in combat. They can't score.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're just going to continue to fight things.
And that's because they've got no unit strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I guess this scenario, I don't think either of them has benefited from the scenario particularly. They're both... So 30 minutes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
30 minutes. Is that right? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Because we started slightly late. So we were meant to finish at 6, I think. Yeah, we were finishing at 6, a quarter past 6. Interesting to see how much they've got left on their clocks, actually. Okay, so the flea bags have charged into a Mind Screech. Oh, hang on.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I think maybe he's just checking, possibly.
Look at that range.
Yeah. That's nasty, isn't it, that?
Yeah.
Because I think it's just the fact that they can...
Yeah, he's opting not to take the charge, or
No,
he's
no,
charging
he's-
something else.
So what could that be? He could be going into the...
No, he's looking at next turn, I think.
Okay.
He's just being patient. Because, I mean, that position there now threatens everything in our army.
Yeah.
I don't think that the Mind Screech charge was necessarily a bad one, because
No.
how he reformed could have done a similar thing. But now
Didn't he
he's
would have
also
would he taken out the
on
Mind
top of a
Screech, do you
token.
think? Or, yeah.
He should have, yeah.
Yeah. So he's maybe looking at... I think that's maybe healing up the trolls, possibly. Okay, so he's got a whizzes that's shooting into those Night Stalker heroes there. Only 2. Another whiz. Oh, he's rolling up a nerve. Oh, he must have finished his shooting then.
Looks like both of them didn't do anything,
No.
though.
He didn't give us the thumbs up. No. So it almost looks like Jan has paused there. Hopefully there you go.
We're good.
So this looks like the Mincer mob, I guess.
I would assume.
Yeah. Not much does that much. Ooh. That's the problem with the fours.
Yeah.
You just can't. That's why Brew Sharpness is nice on that. I mean, he's done quite a few. You'd think that would take the doppelgangers out. Roll again.
That'll do it.
There you go. That's the doppelganger's gone. Problem is, he's still got the wall there, hasn't he, to get over, but... Well, he could try and go over the wall now, I suppose. Oh, he's moving around. Would you have gone over the wall, do you think, then? Gone forward a bit, maybe?
No, I don't think I would have.
No. Oh, I suppose at least you stop and then someone's going to be hindered if they charge.
Correct. You have a defensive position
Yeah.
for someone charging you. In a lot of instances, at least.
Yeah.
They are probably in range of Shakira, so...
Okay. He's got the trolls. Oh, she can just fly over there, can't she? And
Yeah.
start causing some problems.
Hips don't lie.
I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I was getting my songs confused then. Man-Eater is Nelly Furtado, isn't it? Don't pretend you don't know. She-Wolf, is that Shakira?
She's got the Waka Waka. What was that?
Oh, I don't know, the Waka Waka.
For Africa?
The pack. Don't know. That was out there. Someone's having a... So, Matt doing a few more nerve checks. So that's the Scarecrow's gone.
Yep.
So now Scarecrows, Doppelgangers,
Reaper should be next.
Reapers. He's having a good turn. He's
Yeah.
doing some. He's doing some work. As a Goblin player, this makes me happy.
Pay the man. He's punching the clock.
Yeah. He's doing. No, he's. They're going to get fed tonight. The Goblins.
Yeah.
So I guess Jan could now start flying around, grabbing some of the objectives maybe, because I guess we're going to find out what they are now. Good, she's got Mind Screech, got 2 Mind Screeches left. It's just those flea bags in the back are dangerous, aren't they?
I would turn very defensive if I were her and try to take away angles.
Yeah.
Her problem is the Banshee and the Reaper. Because they can go hunt down those Mind Screeches that are trying to hide and use Wind Blast or Lightning Bolt to stay out of arcs.
Okay, so that's the Reaper's gone. So that was a good move.
Yeah. It'll be a really good move if those trolls crack off and take off the butchers.
I can't see
I
it.
don't think it's going to happen. No. It's possible. It's just very
So
unlikely.
you got the butchers. You got the defense 5, 16, 18.
I don't think that they have inspiring right now.
No,
Like they're not stealing it. I don't think there's anyone in range based on.
So if he gets a lucky roll,
Yeah.
I mean that would crack this nut wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, Jan. I suppose what Jan can do is she can start shooting the flea bags because they're only nerve 12, 14.
That's what I would have been doing from the start.
Yeah. Get those Mind Screeches. Because a few lightning bolts into them and they're gone pretty quick.
Not sure what that was. Maybe the
That was
troll
like-
damage.
Oh, the trolls, yeah. Pretty poor. I mean, that would have been a hell of a go.
Yeah.
If he'd got rid of everything.
He's had the potential a few times in this game. The-
Yeah.
The horrors coming down and
Yeah.
hitting him like. So he must have something into.
Yeah, I think we can't see. Because what else has he got? He's got the king. So the king could be doing something somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the king could be running around.
I think she's okay.
Yeah.
He or she. Who knows?
Oh, she's coming around.
She's just marking.
Oh,
the
no,
wounds.
she's marking. Yeah, it's okay. So the king's. Right, so he shot one of the heroes and then charged him with the king on the other. Okay, so they're going to start flipping him over. I think.
If they've remembered,
they
they probably
remembered to
have.
flip him over. I mean, surely we can get. It's a bit like Star Trek, isn't it?
They may have flipped him already.
Have they? So going to flip?
It's kind of hard to tell.
What is the? Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Here we go. I'm going to go table side.
He said 1,
Yeah.
2,
Oh, is he indicating for us?
mm-hmm,
Oh, Matt. He's well trained, isn't
0. Can't see that one.
he? No.
I think that was a 2.
Okay.
I think.
So that's a 2. Actually, you can see. I'm going to have a look. I'll
You'll
go
find
on,
out, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us, Rob. Lots of pointing. Two. Yep. 1. Nothing. Okay. Well done, Berman. That's interesting because Matt really has good positioning on both of the 2s, and Jan is not positioned to do well with them. So, quite a big difference there.
Okay, so did you see my useful hand signals there?
Yeah.
So basically all...
Jan's in trouble.
Oh, dear. Everything on one side was all fake.
Yeah.
So the bit that we can't really see was all zeros. But yeah.
But the 2 2s are there under Matt's units, so
Yeah.
that's telling. He must have known that he.
Yeah,
placed
that would be
two
interesting.
there.
Actually, I didn't ask because I
Yeah.
didn't know if that was top
Sure.
secret. But yeah, if Matt has played the blinder, if Waka Waka is Fuzzy Bear. Waka Waka Waka.
I swear it's a Shakira song.
I'm sure we've got plenty of
There
Shakira
was-
fans out there. that
There
will
was
tell
some
us.
kind of thing that she did. It was like a football song that she had done. Africa was in World Cup and doing well, and
I don't know.
I don't know.
We'll check that
She's
later.
got the whole like head bob going on. She's walking it up.
Waka Waka.
I swear.
I think it is. Oh, Pac-Man.
Yeah. Do you
So
know
would
about the ear thing with Pac-Man?
Ben?
The ear thing with Pac-Man.
No.
If you scratch in your ear, it makes the same sound as
Okay.
Pac-Man.
No.
Going, wah, wah,
I won't do it now. Well,
I'll get you on the stream.
so if what's Jan gonna do here? I mean, I guess then again, I suppose she doesn't have to worry about the flea bags in some ways, does she? Because aren't they going to sit there on the objective now? Or do you think Matt will?
You know, it's not a loot token. You have to stay there and take it.
Yeah.
I think knowing that they've got less than 30
13
minutes
minutes.
at this point.
Yeah. 13 minutes. Yeah. So that. Yeah, I think so. I think it was 6:15 this round.
Got Clash of Kings orders coming in from our retailers as we speak.
They've obviously heard us on the stream,
Yeah.
Kyle.
We're doing
They
our
like the
job.
changes. She's got, I think that's Reapers there, maybe charging through. Interesting what Matt does with those flea bags. Because,
Well, she's sending the Reapers at him.
yeah,
He's got to do something.
yeah. The Reapers will win that, I'd say. They'll take them out.
If they get the charge, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So the question is, what can he do to ideally take them out without charging them with the flea bag round?
Yeah, yeah.
War trombone would be great in this situation.
Yeah. Must admit, the war trombone is something that hasn't made many of my lists in third. But I see it often in the States.
It was excellent in second.
Yes, yeah, I think so. But yeah, just haven't really found space for it. I think weirdly, even though obviously goblins are cheap, you do run out of points.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You can't get everything in there. I mean, I guess I could drop the mincer mobs and stuff like that and go for a really shooty one, but you come up with something like Night Stalkers and you're screwed.
I'm a big fan of list balance.
Yeah,
You want to be able to take on as many different types
Yeah.
of armies as possible.
yeah.
And if you just play that list over and over and over again. The problem that some people have is they face the same opponents, week in and week out.
Yeah,
if you don't
yeah.
go to tournaments and you don't experience different games,
Yeah.
you don't know how to grow your list or to build one effectively.
Different tactics, yeah.
Sometimes you can go to a tournament and lose, but learn an awful lot
Yeah.
about how to change and be a more effective player.
Oh, she's shooting at the flea bags then.
Yeah. It's a good call for now.
Yeah, that's good. That's brilliant. Oh, it looks like he's got some damage on those Magwans as well, so I guess the Mind Screech has been having a
Sure.
pop at those.
Ooh.
Oh, they're gone.
Ooh.
Okay. So now that Mind Screech can go pick up that 2.
Yes, absolutely.
And actually, if she can get rid of the flea bags, suddenly it's looking dodgy for
Sure.
Matt here. If they don't run out of time.
15 minutes left. 15.
Oh, 15 minutes left. Okay. So if they can speed through this. Because at this point, Matt's got it, I guess, hasn't he? I
If
would
the
think.
game were to end now, yes.
Yeah.
He's got 3 points.
Yeah.
And I think she could have 1. I believe
Yeah.
that one's 1 point,
Yeah.
right to the right of the center.
So rolling nerve, I guess. Oh, this is for the butchers, probably.
It must
I
be
guess.
the butchers
Pushing
back into the trolls. Oh no.
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
dear.
no.
Bye bye. Look at that callous little wave from Jan there. Okay, so she's definitely got that one.
Suddenly looking very different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she can. The Reapers. I mean, yeah. Matt's got a dilemma here, hasn't he? Really, with the what he does with those Reapers.
I think the time left is the real problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Because being top of 4 for him, or bottom of 4 for him, there's enough time to charge something. Oh, if he's got a rear
Yeah, okay,
right there,
that's
then
fine,
that's
yeah.
cleaned up, done and dusted.
He could just squeeze in. That's a shame, actually, because Jan could probably have moved forward and blocked that off with the trolls, maybe. Yeah, yeah. So trolls back
I think she
into the
reformed. She
butchers.
didn't see the D6,
Yeah.
and it's still a risk there, but it may have blocked it. I think it actually probably would have.
Oops.
And he is taking the charge. Maybe he's thinking, end of the game here, let's just clean it up.
Yeah.
Can't win with what you don't have.
No, no, yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel like the Goblin way to want to get
Not
into
quite.
a fight.
Yeah,
You know, you.
it's hard to pass up a rear
Yeah.
charge.
I think that's the problem, though. Like I was saying earlier on, when I saw the red mist and just charged in off an objective.
Sure.
Yeah, because the problem is if. Yeah, no, I think he should be fine. Although he's got to be quick. Oh, he's. Oh, okay. He's going into the Reapers.
He's decided to go into the front. I think it's an easier tactic for him to clean up the Reapers.
Yeah.
If he's not still within 3 inches, he can back up now right
Yeah.
after the combat and just immediately be right back in
that's
it.
good. Good idea.
So play it safe.
Yeah.
And then we've got the mincers going into.
Oh, he's doing a double charge, I guess. Maybe.
He's sliding to make room for something.
Grab the
Trolls?
trolls.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be hindered.
Maybe couldn't fit it in because I think there is a bit that juts out on
yeah,
that
it could be.
building. So
Mhm.
oh no, oh, he has gone in.
You would make room for him.
Jan is just nodding there, sadly.
She's like, yeah,
Yeah, just destroy me. It's fine.
you have to address the Mind Screech.
Yeah,
I may have wanted to do that with the trolls, though, especially since that's a 2-point token.
oh, was he just going to contest it? Maybe. But the problem is, Fleabag. Well, I mean, I think they'll run out of time. I doubt. Well,
He didn't have the arc to charge,
no.
so he's trying to use his nimble to
Yeah.
face himself right, be...
So that would just
claiming
be
the objective.
contested now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what's the Mind Screech? Unit strength
13,
1.
15 unit strength 1.
Okay. I guess that's a weird seeing what you can shoot at. I'd probably shoot at that Mind Screech near the objective.
Yeah. I imagine that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because he was just measuring to another Mind Screech, but he could have just been. Maybe he was looking to see if he was in range of getting shot at. Yeah, Steve's talking about how long they've got left. I mean, it is meant to be diced down at quarter past. I think the problem is they both just took so long to set up. I think that was the issue there. So Matt's going to be quick here to do all his combat.
There's a dirty tactic here, though, too.
What's that?
to go slow.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
And
I
deny-
I suppose. Yeah.
Jan the turn to do anything else.
Yeah. He's not. Matt's not a dirty player. He wouldn't do that.
I mean, there's nothing in the rules that
No,
says that
no.
you can't do that. It's just.
I think there. I don't know if Jan had forgotten to attack one of Matt's units, so he let it do it. Okay, so what's he looking at here? He's now, and I guess the other thing for Jan, well, I guess she might say, oh, you can just double one it.
could.
So I know that's Nick Williams' favourite thing to do.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone earlier on. They managed to get 48 damage on a unit, and then they rolled Snake Eyes.
Oh.
So obviously it was devastated, but
It'd be great if
that's
it was
quite-
a Hydra.
pardon?
It'd be great if it was a Hydra.
So what do you do? So obviously, can you regenerate? You could roll 48 dice to
Yeah.
regenerate. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, imagine that. Imagine how gutted you'd be if that came back and it went from 48 down to 10 or something.
It's possible.
Yeah, no, three pluses. You probably take a significant portion of that off.
Well, Hydras gain their damage and attacks too.
Oh, okay, jeez. Right.
Yeah. They're devastated, so it'd be half.
Yeah, yeah. So you'd only get only 24.
Right. Oh no.
Yeah. Right, so it looks like they're working out his dice now. I think Jan's making him roll everything. Like I say, I might have been tempted if I was Jan to say just double one this. See if you could get another turn, but...
Different players like to roll flanks and rears differently.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of hit wound,
Yeah, yeah.
and just adding up what you've done, if it's flank. Some people like to put all the dice together and roll it in one big batch.
Yeah.
It can be hard to roll that many dice.
Okay, so that's the
Reaper's
Reaper's gone, which we sort of thought. That, so now back up with the Fleabag Riders.
Yeah. He said I want to back
So
up. How
D3.
far? There's no bad move here, even if you go all
No.
three. Looks like it's just 1 inch. That's okay. He's
Just-
still within 3.
So the minute he's got, well, he's definitely got that 2. I guess in the middle he'll have that 1 as well because of his
Sure.
unit strength. And then, actually, is that Mind Screech within 3? Do you reckon at the bottom?
No.
No. Okay.
I don't
so
think it
At the
is.
minute he's got 4, then we
Yeah.
can.
5.
Oh.
So 2, 4, 5.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that was a Mind Screech laying down there. That's what that was.
And it looks like the butchers just came off.
That was a Mind Screech, I think.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry. No,
At
it
the
was a
top
butcher.
here,
Sorry. Yeah. He's trying to clear up here.
It's a way to do it. Get your kill points.
Yeah, I think Matt and Jan are currently 3rd from bottom.
Okay.
So Matt, this will do Matt wonders going into
Yeah.
day 2.
Mid-table.
Yeah,
Surf, ride the waves.
He's rising straight up.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I think they'll have to stop at the end of this one.
Jan doesn't have too much to do.
No.
And with 5 minutes left, she can put herself in a position to
I mean, I
only contest that bottom
Yeah.
one.
yeah.
But even then, it's going to be 3-0.
Yeah. So it looks like another more
Oh.
butchers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, looking tough there for Jan. Again, I mean, I guess those flea bags coming around the back was quite good by Matt.
I think he knew that was a two objective.
Yeah,
I think that-
yeah. Well, it'll be interesting actually to speak to him afterwards. Jam maybe too cautious. Is everything bunched up in the middle, or apart from a few bits of the egg?
Yeah, bunching up can get you in trouble like that.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
really can. But spreading out can get you in trouble too.
Yeah.
You just really have to be careful, layer your heights so that you can get charges off.
So 16 drops she had. So not too far from Matt. He had 18.
Yeah,
versus
it's
16.
pretty good for Night Stalkers because you can get very elite with them
Yeah.
if you go Butchers, Reapers, Terror,
Yeah.
Shadow Hulk, you know.
So what they're going to do here. Oh, they're having an... Okay. Oh. Some butchers appeared from...
A hidden
behind.
unit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no points over there.
No. I mean... Interesting. She's gone...
Yeah, not sure about that one.
Unless there's one we can't see.
I think there is.
Right, okay. I mean, maybe could have gone in between them, perhaps? If there's... Oh, yeah, you can only claim one, can't you? So...
You could claim two if you had a unit that was big enough.
Okay.
So, you know, a horde of infantry,
Yeah.
technically, if they're, you know, at that 12-inch perfect
Yeah.
distance apart, you are within 3 of both.
She's just trying to have a pop of the whiz there. I mean, what's the whiz done wrong?
I don't know. Insulted her family.
I think she's got a horror behind that wall then. And there might be an objective, actually, just at the base of that building. Where
yeah, I
where
see
the
that.
books are, but I think she still might be out.
Just pointing at it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Obviously that hero can't claim the... No. No. All the, like, horror and all that kind of stuff. Units at 0. So what's Matt got to do on his turn? Not a lot, really, I guess, maybe.
Not a lot. I'm not sure how much time he's going to get.
No.
The only thing I would do is move on to the objectives and be like, done.
Yeah. Well, Chance walks off. Oh, no, she's back.
That was a running start on the die roll. You just,
Do you think that helps?
yeah.
Okay.
It's like
I
Happy
remember
Gilmore.
that.
You ever seen that movie?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so we got. So I think theoretically the game's finished at 20 past 6.
Yeah,
so
they
in
got
1
a minute left.
Jan's just fighting until the bitter end.
That's the right thing to do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Proper King's War
That
general.
looks like the King's has gone off. Oh. Oh, it could be the Troll Bruiser actually as well.
Mm.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of dice for something.
I'm not sure. Does the butcher have a charge? The butcher horde have a charge on something?
Could be a whiz, maybe.
I don't know.
I guess we'll see if Matt takes something off.
Nerve.
Oh, unless I don't know what that was.
I don't know either.
Yeah. He has just removed something. So maybe it was a whiz or the king. Actually, it could have been the king. If one of them is Troll Bruiser, that could have been the king that he's just taken off.
That's the end of the round.
So that's Matt Gilbert saying dice down. So I guess now, are they going to be naughty? Are they going to carry on?
It's kind of hard for them to do that with being within 6 feet of Matt.
Yeah, he will. And he gets angry. So I guess, okay, fair enough. He has put his dice down, but he's just still moving.
Yeah.
Maybe that counts. That's a good...
That's all he has to do right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wrapped up. It's nice and easy.
Yeah, so I think Matt's got this one.
He's even taken that. Yeah.
So, we will be back tomorrow,
Yeah.
9:15.
Good day one.
Hopefully. Yeah,
Curious
good
to
day
see
one.
who's on top at this point.
I think...
I know.
I don't know how Elliot's done this one. I know Dan King has won his
Kings
third
War
game.
fans everywhere are going to want to know
Yeah.
who's leading the pack into day 2.
So they are on Tabletop TO. If you go on there, you'll be able to find Clash of Kings and see who's winning. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how Elliot got on in that one because I think he was... I think he's top probably at the minute.
Okay.
But yeah, we will see overnight who's going into Sunday in a good position. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. And we will be back tomorrow, myself and Kyle. Hopefully, unless there's any more food poisoning from Scotch eggs, which took out Martin today.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, we don't want that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it today. Thank you all for joining us. And we will see you. Oh, and the main thing is, we will have a big... Okay, so they've been given 5 minutes extra. Okay, well, we'll carry on. We'll let them have their 5 minutes. Matt Gilbert there being considerate.
Being nice. We
Yeah.
both were like, he's going to iron fist.
I thought he'd just flip all the miniatures off the table,
Yeah.
actually. Just get a big broom and just start sweeping them off. The trolls look like they've gone into a horror there. I think maybe Matt just wants, like I say, he just wants you. They're not going to have another game. They're not going to have another go, are they? Well, they're trying to get all their 6 in. Here's us winding up, and they're carrying on. So they've got 2 minutes. This is
Well,
like
Matt went through his turn very quickly.
Yeah,
and Jan's on hers.
Actually, Jan was playing Speed Kings of War the other week, I think. So
Okay.
she'll be used to this. Clock's ticking.
Butcher's in.
I mean, you'd hope. I don't think there's much damage. Oh, it's actually there is some damage on those mincers. Defense 6
I think
on the
she
front.
can do it.
Do you reckon?
I think she can do it.
Okay.
Clean charge.
I wonder if Matt's regretting moving them in now.
Wounding on 2s.
Imagine if Jan turns this round.
No.
We'll look like chumps, won't we?
No, it's not.
Imagine if something magical happens.
She got some kind of spell that pulls all the objectives.
Yeah.
6 inches towards this unit.
That'd be good, wouldn't it, to have a spell that just targeted objectives?
No. That's not a thing. That's not a spoiler. That's not a thing.
No, that's sorry, that's not a spoiler. Yeah,
it's not a thing.
No. I'm just saying that would be quite an interesting one.
It would be interesting. I think that everyone would take that.
Yes, I suppose. yeah. You can only have it once.
Yeah. That's still that's a
that's
win or
enough.
lose a game
Yeah.
there with one thing.
Okay, so she's shooting at the flea bags there at the bottom. They're currently on I think that's a 2-pointer, isn't it? So this is the butchers.
Come on, Jan. 12 wounds. That looks really
Oh.
bad.
Oh no, it can't be 4 hits. Oh no.
It was 5.
5. It's like 2,
3.
2, 3. Oh, Matt wants that shake. Oh no, he's giving her another go. I thought that was it then. There we go,
Good
and that's
game.
it. So I think Matt has won that one.
Yeah.
So we've already done our goodbyes.
Yes.
We'll do our goodbyes again. So yeah, thank you very much everyone for joining us today. It's been lovely to have the pleasure of your company. And yeah, and like I say, the we are going to find out tomorrow. The most important question is, how many drinks has everyone had?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
That's the real
Yeah.
thing we need to know.
So Mod says, is Rob involved in playtesting? No. Thank God. No one would want me involved in playtesting.
Well, you come up with things like pulling
Pulling
objective markers.
objectives towards each other. I think that'd be great. I'd take that.
Jokes don't translate well on text, do they?
Victorious magnetism.
Yeah, that'd be great. Only one. You only get to do one objective. Anyway,
Yeah.
we'll discuss that with the RC later.
Okay.
So I'm sure we can squeeze that into Clash of Kings before it comes out.
There's time.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rob, could you come and announce the plans for the evening?
Yes.